Okay, this is maybe the right one now. It is May 18, 2024. Find it. I see Mike here. Hello, everybody. I'm so sorry. We're having problems with the link. Let me fix it. Mike, I told Mike to wait, so he might not be here yet. Everybody, can you mute?
We also have culminating activities for our young students, which I also initiated to showcase the
Can you please mute everybody?
science.
I'm hearing somebody. Thank you.
Good evening, Doc Merlina. Would you like me to help you?
Morning. Well, I already told Mike you can help me, so I better not break my promise.
Okay, po.
Thank you. My Zoom. Do you mind to message Mike and just tell him to go back to the old link and see if it would work now?
Okay, po.
Thank you. Let me see.
Thank you for letting me in.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on. I'm gonna try to send this again. Seems like I don't know what the deal is today. It never had this issue before. So I'm gonna try to get it so everybody can have it, can get it.
Yeah, because it says you're still in another meeting.
Really? It says that still now? Oh, it's okay now.
Well, I think it's okay now.
Okay. I don't know what the deal is. Well, I have two different deals. I've always used the same one. And I wonder if it's because I did a new updated my account to include more than 100, and I wonder if that has something to do with it. They may have done something when I updated. You never know. Technology.
Okay po. Salamat po, Doc.
Mike, you okay. So Mike, can you it should be the same link as before. We've always done. So I don't understand, Mike. Maybe I wonder if it's
Okay po.
I wonder if it's because when I upgraded that number, I wonder if it has something to do with that. I don't know. Anyway, make host. Okay. Not a good way to start our meeting is having having a stress. But anyhow, it's welcome everybody, and I'm glad that you're spending some time with us and sharing today. Hopefully we don't have any issues with internet or anything. This looks like mine is looking funny. So we have 33 people right now. All right, let me see who we have here. We have Joan Robes. Joan, are you the same one that had interviewed with Paulette yesterday? Joanne Robes. I call you Joanne number 2 because we have a Joanne number 1, Labajo. Right? I think you were the one I talked to with Miss Paulette yesterday. Joanne? I don't know.
It's Joanne de los Reyes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, it was. Okay, gotcha. So we have different ones then. Okay, Christine. Tabacolde. Tabacolde. Okay, there's the
Yes.
Reyes. Yeah, you're the one that looks familiar now. There's Mike, Marian,
Hello,
Nora,
everyone.
Yella Lane, and Sydney. There's Joanne, our first Joanne. Giselle, thank you for coming. Verlin and Girly, thanks. Marlon. Okay, there's our we're gonna definitely meet Memphis 13. We'll definitely meet after this.
Good evening, Doc.
Yeah, you don't good evening. Good morning here.
Morning,
There's
good morning.
Ryan, there's do you say Lom or Laum? Mylene? I guess Laum, Mylene. Mylene must be your first name. And there's
Hello, good.
hello. Are you Mylene?
Yes, Doc. Good morning.
Good morning. There's Andre. You say Andre? Gosh, why am I having the geek hair here? Okay, so Sharon.
Hello, good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Sharon Rolona. So you got two Sharons going on here. And Ruby Rose,
Hello,
Jacqueline.
hello, doctor. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Doc.
Somebody with a foreign name. Who is this? Somebody with a foreign name I cannot read.
Yes po, Doc. I already informed him or her po to change his or
Can you-
her name po.
Can you read that, Mike?
No po. But I already informed her po to put edit her name or his
The
name po.
English. Okay. Kenneth is here. Okay, Jim. And Michelle, that's a different way to spell Michelle. Delphin.
It's Michelle, ma'am.
Michelle. Okay, got it. Sorry. Pinky Faith. Pinky Faith is here. Thank you. Mary
Good
Gray.
morning, Doc Marlina.
Morning, Ricane and Marichel. You say Marichel? Dan Doy. Say your name for me. Marichel. Hi, Pinky. Okay. There's my cousin.
Yes po,
friend.
Doc.
Okay. Here's my cousin friend.
Morning.
Emmeline, Maria Lovely. Thank you. Well, we have a lot of our Memphis 13 here. I don't see
Good
her.
morning, Doc.
Morning. I don't see Joel and Nancy. Arlene, Jonelle. Okay, I just remembered you. Okay. Sir Elmer. Yeah, thank you. Sir Elmer, Jasmine. Marlon is trying to connect. All right, we have 39. So I was expecting more, but I wonder if they're lost like the others earlier. So I don't know. I have to make sure that they got the right one. Mike, do you mind talking to everybody? I'm gonna have to resend out that this one that worked. Everybody gets it. Everyone, just go ahead and talk. It's okay. It's recorded anyway. I'll watch it later. I will be right back.
Happy birthday, Sir Mike.
Oh, happy birthday, Sir Mike.
Okay, I think Sir Mike is still busy with something. As of the moment, it's raining here in Manila. It's raining in
Hello po,
Manila.
good morning.
Sa inyo po. Ayun pala si Sir Mike. Okay, go Sir Mike.
Yes po. Okay, good morning po. So maybe medyo may problem din si Doc and later on siguro he will fix it. Yeah. Yeah. So welcome po sa 43, 42 attendees po, 44. Yeah, 44, 40 attendees. Wait, I'll just do.
Okay, Mike, we're greeting you. Happy birthday. Thank you for attending.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Mike, what time is your party?
2 p.m. po here.
That's
And
smart.
also
Mike.
po, housewarming and car blessing din po.
Oh my goodness. I did not
Yes
know you
po.
do car blessing. Do you do car blessing?
I changed the car po. Change po ako.
This is your second car since coming here, Mike?
Yes po.
What kind is it?
It's Hyundai XRT po. Tucson
Mm,
XRT. A bigger
nice.
one po para po when we are traveling long, it's very easy po, and then it's
Okay.
comfortable po sa mga bata.
So it's H1, it's SUV then, with the third seat.
Semi po, semi SUV.
Okay,
Yes po.
that sounds fun. I'll have to see it when I go there.
Yes po, yes po.
Yeah, what color is it, Mike?
It's gray po, gray.
Gray. Yeah,
Dark gray, yes po.
I do love that gray. Yeah, my very first Prius was gray, and now I'm in blue. But anyway, gray is one of my favorite car colors. I guess, and black, but then I've always had white too. So anyway, here in the US, by the way, everyone, when you come here, I know in the Philippines we can get away with not having cars, but here in Arkansas, especially because we're in kind of rural state, that you have to have a car unless you are in Little Rock or North Little Rock or somewhere, West Memphis. There's actually some public vehicles there, public transportation there. But in other places like Helena, like Brinkley, they don't have very many or any at all. So you have to pretty much have your own. So for those that are planning to come, you really need to work on getting your driver's license, because that would help you when you get here. Then you can, it's not going to be so hard for you to pass the actual driving, because you still have to pass the written test. And then after that, the actual driving. So Mike, when was the driving test here hard or easy for you, since you were already driving before, right?
Yes po, yes po. It is easier po once you know how to drive po. And also, some of the parts of the test po is basic information about driving po, as traffic rules, traffic signs,
Yeah.
or on like that po.
Yeah. So you
Then
still have
after
to
that,
do it. Yeah.
And then after you pass the written examination, you will be given 1 month or 1 week to apply for the practicum,
So 5 weeks.
practical examination po. Yeah.
Yeah. 5
One
weeks.
1 week po, 1 week or 1 month.
1 week to a month. Okay. Well, so
Yes
if
po.
you already know it, then you don't need a month. And I know they want, like, I forgot that because it's been a long time since I, took mine 37 years ago. So I remember taking Maria. I think it was Maria that took. I've taken a few of them to their test. So when I took Maria, I remember they had to, like, they have all these checks that they have to do with their clipboard and turn on your accelerator, deaccelerator, which is your gas really, up in your brake. And then all these emergency signals, all these things. I don't remember doing that when I was being tested a few years back, but I guess you have to know these terms and see where they are in your car, turn on your brake lights and all that good stuff before you could, because there's so many that so much you can miss. So if you don't know some of these things, then you exit off and you can miss so much. Otherwise, if you don't pass it, then you have to redo it. And what we found was taking it in a place like Brinkley is easier than taking it in a bigger city, like Forest City, for example. So because there's interstate, there's really big roads that they take you. And if you're nervous still on that, then it's going to show you're not as confident. So like in Salem, we knew the route. So all we have to do is practice the route. We know exactly where the cops take you. There's 2 places they take you. And so we practiced both routes and, with your guide, that time, my husband. So he took me all the route, and he corrected me when I was not, doing something that I should do. And so that's something that you would need to do when you get here. In fact, some of the visa sponsors are actually requiring candidates to have their driver's license. And so I know that some of you had actually uploaded some of your driver's license, and I'm like, what in the world? Why are they uploading this? And then I found out that it's because some visa sponsors are actually requiring that. And another requirement that some visa sponsors, and maybe most visa sponsors, is your master's degree. I know that with working with Dr. Topaz, he wants a master's degree. Or if you have started it, you have to be able to finish it within that 12 months that you're here. That's a requirement that he does. I don't know. I know that it's not in the it's not in the instructions for the J1. I know that because some of you were able to come here without that. And but I think it is you know, you just have to listen to them if that is their company and that's what they want, how to run it. You have to respect that. But so I encourage everyone, if you are here attending for the first time, try to start on your master's degree if you can. In the Philippines, it's way cheaper than here. It's like 10 times what you're paying there. And of course, you're making 10 times too, you know, but you're also spending, you know, you're spending peso there and you're earning peso. Here, you're spending dollars and you have to pay dollars when you come here and do your master's degree. Master's degree, try to, if you already have a bachelor's in elementary, don't do another bachelor on, I mean, master's in elementary. You already have that. Do a different area, you know, special ed or other things. I noticed that several of you have the administration degree there as a master's. That might not be as useful to hear just because most administration candidates are going to be taken from local or inside. They kind of grow their own. They already promised the job to somebody. And unless you're really, really well connected as a Filipino teacher, they may not be considering you. I mean, there's some that are administrators. I was an administrator here, but it's not as common. So if you are really wanting to grow here in the US and want to come, I would encourage you to avoid administration and do something else, special ed. If you're math, if you really want to be stronger in math, that's fine. But I would recommend doing something else in order for you to have two different chances. What do you think, Mike? Do you think that's or Joanne or Giselle? What do you think? Do you feel like, oh, Debbie's already here? Okay, have you started? I'm where someone can let you in. Mike, will you please let our featured speaker in? Debbie Gibson.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Hey, good afternoon. Hi, Myrna.
Debbie
I'm looking for you guys.
Hi,
Uh,
hi.
Debbie, are you here? My Debbie Gibson and we made a poster of Debbie. I asked Mike to do it. Debbie is one of my dearest friends. She actually joined ITSA, International Teacher Support of America, which what I founded, and she is now one of our newest consultants. So Lisa Bailey and my sister and I, and then now Miss Gibson, Debbie Gibson is one of our newest one. She's gonna help us because she's math. We needed a math person to help us with the math and science part because my sister and I and Lisa and I that were all literacy, social studies and all that. But I have taught all the subjects. I have taught science and math, but math in high school, I'm more comfortable having Debbie there. I can do K8. 9, 12, let me give it to Debbie. So Debbie, are you in? Let me find her.
I
Mike,
think, Doc,
let her in?
I cannot see her, but
Really? But she said I'm where somebody can let me in. So I don't know why we're having so much difficulty.
Maybe she used a
Gibbs.
different name, screen name. That
No, she's
Sir
always
Mike would identify.
no, I bet she's always, but let me just make sure I send this to her, the old one. I don't know if she
Yes,
has,
ma'am.
yeah. Let me send this to her. Because there's so many different ones, and I'm like, let me try a new one. Let me, I was trying different things today. So anyway, so we're staying back to original. And this is what I'm gonna give Debbie Gibson. So okay, let me text her. I just sent you a new link. Original link. Okay, let me see. Maybe she'll find that one. So okay, so right now we have 51 people. That's cool. we're gonna have, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Debbie talk to us, and I'm really she is national board certified teacher as well, just like my sister and I. And so she has done a lot. When I was assistant principal in her and curriculum director in her school, in our former school, she was one of my best teachers. So I love going to her classroom and observing her and giving her comments. She was my son's algebra teacher. And so she was also the coach for their math quiz bowl thing. I don't remember what they call it. But anyway, so Debbie was that, and we continued to correspond even after I retired. So so now we do the same thing, little side gig with Bailey. So and then now with my own company. It's so let's see if we can get Debbie in here. We have lots of things on chat. So Joanne, if Mike has a lot to do, please help Mike or Giselle. The three of you are always my my right hand. So if you don't mind to do that. Self-introduction. Yeah, about 2 minutes. Thank you, Mike. She's gonna start numbering those and who's gonna be there first. So make sure you tell Mike who you
Doc, I will accept na po, Ma'am, Dr. Debbie.
Okay, she's there now. Thank you so much, Mike. All right,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
maybe we can get this started properly. My hair is really a mess this morning.
Yes.
Debbie. Hi, Debbie.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, there's
Um,
Debbie.
Good morning, Miss
I was
Dr. Debbie.
good morning.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Debbie. Debbie's got her specialist degree, and she's I was telling everybody, Debbie, who you are and how we work together, and how you were a Jet's math teacher, favorite math teacher. And then Debbie, what was the thing that you had coached with Mike and Michael? I mean, Michael and Jet were in there. What was the name of that quiz bowl?
Well, we did math counts together. We did robotics and we did cybersecurity.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't even aware of the other two. I mean, I was aware,
Yeah,
but I did
we
not
did
know
a lot.
that you coached that. Okay, got it. All right, Deb, do you mind to get started? What I was wanting for you to cover, if you don't mind, is math strategies, and see maybe some strategies or some things that you noticed that in the classroom, not to do, what not to do, things like that. Just kind of more of coaching tips, like a coach tips to teachers, because you have to remember they're coming in here. They may be seasoned teachers, but when they come to America, it's pretty much like starting over for them because of the different population, right? See, I need to take Debbie to the Philippines so she'll have a better understanding even. Debbie, that's a trip we're gonna have to do.
Okay, we will.
Okay.
So with math, the difference I observed with math is even now from when I first started teaching, is that used to students were quiet and took notes and didn't voice their opinions or math talk, basically. And so now today's curriculum, you are asking the children to work with peers, partners, and come up with different strategies to solving. There's not just one way to solve a problem. You come up with multiple ways, and that's what math is about now. And that's the hardest thing, even for American teachers. It's not just international teachers. It's just hard to get the kids to in that role of being a problem solver, basically.
And so how do you help that? If you're going to be coaching the Filipino teachers, when they come, you're going to help me coach them. So what are some strategies that you would like for them to try?
Well, the first thing I would do is have them have questions prepared so that when the students seemed stuck or just sit there and look at you, that you have some questions that you can get them to start talking, maybe first as a whole class and then as pairs, to teach them that it's okay to be wrong. They may be wrong at first, and then, to if you have
Five
prepared
classroom
questions,
rooms saan nakasabit.
yeah,
Very
if you
important
have
yun sa kanya.
questions
You need to
prepared,
tell
then
them
you
that your
can,
5 classroom rooms are posted or is posted in front of the classroom to remind students that these are the expectations. These are the essential
I think she must be attending another Zoom or something.
Okay.
Asking, which is fine. We just need to make sure we can hear Debbie.
yeah,
Okay.
you want to make sure that the students know it's okay to talk, but you want to encourage them to talk with math terminology but being prepared is the best way to be an effective math teacher or any kind of a teacher within the classroom.
I tend to agree with that because you can always tell when teachers are not ready, when they're like over there trying to see what will be next. And that's when kids misbehave, right? Because they see, oh, the teacher doesn't even know what she's doing. So then they start talking and so on. So a lot of the problems I see with the new teachers or even new Filipino teachers, but they have had experiences in the Philippines, is that because they don't know, they're not very well prepared, some of them, that they still have to look at the book in the midst of their lesson. You should know what to say, you know what to do. You put sticky notes all over whatever you have to do in order for you to know to have a smooth transition. Do you agree with that, Debbie? That smooth?
Oh, yes, I do. It's just preparation is the key to success.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Yep. And preparing those questions, like Debbie said, make sure your questions start with why and how. And that is one of the really common I guess things that I always say when in my observation is that, can you please ask some deeper level questions that starts with why and how? So how did you do this? Why did you say this? And explain to me all this. So I always like, yeah, it's because a common thing also is that you want to answer your own question. Try not to answer your own question. Try to have somebody answer it. If not that original child you ask, you can say, find a friend to help you, in their group. Find, okay, friends, you need to help. You help your friend over here, to answer this. But do not just answer it yourself. Because I remembered when I first started teaching and I videotaped myself and I watched it and I'm like, what in the world? Why did you answer your own question? And then I started seeing videos of national board teacher candidates. And I did the same thing. And I'm like, I did exactly the same thing. So you need to watch for that, So because we are pressured and we want to get it done. We want to get it to move on, and all this. So we just answer our own questions. So yeah, be careful about that. So Debbie, I think the discourse, you kind of touched on the discourse, having students, talk, I guess, having those different ways to solve the problem, but then find the most efficient way. CGI, right? You attended CGI, Deb?
Yes, it's been a while back, but a lot of the professional development that I've attended over the years has centered around questioning techniques, high order thinking, getting the kids involved. Math is not a spectator sport. It used to be that way. It needs to now be active involvement. So the more activities, group work, manipulatives, discussions that you can provide for your students. And again, preparation is a key. This is not something you can come in and do on the fly. You have to be prepared for your classroom to change.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I agree. Doing a fly is what would that be? Is that a figurative language that Debbie just used? And I know some of you may not be familiar with it. So Debbie, do you mind explaining what's doing a fly?
Yes, it means I walk in the class, I'm late, I have my coffee in one hand, my keys and phone in the other, I lay them down and I start class. That's not something you can do if you're going to be successful with this type of classroom. So you need to at least get there a couple of minutes early, have everything ready, for those kids when they come in.
Yeah. Because most schools are wanting the teachers to be there by what time? Deb, about 7.
Probably 30 minutes before class starts.
Yeah, 7 before 7:30, because most of the schools are starting at 7:55 or something like that. And some schools are saying 7:15, 7:20. So you have to listen to your school, whatever they say, and follow that. I know Filipinos, Debbie, I don't know if you knew this. We're like a Latino culture. We tend to be late. And I've been here 37 years and I continue to work on that. Because my husband would be like, oh, we don't want to be late, So here I am grabbing my makeup and I'm putting it in the car, or grabbing my shoes and putting it in the car, because he does not want to be late, being American. So Debbie, how do you feel about that?
I have seen this with Dr. McCullough also. If we're going to meet somewhere, I'm there on time and she's usually late. But
Yeah.
we get it done.
I continue to work on that. Yeah, it's a work in progress, but now I really have to like set my alarm. Like yesterday, I felt so bad because, and I apologize to those that waited. I did not set my alarm because I fell asleep watching my show, and then I forgot to tell my husband. Usually, he's my backup plan. He would wake me up. He said, "You didn't even tell me you had a interview with Perimeter." I was trying to help her. There were still 4 or 5 people left when I woke up, but I think some of them may have waited and left. I felt so bad about that. That's the first time that it ever happened. Sometimes Mike would be the one to call me and wake me up, but anyway, it's just hard though, because I have been gardening and I was so tired. So when you are in the heat and trying to do, try to weed the garden, it was a lot of work, getting my tomatoes, make sure all the tomatoes have all the, those extra leaves things taken out. What do you call those extra leaves? Debbie, what do you call that extra growth on the leaves of the tomatoes?
I'm not sure, but my husband might know. Rod, do you?
That is okay. I've been trying to remember that word.
It's kind of like a fuzzy feeling, but I
Yeah, that
don't.
extra growth that you have, somebody might know it here. Some extra growth that you have on the main of the tomatoes, that main branch, and then there's an extra growth there that you're supposed to pinch off because that actually hinders their growth. I don't know. For some reason, my science just went on there. Some science teachers help me.
We could use that as an example in the classroom. Is that extra stuff that keeps your mind from
Yeah.
tuning into a math lesson completely? Yeah.
Or you can just tie it. You can just make it a teachable moment. How do you tie it in math? So maybe if you're talking about plan, you may be talking about numbers and, how long the growth season is, or, bring it in to your subject area. And that's actually one of the standards is flexibility and taking advantage of teachable moments. That's one of the standards that I look for when I'm observing you in a classroom. So find a way to bring it in instead of like some kids will just take you out of the topic completely. They'll try to do that, especially high school kids. They'll try to get you off topic and all this. So bring them back to the topic. Oh, thank you for bringing that up. But you know what? To relate this, and if you cannot relate at all, can we talk about that after this? So don't insult the child, but just kind of, acknowledge it. That's what the child's thinking is, where it is now. So bring them in to you, right? Deb, have you done that before? I'm sure you have.
Yes. And, also when you're in a school and you're starting a new school, make sure you know the interest of the kids in the area and the community, because you don't want to bring up something and all of them sit there staring at you and not know anything that you're talking about. So, kind of do a little research and see what the interest is in the community so you can be able to talk with the students.
Yeah, a good point. Like what kind of interest would you be thinking about, Deb, as an example?
Like some schools, maybe purely athletic schools, so even if you're not into athletics, do some research on it and learn about some football terms or basketball or track or, whatever sport the school is interested in.
Yeah,
or
or volleyball, yeah.
the performing arts, just
Yeah.
make sure kids love to be validated. They love to have a teacher say, hey, I saw you last night, or good job on whatever they did. And
Yep, goes back to knowledge of students, right? Which is
That
the
is correct.
proposition of National Board. And yeah, you have to know your kids, and they do. They love that when they see their teachers there. And then you tell them, "Hey, good, I love your 6 points, last Friday," or something like that. I always did that. I would watch because I just lived across the road from my school, and I would watch the high school. I taught elementary at that time. Later, I taught high school, but when I taught elementary, and I would tell them, "Hey, I saw you at the ball game the other day. Good. I'm glad that you started doing that because when you're in high school, you're going to be playing." I would always kind of connect it like that. But it's just a way to visit with your students. When you do that, like at the big, I think it was you or Lisa, Debbie, that said something about being in the front by the door whenever students are coming in, be by the door and greeting everybody. That's a very good idea, right?
That is a great idea because you can always sense when the kids come in if somebody's having a bad day, and it would be your chance to maybe diffuse a situation and to get them in a better mood.
That's right. Because remember, about 70% of our communication is nonverbal. So you will see their nonverbal expression, and you see who's having a bad day already. And so a lot of times I have my back burner jar. This is just my jar thing that I with a little lid and a little, like looks like a bank, or looks like a coin bank. But they stick their paper in there to tell me if there's something they need to talk to me like now. So that's why I call it back burner. Let's put in the back burner. But so when they are doing independent work, I go look at my back burner to make sure that if there's any need now that I need to take care of because they wrote it on this piece of paper. We recycle papers by cutting it in fourths, and then that's the paper that they would use in my back burner. And so some things they might say, I really need to talk to the counselor today. My grandma died, or something happened. My dad got picked up, to go to jail, things like that. So they tell me those things because I always tell my students, I would, at the beginning of the year, I would always talk to students about growth mindset and about how, our brain works, how if we don't take care of our emotional needs, the amygdala part of our brain will not let us learn. So you have to take care of those. So it will not stop you from learning for that day. So I would rather have them tell me that. So we'll take care of it. And don't worry, you can get caught up with my work later. Right now, your priority is to get your emotional needs met. So I did that in my classroom. And of course, I had a communication notebook where they had every day, they wrote on it like a reflection at the end of the day for last 15 minutes. They wrote about their day. They wrote about, I started to have it like a structure at first, and then later on it became a freestyle writing. They just tell me whatever they want to tell me, and their parents, because the parents read it, sign it, and all that. Of course, this was elementary strategy, but even with the high school, you can have them write. They don't have to have their parents sign, but it's just more of something for me to see how their writing is, what they're telling me, because then I get to know them as students. What are they worried about? In the high school, they talk about their jobs, they talk about girlfriends, boyfriends, all the different topics, of course. Even though elementary, they still talk about, little boys or whatever, little girls there in the playground, But anyhow, but the strategies like that, by the door, standing by the door, greeting them, and then of course having the bell ringer. Debbie, what do you think about the bell ringers? Is that important in math also?
Yes, very important. Bell ringers and exit tickets. So you want to see how well of an effective teacher or facilitator, because we're in math, we are a teacher, but we're more of a facilitator of the learning. So when the kids come in, this goes back to being prepared, have a bell ringer on the board, and it can be a review of what you did yesterday or basic skills that you may have realized the students are not real strong at. So, have something, and, bell ringers shouldn't be more than 5 minutes. And you can take a grade, but usually not. It's just to get them jump started into thinking about math. And when you, at the end of the period, do an exit ticket, and this is just a problem from the concept for the class period. So to see how well they may have learned the material, or if you need to do some extra teaching in that area.
Mm-hmm. And a favorite thing of mine, I don't usually use this with students, but I use it with teachers when I do training. Tell me 3 things, a 3-2-1 exit slip. 3 things you learn, 2 things you want to use in your classroom, and then 1 thing that you still have a question on. So 3-2-1. 3 things you learn, 2 things you're gonna apply, use in the classroom, and then 1 thing you still have a question on. And that as a facilitator of learning, it also is a good feedback for me. What were the things that I did in that workshop or that training that impacted these teachers that they're wanting to use it in their classroom? Because I always tell them, if you use 1 thing from my training, I'm already success. I already feel success there. Because if you pick up something and you use it in your classroom, then that's a good thing rather than just forget about it. You are wasting your day with me then. So yeah, bell ringer. So we have we have talked about lots of strategies already. Being engaged, having engaging activities, using manipulatives, and asking higher level questions, how and why, by being by the door, and bell ringer, of course, we said that. And then I said the back burner jar. And then the 7th one is the daily communication notebook, or however you want it to be. It's going to be so overwhelming for high school to do, especially if you have different people, to do that and grade it. What I do was I would grade one group. There's so many groups in my room. I would do, like, for example, if you have 5 groups, so group 1 will be graded or looked at Monday. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The rest of the time, I have this little stamp sheet or whatever that the leader for that group will just put a stamp on it that it was done. So you can do something like that, or have the leader initial themselves, put their initial there, whatever. Just they don't have to read it because it's really usually for the teacher, but just kind of acknowledge it was done. That's usually what I did. But if I have like kids that I'm really concerned about, I do look at theirs every day. If I have my little struggling learners, or even kids that could not behave themselves, or people that I've really worked with, especially, I would look at theirs pretty much every day because I check.
Yes, and also, you can carry a clipboard with a roster and check off boxes,
Yes, good idea. Yes, I've done that too. I'm like almost like an anecdotal record, for
Mhm.
what I see. But in math, how do you do yours, Debbie, on math? Like what?
Like for the week, then I would have a checkoff list of the skills that I was teaching for the week. And, you might do different coding, like maybe needs more work. It's not really a grade, but it's and something for you to know which of those kids, like you said, needs more work. So yes, check you're good. We can do some extension with you, activities. You may even have different types of work for the students within the class. The student already knows this coming in, then you're going to get the extended version. This student is right there. It may be a bubble, like a bubble kid. They just need a little bit more instruction, or the lower level, needs a lot of work. So you can have different activities and assignments within the classroom to reach all your learners.
Differentiated, yeah. Explain to them about bubble kids. That's not something Filipino teachers may be familiar with, at least not all of them.
Okay, so a bubble kid in America, we like to test a lot. And a bubble, is that not right, Ms. Merlina? Yes. A bubble kid is a kid that's like maybe 10 points from passing the standard score. And so a lot of intense work is done with bubble kids because it's easier to get them passing than a kid that is very low. A lot of times our thought process is we want to work with the lowest students in our class, but it is harder to move them up. That doesn't mean you don't work with them, but you're going to do bubble kids because it's very easy to get them to pass versus the low students.
Further away. Yeah, it makes sense. In fact, right now we have HIT, high impact tutoring. It's a grant here given to Arkansas schools. And I know that schools right now that are trying to apply for it, I already got questions from some of the schools like, how do you fill this out, Merlina? Help me. Is they are targeting high impact kids, how high impact kids through bubble kids. Because when I did, like, for example, when I did Mountain Home for 6 weeks straight, so 30 days, we were doing the bubble kids. And then when I'm pulling 4 kids there, then I was also coaching the teachers. I had 2 teachers I was coaching. So that's how it worked. And in your classroom, when you get here, you will know, because you will always have this call them cumes here, cumulative, and I think cumulative record. I think in the US, the Philippines, they call it profiling. And I told people that do not say profiling here, because Debbie, why do you think that they should not say profiling here?
If you profile someone, the mindset is that you are judging them on their appearance or
The ethnicity, for example,
yes,
it's like
yes,
almost
yeah,
related to racism, right? It's
yes.
almost like that, because like this, an example would be like a policeman profiling who they want to stop, or in the airport, they're profiling on who they want to pull over, to have extra check. That's called, they use the word profiling there. So profiling is used as a verb, so of course, I think they call them profile there, maybe. Anyway, they call it cum here, CUM, cumulative record.
Mhm.
So you look at the cumulative record, and that's what I always did. When we knew about who our students were, I always pull and see, I have my little notebook there for my notes, and I would take
Mhm.
notes of every child. So I have a page or 2 for every child that I would assign in that notebook. And then I would take as much notes as I would, like we do a comments, like for example, in elementary, they do comments from the different teachers. So I kind of take notes of that, what the other teacher said, because you kind of see the history of that child. The child, for example, first 3 years they were working really hard, and then the fourth, fifth year they struggled. And then look later on, when you look and see later, well, oh, they lost a parent, or they got put in foster homes. There's a big change in that child. So to me, that's one way for me to know the child, is to know their history. And the next thing I look at is about their test scores. I always have an assessment notebook or assessment file, for every child to be there. And I want to make sure that I color coded things. I know who are my green already, and who are my yellow, and who are my pink that I need to work on. So my yellow would be my bubble kids. So my green would be like the ones that already made it. And blue are the ones that are really, really, really high. Like Jet, my son Jet,
Yeah.
he would have been blue, Debbie.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. So anyway, so I would put those codes in mind, like just put a highlighter, code on top, just because I would know then how to handle them, and what are the things, what needs they might have, and when I was a K4, a K6, I was a K6 math coordinator. So I was like, interventionist really is what they call it. But it's back then, Debbie, it was like Title I math. I did that for 4 years. And I did in the morning, I did reading. So Title I reading, and then Title I math in the afternoon. So I really got to work with these bubble kids, and then the government had told us that you have to show some growth. And at that time, we have to show like 2.5 to 3 point growth per child. We did 19, 20 or above growth. So that was pretty good. We knew
Mhm.
what we did was effective, because we had manipulatives galore. And I had an aide with paraprofessional with me, and she had her own little kidney table. I had my own kidney table, and I actually planned for me and planned for her. And to see that, it's very individualized planning. But if you can do something like that, where you actually pull your students on the side whenever everybody else is working, and then you pull your kids that are struggling, on the side. Usually, if you have a little table or something, work with them there, and have them to work. Or I used to put my kids that were struggling, or the ones that misbehaved, in the very corner of my 4 corners of my room, so I know exactly where they are, and it also made me walk to them. Really made myself, just self-deployed, because I never sat anyway. I never sat and just did something on my desk, like Debbie. She's always teaching, up there and teaching. But of course I sat when I was like grading something or whatever, but then after sometime I would even grade with my clipboard. And I think Debbie does that. But a lot of time when the kids knew that you're still monitoring them, you may be multitasking, but they know that, oh, she's watching us still, because anytime that you sat, and I know Filipino teachers, we do not hardly do this. If you sat there on your desk, they're going to misbehave because they think that they can get away with things because you're not right there standing or, right there with them. So be careful about that. The ones that I've observed, the ones that I had coached, that's when problems happened, was when they were sitting on their desk doing something. And in the worst case scenario, and these are not people I coached, but it's people that I had worked with in the past, not in our school, Debbie. Anyway, that would actually be ordering something on Amazon or ordering something online. Well, the kids they're just giving something to do, for the kids to do. That's a big no-no. Debbie, what do you think about that?
Totally agree. The more involved you are in the classroom, and what I mean by that is walk the aisles or the groups or whatever, make sure you know that the math is going on in the classroom, not let's talk about the ball game from last night or
not off task.
Yeah, so just be aware, it's kind of like you have to have eyes in the back of your head and each side also. You need, 8 eyes basically.
Yeah, it seems like, yeah. And I made myself, like when I'm grading something or I'm talking to a child, I make my body make sure that I'm facing the whole class instead of like turning my back, on them, because they're going to misbehave when you turn your back. So I make sure that most of my body's facing the rest of the class. And I think that's a strategy that sometimes, you learn after you've started teaching, but at first you don't know. Now you really make sure that they know you're watching. I know what's going on there,
Yeah, and if you stop to help a student, position your body so you can see everybody else at the same time. Because even the sweetest kids will do stuff. I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, and you want to be aware of everything that's going on in the classroom.
Yeah. I remembered one of the biggest spanking I've ever gotten as a child was me doing this to my dad. Like this. I was like making this in the back. And my dad was shaving and had his mirror on and saw me the whole time. So I'm like, never again. But kids, they might not go to that extent, but they will try to pull something behind the back, is what the point is. Right. And
that is right.
Yeah, and that takes me back to like the arrangement of the chairs. Once you have your table, I think, Debbie, you always had like a group setting, right? You always group your kids.
I always grouped, and I changed the grouping of the chairs or tables in my classroom every week.
Every week. Okay.
So every week, I mean, and teachers don't have to do this, but I kept the kids used to working with different students. I did not let them choose who they worked with a lot of the time. Sometimes I did.
Yeah. It's almost like a reward. When you do this, then you can work with your friend. I kind of use it that way in high school, because I'm like, because if you just like let them work with you, they don't behave themselves and they just, pull things, just kind of not serious about it. But if you make it like, okay, you will earn this, and then they would work towards it. Right.
Yeah. And you also want to, when you pair students, not always pair friends, because a lot of times a higher performing friend will
do the work.
do the work for their whole group.
Yeah.
So a lot of times put all the high ones together and put some of the lower ones together so that they can rise to the top and be the leader, because sometimes they don't get to be the leader in the math classroom. So it's a good time for them to do this.
Well, yeah, good point. There's actually a research saying that if you group your gifted kids together, that's actually the best way to do it. Is your gifted kids work well together because they just challenge each other. But I don't know. I've never done mine, Debbie, with all the low, because usually I want somebody that's a little higher in order to kind of help them, because in my class, I would always have them take turns being a leader, depending on what you do. It could be in ABC order according to their names. It could be by their birthdays, because my group stayed for a whole month. And they have to get to name their group and all this. And I have contests, between teams, because it's a whole month. So they, yeah, but everybody does it differently. Anything that would work
But
for you.
sometimes putting the lower students all together, even if you have middle level students with lower, they're still not gonna do much for you. So if you put all the lowers together, then they can, remember I talked about differentiating your instruction and activities. Their
Mhm.
activity may not be the same as a higher level activity.
We might have
So
made it simpler.
if you give them an activity that is the same concept, but maybe simpler, not as many steps, and because you want to make sure your kids are all successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could be 2-step problem instead of a 3 or 4-step problems, right? Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea, a very good idea. And yeah, because you just really want them to know the concept, make sure that they have applied the concept. It doesn't have to be as complicated as your smarter kids. And very good
Because
point.
a lot of time the lower kids have difficulty reading. So,
Yes.
less words, or maybe you're facilitating their group more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I do know where they are, and I do go visit more, because in a lot of cases with your high kids, they always say joke like, oh, they learn despite of us teachers, they can learn whether they have a teacher or not. And those are, happen to be my Stephanie and Jet, were like that. They were actually, teaching their classmates, but so they don't need as much supervision, although you still need to validate them. You still need to go by and, oh, you're on the right track. Oh, great job. So you still need to be specific about your feedback. I love the way that you did this. I like the strategy that you chose, things like that. Be specific on your feedback, not just good job or excellent job on what,
Right. And when you're also pairing groups, sometimes the higher level students are not real patient with
Yeah.
lower students. So be very careful, because they can shoot ideas down in a heartbeat, that higher level ones, and you want to make sure that everybody feels successful. So not discouraged.
That's something, yeah, good point. Because if you want a gifted and a special ed kid together, that is going to be a frustration for both kids. And that's why, maybe a high and a middle and a middle and a low, something like that. Because a very good point from Debbie, that it is going to be frustrating, and sometimes they don't know how to deal with it. And a lot of times in my classroom, the first month of school is my rules, routines, and procedures time, right? To get to know those. I always teach them to be kind, like use words like, validating words like, oh, to Debbie's point, or to add to Debbie's point, this is what I want to say. Instead of like just ignoring somebody's last words, you acknowledge it. Like, oh, I love, oh, it's Jet, or whoever, Myrna. I agree with your point, because, and then you do this, but you acknowledge that Myrna said something important. Okay, and by the way, let's practice that here. I try to model it with Debbie, like Debbie said, or whatever, because it feels good when you're being acknowledged. Because when somebody, the next speaker, will just ignore what you said and just do something else without acknowledging the last speaker, it sounded a little rude. It sounds a little rude a lot to me. And silently, like, for example, on an interview, when I'm invited to be in the interview, and I'm like, okay, that this person should have done this, So pay attention to that, to validate what others said. And I think Debbie is so good at this. I've seen you.
So are you, Merlina.
Oh, thank you. But I've seen you apply this a lot, Debbie. So yeah, she's a natural at this. But anyway, so that's why we really will work together as a team well. So you have met, which school did you go to already, Deb? Did you go to Brinkley already, right? You met Maria and them?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Maria's mom is here. Marlon, did you say hi to Debbie? This is she had met your daughter. Where's Marlon at? Marlon.
Hi. Hi, good morning, Dr. Debbie Gibson.
How are you?
I am the mother of Maria Phyllis Incorporado.
She's gonna be in Memphis.
I loved my visit with the girls at Brinkley. So we
Yeah.
had a good time.
Yep, they love you too, Debbie. So we'll have to make sure. See, next year I'm gonna have maybe 2 or 3 more schools. So I'm gonna be like, I have to make sure I'm in at least once a month at each school. And so the other time, since I cannot, I cannot clone myself, we'll have to have Debbie and Lisa. And my sister retired, she's also gonna be helping me because we're growing. I'm gonna be going to the other part of the state as well. So I've not signed a contract. These were promises made to me that Merlina, we're gonna be doing this or whatever. But I think it sounds like I'm gonna be busier. And on top of that, we have that tutoring grant. So yeah. And those tutoring grants are like weeks at a time. And so yeah, and I think that's why Debbie and Lisa really saved me this last few months because I was not able to be in 2 places. So yeah, but we all work for our side gig, Bailey. So the 3 of us. So it's good. All right. So Debbie, is there anything else that you can think of that you need to, because they have gotten a lot of tips today, and a lot of them some of them were review, but you have really brought in a lot of great ideas. So what else do you feel like they should know coming to your country? Because I want to bring in a lot of locals here. We call them local, Debbie, because you're local from Arkansas.
Yes.
The locals, because they need to first learn about, how we speak, like how you speak may be different from another person speaking from Arkansas. And so, and also your ideas, and different subject areas as well. We had a lot of literacy folks. Now I'm bringing some math, and hopefully I can bring a science person later, but on other areas, because just like when we did national board, I always brought national board teachers that were in that area. That way they feel comfortable, like, oh, I'm going to learn from this. Although the strategies that you brought in would actually work with any subject area, which is good, right?
Well, like when I did my national boards, I did not do it with other math teachers. I did it with a librarian, a elementary literacy, and counselor.
Ah, okay.
And, with national boards or any project you're doing, good ideas is good ideas. You just adapt it to your subject area.
Yep, I think I agree with you because I'm sorry. I was trying to blow my nose. But anyway, so the good idea, because that's why I see you always addressing things that could be literacy, right? That could be science and so on.
Right.
In fact, Debbie was actually asked to become an assistant principal and she refused. Why did you refuse, Debbie? I forgot.
Because I like being in the classroom with kids. I like to work with kids.
Yeah. And that's why, at one time I never thought of myself as an administrator. And you know what brought me to it is like, I need to have better challenge. I think I can do this leadership thing. But the other one is like, I look at the retirement checks and retirement amount that you have as an administrator is like double the teacher. And so I'm like, okay, that needs to be corrected for me, because I only need to do it like 3 years, your highest 3 years or whatever, but I actually liked it way better than I thought. And then it's because I'm more of a coach, right, Deb? I was more of a coach, really, not really, I was still observing and so on, but I was more of like helping teachers become better. At least that's what my purpose was. We had
I
people
feel appreciated when you came in. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That's my point. I mean, that's what my purpose was. Is like, I feel like I should not be, I guess, putting more things on the teacher's plate. We should just help them, like Bailey says, help them eat what's on the plate already, and help them and be there as a support, not there as like, I'm going to get you kind of administrator. I hope I was not like that, right, Deb?
No.
Yeah. So I would be there to like, what can I do? What can I do to help you?
And that's also like, when we come in to visit with you, it's to visit, it's to help you. It's not to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're here to help you, not judge you.
Yep. And that's what I try to do, and I would give the comment and all that. And I want to make sure that I, put in some really glows there, because I see a lot of glows, but of course I'm not afraid to also put a grow right somewhere in the middle there to like,
Mhm.
you might want to improve this, of course it was so hard for me to find something for Debbie to improve. And sometimes that's a challenge anymore, whenever, somebody's good, Maria is that good now that it's really hard for me to find something that Maria needs to improve on because she has grown so much from day one. This is her year 3 for her, but she's like a different teacher. She was never bad, but it was like she has really grown a lot. So Debbie, you were impressed with them, right? They were really
Yes, I was. I was, because I went in and not knowing any of the 3 ladies, and yeah, it's like I left and we're friends.
yeah. Yeah, and that's what pretty much it is here. Yeah, for the teachers from the Philippines, and that Memphis 13. I call them the 13 people, the 13 folks from Memphis, from West Memphis that are coming here. Hopefully, end of July, first week of August. Do you know that Kendrick, the HR person from West Memphis, actually went to Brinkley and observed Maria and, and the other teachers, Maria and Shireen, I think maybe Shireen and Leslie and Christine. I think maybe all 4 of them. Anyway, he came over to actually watch how the Filipino teachers work and he was so impressed. He came back so impressed that Merlina, let's go do this. Let's
Yeah.
find some Filipino teachers because they're amazing. They're
Yeah.
really good. So I feel like the Brinkley teachers, Maria, led by Maria, that they have really sold the jobs for you guys. So there's somebody that you could thank because Kendrick was so impressed with his observation. And we went to lunch and debriefed, and he talked about, oh my gosh, they're so good or whatever. And so I said, I was beaming over there, like, silently, because I'm like, whoa, you look like a mother that was so proud of their kids. So
And
Marlon,
also, when I went to Brinkley,
uh-huh.
I introduced them because they were wanting to do more. And we talked about starting National Beta Club in
Oh, yeah.
Brinkley. So I showed them all the websites and how to get started. And so I was excited that they wanted to go above and beyond the classroom. So, just get involved as much as possible.
Yep.
Make a good impression.
They're excited about it too. When I
Oh,
always
yes.
ask them, how was it with Debbie? Oh my gosh, she showed us this, and they were so excited. And so I'm like, I'm so glad that Debbie brought that up because that is something they needed to do. So if anything at all, and I think tell them about Better Club because I don't think it's something that the Philippines does. Go ahead and tell them if you don't mind.
National Beta Club is an organization that it taps into your higher students, like a GPA of 3.5 or above. And it's an outlet for them to do competitions, a lot of community service, which my Beta Club, where I taught, we did peer tutoring at lunch and during advisory periods. It might be they go and read to the elementary students, help them with math. But there's all kinds of arts and literature, all kinds of academic competitions, all kinds of, robotics, quiz bowl, any kind of academic competition that you can think of, it's probably in Beta Club.
Yeah.
So it's a way to get those students excited. They're already really smart anyways, but it's a way to get them to think outside of their comfort zones and to try things.
Yeah. So it's almost like an enrichment for smart kids, really, right?
Yes. And I mean, we did show choir, and my kids really wanted to do it. And this is a bunch of, some of them were athletes. And I'm like, sure, go ahead now. Just be aware, I can't sing, I can't dance, but I'll be there for you.
Yeah. And that's a very good lesson to learn, Deb, because if in America, the kids can have the club that they want as long as they can find a sponsor, which Debbie was so nice to let them do that, because then you can come up with a club project, just like what Debbie mentioned about tutoring and all that. They can come up with whatever they're interested in. Like Stephanie was able to talk to her teacher about sponsoring a mahjong club, because she wanted to teach her classmates how to do mahjong, and they did have a mahjong club. And the thing is, it was so powerful that a bunch of the folks here learned it, that now that they're grown and they're community leaders now, they are having a mahjong thing going on in Salem here right now. Every Wednesday night, I've actually gone there and coached them and kind of, went around the 4 tables and coached them about strategies and things. And I was so proud because Stephanie kind of started the movement,
Yeah.
because here is an Oriental, an Asian game, and it's being taught to Americans. And so they are actually using that here, and they keep inviting me. And I'm like, now that I'm off, I may have to start going again because I liked it a lot. But
Invite me because I think I would like it.
Debbie, come over. I will help you and I will teach you because I really need to get started with kind of mahjong thing going with the Filipino teachers. They live so far away though. That's the problem. You live about what, 2 hours from me, 2.5 hours from me, and you live about what, an hour or something from them. Is that right?
About 2 hours. Yeah.
Hours from them. So we just live too far away, but they were asking about chess, like Debbie was asking about chess, and a couple of teachers from Helena asked me about chess. And I do a community chess club. I love chess. I was a chess coach when I was working. So I do a community chess club here in town. I actually went to I wrote a letter and I formed a club, and I actually made it official where I actually filed it in the city hall, and it is an official club and it is run by me. So I open an account with that. And so all the account goes in there. So it's like almost like a business, but it's a nonprofit. And so the parents were paying for shirt. So all the money went in there. And so some parents were donating, or other community members were donating for food because I fed them pizza or whatever, because we did it at a restaurant. They gave us a place, to the same place that we did mahjong. We do chess there. And so the parents are welcome to come and stay, and grandparents, they come and stay and watch the kids. And I have like little mini tournaments for them. So I would teach kids that were behind, but then everybody else that's good, they just played. And then I let them, keep up with their points. One point is if you won, 0 if you lost, and 1/2 if you are draw. And so anyway, so they kind of keep up with that. And we're going to do more something like that this year. It's time to have the little record to see, because then I'll give a prize every month or whatever. I think for every 2 weeks maybe. But anyway, so Debbie is interested in having maybe her grandbabies come. So I'm sharing this because in your classroom, when you come here to America, I want you to think about the kids' interests at the same time your interests, because you need to sponsor that interest. I even suggested in Helena or Brinkley that whoever's interested in chess, get it started. I can help you. I can share with you the letters I wrote to the community where the banks and the local businesses here bought the giant chess club chess sets that I have, the tournament kind. They bought those for me. Those are not cheap. They're like $50 a set. And so many. So I would say things like, for example, a local person here, is a friend of mine, said, hey, how many sets do you want to buy? So and so bought 4 sets. Do you want to buy more? So I would do that, and because it's a small community. And we are pretty much, I guess we know everybody. And I'm very shameless, I guess, when it comes to like asking for help. If it's for the kids, I'll just do it. My husband said, yeah, Dwayne would say, Debbie, yeah, Merlina's pretty shameless about that. I'm like, I love you too. Anyway, so we're close up Debbie's time. So Debbie, do you have any last minute wrap up things? In a lesson, you should always wrap up, just like in any presentation, you should always wrap up and have a debriefing type thing. So Debbie, what do you want to wrap
do
up?
a summary. I always do a summary of whatever you did for the day in the classroom, even if you think it wasn't very much. The kid at the beginning or first half of the lesson may not have even been listening to you. So it's just an extra time to, hit on those points. So maybe they understand what you're doing.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
And then, do an exit ticket. And that doesn't mean you have to do one every day, but it's a way for you to know how effective you were with the lesson for the day.
It's a self-reflection almost too, right? Yep.
Yes.
Great point, guys. Everybody, let's give a round of applause to Debbie. And you need to do this in your classroom, by the way. You need to acknowledge. Okay, everybody, let's give a clap. Because
also, hey, as a new teacher in America, it would be helpful to you to keep a journal every day.
Yes.
and write, you know, your thoughts and just a record. So if you have a question or something that happened, you know, you have it there. It's easy to forget. Oh, I need to ask the next time someone visits.
Yeah.
This way, if you write it down, you can get that journal out and just thumb
Look.
through. Hey, I got a question.
Yes, and write it down. Yeah, because later on that might be a useful thing for you to share to somebody, you know, and you could rewrite, you could write a book with me someday because I'm really thinking about doing that.
Yeah.
That, you know, the experiences of the teachers plus my experiences helping
Mhm.
teachers. Maybe Debbie, you can
Mhm.
help me write that
I will.
with AI. Anyway, okay, thank you so much. We did you give us, you're very generous with your time. I know you spend time with your grandchildren and you spent time with us, and you really brought a gem of information for us, and we really appreciate you. And we'll have to travel to the Philippines together. I really mean it. Or go on a cruise with the teachers that I want to do this summer. So anyway,
Oh, I'll sign up.
I will get you included, okay? All
Okay.
right. So you can stay or you can go if you don't mind, whatever. You
Okay.
can
Thank
do it
you.
or not. Yes. Thank
Bye.
you so much. Bye. Bye. All right. So that was a really good visit with Debbie. And I hope that you are taking notes because she really brought in a lot of things that should be really good information for you. And I like the way that Debbie said about summary, because what I actually would like to see you do, and everybody do that, what I observe, is you have your objectives on the board, you know, your standards that you're addressing. And then at the end of the period, beginning of the period, you mentioned to the kids, this is what we're learning. And a lot of times you will even say that in the kids' words, you know, I can do this. I can, you know, make it an I can statement for elementary, especially. High school, you can write the standards itself. But then at the end of the period, you go back and say, okay, did we meet all the objectives that we said we will meet? Okay, did we do this? Yes. Did we do this? Oh, we didn't do all of them. Let's make sure we cover this tomorrow. You know, we didn't do the second part of the standards. So we'll do this tomorrow. So you actually went back and reflect with your students. That is a very powerful lesson when you're able to do that. Just make a really like a little bow. You know, you tie it with a bow at the end. And a lot of times when you are a teacher that's new and you're not able to kind of gauge yet how long something takes, you may not get there. You may be like, okay, it's time. And don't ever let your students just stand up because the bell rang. I always tell my students, the bell is not your teacher. I'm your teacher. You wait for me to dismiss you. I don't care if the bell rang. You are not standing up until I tell you you are dismissed. You know, because they will just stand up when the bell rings. Oh, you know, I'm like, well, you'll be late. I will keep you late if you're gonna continue to do that, because I have not wrapped up the lesson. You know, I'm gonna, you know, I will dismiss you. I heard the bell too, but please do not insult me by telling me that the bell is your teacher. I am your teacher. You know, I would be kind like that, but still I want them to know that the bell is not your teacher. The teacher is your teacher. You know, so make sure you remember that, because as a new teacher in America, you may not feel brave yet to say that, especially in high school, but do it. Okay, do it. You should make that as part of your rules and routines and procedures, that this is, the bell may ring and we may have a minute or two that we have to do, but I won't keep you that long. I just want to make sure that we wrap up quickly. Okay, so yeah, have that respect thing going. Any question or anything relating to what Debbie said, that maybe a learning that you did, a validation of something she said, something that you agree, anything like that? I would like to have a comment or two before we go on to introductions. Myrna, do you have one?
Yeah, I was actually taking notes.
Oh, did you? Good. Okay.
Yeah, I one thing I admire is that, you know, when we know that the students really are having difficulty with the lesson, we find time to sit with them, which I am actually doing in my school. Say,
Good.
for example, when I present the lesson, I would always have this animated PowerPoint. So I
Mhm.
would present to them, okay, these are our targets for today. I would just like a dart. So I have this dart, and this is our targets for today. And then every time as we go along with our discussion, they would say, okay, oh, miss, we already have accomplished that objectives. We already have answered that objective. So I would know, oh, really, these students are learning from me.
Yeah.
And when I noticed that, because in our group, in our school, students are grouped in a heterogeneous setting.
Mhm.
So meaning to say, really, we have diverse learners in the classroom. So I would ask them, okay, for those who already have if they already are confident with the lesson taught to them, you can do this problem in the book. Those who are having difficulty, you can sit with me. And I would tell them, it's okay to fail. It's okay to fail, but don't make it a habit.
That's a good
Okay?
one. I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
Take
I
note
would,
of
I
that.
would tell, yeah, yes, it's okay to fail, but don't make it a habit. And I would tell them, when I was in college, I also failed in one of my major exams, but I did not stay there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead, I was challenged. Okay, so anyway, going back with my students, I would assist them, and we have in our school we have this LSP, the Learning Support System.
Mm.
Okay, so after class, so we're done with the class, and we still see that students are having difficulty. They struggle with the lesson, so we would schedule. Okay, we will have this online class, and then we would extend. And just to share, I had this student one time. He really was having difficulty understanding physics.
Mm.
And in our school, you cannot enter STEM, the strand in the senior high school, if your grade is below 85.
Mm.
The average. So this student started with a grade of 82, 83. And almost every day we would have this LSP session. Before he graduated, he got an average of 92, I think.
Nice, nice. Very good.
Yeah.
Myrna,
It's a one-on-one session with them.
yeah, nice. I hope you can pull that in here because knowing the school that you're going to go through, it may be a struggle at first. You may have to give them before that. You may have to catch up with the basic skills before you can even do what you.
Yes.
And a lot of times when they're done with school, they're done. You're not going to ask them to do like an extra one unless it's
Yeah.
sport. Just remember that they're not very much like our Filipino kids. They are pretty much put in their time and they're done. So
Yes.
not very many would actually want to say, "You teacher, give me an extra, a homework." I've seen that with our Asian students. Like when I taught in Little Rock, I have a few, different cultures, and I get my Indian students, my Chinese student would say, "Dr. McCullough, can I get more homework? My more work." I'm like, I wish I could clone you and have everybody do that, but you can't.
Yeah.
It's not like that. It's not a norm. It's not normal. So just remember that it's something that you may not reach yet, your first year. But we'll see. That's a good goal, right?
Yeah. And then also another thing that Miss Debbie mentioned is that, and also you mentioned it about, when the student reside and, the student got the partial answer to your question, then I would tell them, okay, would you like to call a friend? Dial a friend.
Yes.
So they will call a friend.
Yes, that's a good one.
And then they will share again.
Yeah.
So
and
when they answer, hello. Yeah. So when I wrap up their answers, I would say, okay, as what he said, and then let's combine their answers. That's a correct answer.
Yep. Good job. Yeah. I like that because you're having them see that
Hello?
cooperation is important.
No, wala.
The cooperation is important. And I think, Myrna, you may have internet issue. But anyway, so cooperation is important and you're showing them that it is safe in your classroom, that this is a safe classroom. You're not going to be, be afraid to put, partial answer there. It's okay. I validate that.
Yeah.
And I'm having somebody to help you. That's really good. I did that too. Yeah. And that's always good because you don't just say wrong answer. You say, you have a point there, but that's not what I'm looking for. Let me see if we could I want you to call somebody for me to help you or whatever, because you give that power to that child instead of embarrassing that child that they got it wrong. So I would actually acknowledge that child a little bit. I don't know. I see where you're going there, but that's not where I'm going. And then I would go back later and say, okay, this is what you were thinking, I bet, right? I would acknowledge that child. It's always good to acknowledge them because self-esteem at that time and that time when
they are flattered every time.
Yeah.
Flattered. Miss Mirna acknowledged my answer, even if it is partially correct.
That's right. That's right. You have to do that. And even a completely wrong, I would not really say that's wrong. I would never put a child like that down. Yeah. I would kind of validate that child is thinking that way. I'm going to address it after I get the answer I was thinking about. Let's go back and say, okay, I bet this is what you're thinking. Explain your thinking to me. Explain how you got there, because I always want to know their thinking. I can't scan their brain. They have to explain it to me. And I would always say things, teach me how you got there, teach me this, and it's always good to say that because then they say, oh, I'm teaching my teacher. And it's very humbling, but at the same time, it's really good to know where they're coming from. Because a lot of times, especially your lower struggling kids, they are a little behind because they might still be processing the information. And then you went on to another topic and they answered the last question because they were still processing, they were behind. So when they explain that, then you know, oh, this child was still, was a little behind one question. That answer was actually for the previous question. And with me being, I talk too fast sometimes. When I get excited about a topic, I would talk too fast. So that also reminds me that I need to have wait time. When I ask a question, I'm supposed to pause before I ask. And then I ask the question, pause again, call a child, and then have the child answer. But instead of like, oh, you ask a question and then, okay, Maria, answer this. You can't do that. Okay. You have to give them time. You have to have wait time. And a lot of times that is something that's a problem with me and continue to be a problem with me, even when I retired. I mean, I left the classroom because I guess because I'm passionate about education and I really want to continue on and move on. And but then at the end of the day, I would reflect, shouldn't have done that. When I'm driving home, I'm over here thinking about my day and thinking about what did a child's face look like that? It's because I confused that child, because I did not wait, or I did, a strong teacher would actually reflect and actually own up to it. Don't blame anything. Don't blame the children. Anytime somebody would say, oh, because Dr. McCullough is because of this, my kids, no, if you say that, you're telling me you're a weak teacher. You're not a strong teacher because you don't own up and be accountable for what you did and reflect on your own teaching, your own learning. Okay? Because you have to own up to what you did, not what your students did not do. Just like teachers, when they say, that's like administrators too. When an administrator would actually blame the teachers or somebody else or the parents, that tells me, this administrator is not very reflective. They need to reflect. They need to reflect. Jocelyn, you may want to mute it, sweetheart. I know, Jocelyn, I would like to talk to you too because Jocelyn just got a job. Jocelyn, anyway, let's wrap up for Debbie. Jocelyn, good segue. Do you mind talking to us about your experience with your interview with North Little Rock and your feelings about getting hired?
Yes. Blessed evening to everyone.
Good evening. Do you have your camera on? I should have told Debbie, by the way, that she should have your camera on. I forgot to tell her. Anyway.
Hello.
Okay.
My baby is there.
How old is your baby?
Yes.
How old is your baby?
1 year old, Doc.
Oh, okay. So are you bringing your baby with you when you come?
Not yet, Doc.
Okay. Yeah. So are you already processing your visa?
I'm waiting for your coordination, Doc.
I gave you Dr. Topaz's info. Yeah, I already introduced you, right?
Yes, Doc.
And did you or he contact each other?
Not
I'm
yet,
not supposed
Doc.
to hold everybody's hand, guys. Once I've introduced you and you already talked to each other, I'm not going to be holding your hands anymore. He's going to take you through the process. So don't be thinking that I'll be holding your hands till the end because that's how it works. It's like you get introduced and this person is in charge of that. And all you have to do is follow their guideline and say, okay, you have this deadline to put your paperwork in. You have to do that. And if you cannot do that, you let me know, bring me in, and I will make sure that I will talk to him or whatever. But right now, Jocelyn, you need to make sure you have the, did you say you talked to him or not yet?
Not yet, Doc.
You need
I'll
to
do that.
email him, okay? You cannot call because, it's a very expensive possibly for you, but you can email him and say, use the same chain that we did together. So he will see, what I said, because he's about to close the window. He's about to give all his slots away. and he's saving some for the West Memphis. He's saving 5 or 7 of them for another school I'm working with him. So he's saving enough spots for those, but he may not save one for you if you don't contact him. Okay? So I want you to contact him, Jocelyn, okay? Because otherwise you will be out of it and you won't be able to come until the next school year. And that is not a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you, when I introduce you guys to Dr. Topaz or whoever it is that's working with us for your visa, he will meet with you. They will have some kind of orientation. And then after that, I'm pretty much like giving you to them, okay? So I'm gonna only be involved if needed. Otherwise, he's gonna get you under swing and he's gonna be taking care of you. Because I cannot be blocking, his path and holding your hands at the same time because you don't need it. You already are in the right hands. He's got 100% passing. So no failure so far. So, but it's very important that you contact him. And that's what one of the topics we're going to talk about with Memphis 13. So Jocelyn, tell me about your interview. Were you nervous? I know you told me about it before.
Yes, Doc. It was very, very good. It's
Yeah.
great. Yes, he was very accommodating.
Yeah, they're very
And
accommodating. Okay.
actually, I didn't get nervous. It's just like talking to, like you, ma'am, a coach.
Good. That
Yes.
should be. Do you know you have a successful interview when you feel that, when you're just visiting with somebody? Okay.
Yes, and I thank you very much, Doc, because most of the questions that we had here, the mock interview, almost of these questions were also asked.
Oh yeah? Like what questions?
Like, how would you resolve if there are conflicts, but instead of parent, someone who get in school is very furious, it's a conflict between colleagues.
Yep, that's a good question, right? Yeah.
What will you do with struggling learners? And some were for the very first question was, how much do you know about Road Ridge Elementary?
Ooh,
So
yeah.
it's
Yep.
good thing. It's very good thing that we research about the school before the interview.
Yep.
And
Remember, I
think,
told you that, right? I told you that. Always research about the school.
And for the lesson plan, I thank you because you've mentioned about the Arkansas standards, and actually that was my basis when I prepared my lesson plan for grade 3 reading. And I thank God because he gave me the grade 3 item, 3rd grade.
Yeah.
So a while back was yesterday, he sent an email and it was addressed to group of teachers, and I feel blessed because he already have this welcome.
Nice.
He already included me as part of the faculty, and that's very
That feels good, right?
very welcome.
Yeah.
In his
They're gonna
Yes.
they're gonna be very welcoming, sounds like. And they're hiring more Filipino teachers, not just you, right?
Yes. I think Kelly James also was already interviewed.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you think that he got it?
I believe because the same questions, we were asked the same questions. So we have already a visa sponsor.
Yeah.
Yes. Me.
Hi, Doc.
Maybe you would also want to share, Kelly.
Okay. Kelly?
Yeah,
Kelly wants to share? Go ahead, Kelly.
I just had my interview with Road Ridge Elementary yesterday.
Yeah.
And just same with Mom Jocelyn. They also asked me about the visa sponsorship, if I am willing to be there this July. And I said, yes, I will be there definitely. And I'll look for any means, ways just to be there for the visa. And I told him that you will help us because you're an instructional coach there in Arkansas. You will help us with the visa.
Yeah.
And with the question first, he just asked us about what do we know about the school. And I'm also thankful to you, Doc Merlina, and to Mom Jocelyn, because she gave me ideas on how to answer those questions.
Yeah.
And
How did you answer the question, Kelly?
yeah,
How
I've,
did you answer it?
my answer goes like this. I've been in your school website and I have seen that Rich Road Elementary is a public school located in Arkansas, North Little Rock, Arkansas. You have 490 students.
Wow.
Yes, and I'm applying for second grade teacher, and the most number of enrollees in your school coming from grade 2 or second grade, which is 91 students. You have
That's
27.
specific. That would impress me.
Yeah, you have 27 full-time elementary teachers and one full-time elementary counselor. For the teacher and student ratio, 1:18. And I've also seen in your school website about the data available about test scores, reading scores, mathematics scores, which is 10% and 13% for math. And that is all I know about Rich Road Elementary.
That's very low, by the way. School would be
Yeah,
like above 50.
that's why
Yeah.
I told him that I will really contribute with reading and mathematics to help meet all the needs of their learners, especially those who struggle in math and reading.
Oh, those are impressive answers. I would have hired you. Did they hire you? Did they give you a job?
He told me that he will send me on Monday the result of my interview.
Congratulations already. Yay.
Thank you.
I actually left a message there, and I wanted to talk to their HR. So I could, I do not know how many you're talking about because I need to have Dr. Topa save some numbers, some visa slots for you guys. So make sure, Jocelyn, whenever you're communicating with them, somebody has to get a hold of me. Okay, you can share my information with them. Tell them that it's very important that we need to start the visa now because the visa slots are getting, lesser and lesser, and the windows will close soon. Like by end of May, they may close it because it takes 2 months and a half to bring you here. So after June, it's gonna be past the start time. So that's why a lot of times by end of May, most visa sponsors are closing their season. Okay, the slots are gone. So make sure that you tell, there's still some maybe here and there that would be available, but if you're talking about numbers, like Memphis needed 13, we have to like reserve it now. So it's very important that you tell your administrators that if you get hired late, like, this end of the month or whatever, or even June, you need to make sure you need to look for a visa sponsor, guys. Okay, Mike, can you please, or Joanne or Giselle, can you please post the visa designated sponsor? You just Google it, visa designated sponsor US, and there's a word bridge in it. So if you don't mind to put it on chat would be good. And one of you, if you don't mind to put the Department of Education website with the standards are. There's a website, there's a thing there on the website where it has all the standards of all the areas. You need that. You really need that, okay? That way you can click on your area, but you need to have that link. I should have sent that link already and I haven't, or I have earlier, but anyway, not this batch. So apply, who did that one? Somebody already posted it. Let me see. Mike, thank you, Mike. And if you can find the standards page, Mike, that would be awesome.
Yes
I
po.
think,
Doc,
yes.
Doc, in a few, can I transfer the hosting po?
Yeah, transfer
Because I'll be starting. Yes po.
to Joanne or to Giselle. Who do you want to transfer it to?
Sir Mike,
do you
I might be leaving early because I'm not feeling well.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
So,
Joanne.
That's
yes
fine,
po.
that's fine.
So, Ma'am
I hope you have good
Giselle,
news soon, Joanne. I hope you have good news soon. I kind of have an idea you will.
Soon.
Soon.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
yes po, I'll get to, Ma'am Giselle, is it okay po?
Okay po, Sir Mike.
Okay, thank
Okay
you.
po.
Giselle, these are my three awesome folks that always help me. So thank you so much. You're the host now. Yeah, Giselle, if you can
Yes.
find the Arkansas Department of Education standards, you can, if you get there, you just type the word standards on the search, and then it will show you all the standards. the state standards for every area. I think everybody needs that. By the way, every state in Arkansas, in Arkansas, in the US, actually are using some kind of form of the Common Core standards. A lot of the states kind of customize it, but really it's very similar to Common Core standards. So you can go to ccss.org, Common Core State Standards, ccss.org. You can actually see the original standards that were written, but every state kind of tweak it a little bit, added some words, taking some words off, making some details, but it's really originally from the Common Core standards. Because there were so many problems when it first came out, people were against it and so on. So how the states handled it is they have committees. I was one of the head of the committees in ninth grade. I was the one leading the ninth grade teachers representatives from Arkansas, and we actually tweaked the standards in literacy. But when I look at it, I'm like, same standard, the same numbering. They just added a little word here and there, and so very easy tweak. But at least they got to discuss it and they got to own it because of that, and that was needed because you don't want somebody to just throw things at you and toss it down your throat. You don't want anybody to do that. But that became, they became like owners of it. You had ownership by the time they got done, and that was really an important process or phase to go through. And the same thing with math, they had to do the same thing, and they had now changed it again, but they have added something in math. Really, they're more dramatic in math than in literacy. Yeah. So okay, so I know we have to go introduction, but I see Leslie, and I want to see other people also that's here. If you are here and you're already teaching here, I'd like to welcome you. You're always a special guest speaker for me. And Leslie,
Morning, Doc.
morning. Are you attending the party? Are you feeling okay?
Yes, ma'am. We're going early at Sir Mike's place because he asked my husband for something. Sir Mike, we're gonna go there. My husband's gonna fix the sink.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we're going a little bit earlier than everybody. But I'm so glad to be here. I'm sorry. I woke up late today. I was so tired yesterday. I mean, it's the school year is about to end.
Yes.
And we have to finish everything. I was done with my paperwork, but somebody from the C's department went there and had some corrections with regards to my paperwork, so I have to do it. Yes, I have to do it yesterday, but I'm done. So I think next week I'm gonna, yes ma'am. But yeah, I'm so glad I'm here. And Dr. Merlina, thank you so much. I'm really I regret that I did not, came in earlier because I listened to Miss Marina, and she was talking about Miss Debbie, and I didn't get to listen to her. And you were talking about her when you came into my classroom like 2 weeks ago.
It's recorded, so don't worry, you can watch it
Yes,
later.
I will. Yes, ma'am. But yeah, I don't know, but I'm just here, and I'm glad that and Miss Mirna, you were amazing. That was amazing. That was the wrap up was, it tells me about everything that, Miss Debbie was talking about. So thank you so much.
That's good. Thank you so much, Les. You always add to the conversation, so thank you so much, Leslie. I'm telling you, Leslie and Mike and them and Maria and them, oh my God, they're just my favorite folks in this world because they're just really good for each other. They're really forming a strong community there. Don't you think, Les, that your community is so strong? I mean, they get together a lot.
It is super strong. I mean, it's just, positive vibes all the time. I mean, there's no drama or anything like that. And yeah, I'm really happy that, I got to meet these people, this group of people that's really easy to, to deal with. Yeah. And we're always here for each other, and I'm glad that it feels like I feel like I'm in the Philippines, because having them around me feels like I'm home.
Yeah, and she has a big house, so she hosted a lot, and she had like all kinds of tables there with chairs, and I'm like, you're like a party animal girl here.
But they're always here most of the time because we rented a bigger house amongst all the Filipino teachers here in Delta part of Arkansas. But yeah, we would always gather here and talk about we're not the thing that I love most about, our community here is that we talk about, different situations in our classrooms, different things that we experience as a teachers and how to deal with it. And we always like this is not something that I'm making up. We would always talk about it. I know Sir Mike can attest to that. And here there are some problems here and there, but I'm not sure, but teachers, I mean Filipino are just very resilient by nature. At the end
Right.
of the day, we're still smiling, and
Yes, yes.
and we survived another school year, and that's amazing.
Yeah, and yeah, and that's a very good thing to have some people to vent with, because
Yes, sir.
it needs to be so much, when you are just dealing with it yourself, and I feel bad about those that are teaching somewhere else by themselves and no community like you all do. And that's why a
Yes,
lot of times when a school would contact me, I encourage them to hire at least two together. And that way
yes,
they'll be roommates, they'll be there to support each other, and you won't lose that teacher because they will feel supported. You don't feel lost. So a
yes,
lot of times I would explain that to the administrator, that it's important that if you can find a spot at all, if you can do two, that would be better. Or if you have a neighboring school that where they can still room together, but then they may work at two different schools, that would also work. Yeah, the advantage with me is that I know a lot of these administrators, so I actually would call. I would call somebody like, "Hey, do you have any openings? I have somebody this one school is hiring a Filipino, and I really need you to hire a Filipino if you can, because I need them to be roommates if they can do that." And I'm close enough to some of these administrators, I can actually do that and use their cell phone and tell them that. So ask Leslie.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you do it, but when you talk, because I'm not really good at it. Like when you talk to somebody, even if you don't know them, like it feels like you've known them for years, and like how does she do that? But that's how Dr. Merlina is. She's amazing. I remember, like during my first year, I was assigned to a different subject, which I'm not really familiar with. But I was talking to you, I was crying over the phone, and you just called my superintendent, and and then the next thing I know, they were like telling me, "Oh, okay, we'll move you to the right spot."
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much. But I think that's your gift.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
maybe I don't humbly I would say yes, possibly. But
I think it's a gift. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely a gift.
yeah, Jet
Because
was
my principal, I mean my previous principal from the high school before, Mr. Gerard, and my superintendents, my superintendent, my bosses are, so fond of you. Like they
oh, thank you.
yeah.
It's mutual. I like
Yeah,
the
they're really fond of you, and I'm so proud that you're always there every month,
Yeah.
and yeah. And I don't know, but they have not been to my classroom because I think they are basing my performance, like the observations from your observations. So
That's cool. That's good, because
yes,
that they didn't double check me, because they
yes,
did the
ma'am.
same thing though, because they love you too. I mean, Junar, they give your husbands jobs there. I mean, my gosh, and they love both of you, and the other husbands, and they're always bragging on our Filipino teachers, which just really make me so proud. When I hear that, because you're doing an amazing job there. So, and I know they want to keep you, and I know you want to stay there, and that is the best thing, when they
Thank you.
are supportive of you. Don't you feel like your school is so supportive of you all?
The school, I'm not I would say they are going above and beyond for us Filipino teachers. Like my husband, when he came here, there were three maintenance guys working for our school district, and well, three maintenance were enough, I think. But they were like, just let your husband come here, and I'll talk to him. So that my superintendent talked to him about, is it all right with you if you work here in our school and be with your wife and your kid? And it was like, yes, sir. He in a heartbeat, he said, yes, sir. And so he's like, you're gonna start work on you'll be working in Monday. So he's like, really? And he's like, yeah, you can't start working. So I think he did that. They did that just to accommodate
Yeah.
him.
And they are
So
telling the other
and
administrators.
the rest, and the rest of the husbands, when they came in, they also did the same thing. And
Yeah, they gave them jobs, and I
yeah,
think your husband is even driving a bus now, right? Even
yeah,
asked him, yeah.
yes, he's doing a lot of things. He drives the bus. He's a maintenance guy, and yeah, he does a lot of things. And then I think they are really like, every now and then if I talk to them, they're like, we're really happy to have you here because you are all hardworking. And they did not see us like sitting down and not doing anything. And that's what they were telling me. I don't see you not doing anything. Your husband, I did not see him not doing anything. He's all over the place. And I'm like, thank you, ma'am. But I
They
think
have
that's
cameras everywhere in her school.
they,
You could
we
watch.
have 150 cameras all over the school.
And most of the schools are, by the way, in the area have that. Braintree,
Yes.
Helena has it, and you have it. Clarendon has it. All the schools, I guess, so far that I've worked in, have cameras. So teachers, be aware of that. There's cameras everywhere. You might not see your administrators, but they may be in their office watching you. So
Yes.
always do your best. Always.
Definitely, because one time I was teaching, my kids like I don't remember what kind of clap was it, but my superintendent the next day was like, Miss Cabuenas, can you teach me how to do it again? I'm like, which one? The claps that you introduced yesterday? I'm like, how did he know? So I think he looked at the camera, because the cameras in our classroom has audio and video, so they can see us and they can hear us.
Yeah.
And they have a 360 view, so you cannot hide from any corners of your classroom.
Yeah, we have a way around it though. When we debrief and I want to just like know it, I would just say my language. I'm like, okay, Leslie, I want you to do this, but let me speak in my language.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really like the way we handle it. Like, sometimes if there's a very critical question that you would ask me and you would just talk in our language. And then so yesterday I was attending the graduation ceremony of the sixth graders, and my superintendent was on the stage, and Miss Unger, my supervisor, was with me. We were standing side by side. And then so when the ceremony was over, my superintendent came to us, and then he tapped me on my shoulder and said, "Isn't she so sweet?" and and then my supervisor said, "Well, be careful. She can be mean sometimes." And I was just laughing, and then she said, "In that language, her language, who knows what she's talking about?"
Because that's what we do. We're like somebody in the room and we're like, okay, Leslie, you do this, and I do not like want her to learn to hear, because she has to share a room with another special ed. So I would just tell Leslie that, really quickly. They don't know. Same thing.
I was really laughing yesterday when
Yeah.
she said that language. We didn't know what she's what? I'm like, no, I wasn't talking about you. And if I, use my language, it's not about you. I'm not saying bad things about you. And she's like, I was just kidding, okay?
But you know how it is when we go to a Vietnamese manager place, and I'm like, they're talking Vietnamese, and then I'm like, I do not know what they're talking about. So my mom and I would be like, oh, so when you were speaking our language, and they would be looking at us like, okay, we can say that. Because they, you get so, and that's a point, less, that when you are around people really in America, if they don't know our language, try not to speak that unless necessarily we have to once in a while, in order for me to correct them and not embarrassing them in front of another teacher. I would say that, do this less next time, whatever. Not that I have to do that to her, but if another teacher, I would say that very quickly, like not a conversation, just very quickly.
Yes,
yeah. Maria, I would say to Maria, you wanna, madlungan na doy day, kita na wala good day. I would like say that to her, because somebody would be saying something and she would miss it because she was focusing on something else. And I would like focus here on another kid, and they did not know that I was just turning my back, talking to Maria as if I was walking towards her desk, but I always talking to her in our language, and they didn't have any clue. And that's one of the things that her superintendent actually said to me. She said, Merlina, I really love the way that you can do that with our teachers.
Yes.
You can correct them right then and there.
Without embarrassing us.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's a good thing because you don't, that's not my point of being there. My point is to improve, right?
Yes.
To continue to do what you do that's already strong, but never,
Yes, ma'am.
never, never to embarrass you. Never to embarrass
Yes.
you. Yeah.
And it's my second year, and I would like to say, or there are 63 people in here, and I don't want to take all of the time because I know there are a lot of teachers who are going to introduce themselves. But I would just like to say it's my second year, my second school year here in America, and I have come so far. I mean, language wise, I can now communicate without translating, things in my head because during my first year, I was like, what's the term for so I would like, pause for a moment and think about what to say next because I'm like, I really forgot what's the term for this. And so this time around, I'm not doing it anymore. Sometimes if I'm caught in a situation where, the questions are really like, vague or whatever, I have, that moment, but most of the time I can now, say it without translating it in my head.
You're thinking
um
this now. Yeah, you're thinking
Yes,
like,
ma'am. Because I remember the first time if the 62 or 63 people in here would look at our first video when I was attending your Zoom meeting, I wasn't like this. I mean, I'm not really that good right now, but I have come a long way, I would say. And when it comes to, teaching, the first time I came in here, it was Zora, can you tone it down? It was really hard for me. I mean, kids were different. I would not say that they are bad. They are different because they have different cultures than ours. Like in the Philippines, kids would, keep their thoughts to themselves and not, tell the teachers about it. But here in America, they are very free. They are free to speak out for themselves, just to tell you how they feel. And before I was taking it personally, like, why would they say that to me? Maybe because I'm not from here. I was like telling that to myself. I was like having self-pity or whatever. But I've learned it the hard way. But yeah, this time around I've learned how to choose my battles in the classroom.
yeah,
I
you
know
don't
which
make a
one
big
to
deal about
deal with
everything.
and
Yeah.
which one that I just have to let go. And also I've learned that because in the Philippines we're not into technologies because I don't know anything about Bookit.com,
Jeopardy math.
iExcel, ABCYA, those kinds of websites. I was not able to play around them because in the Philippines we don't have computers for our kids. I was shocked when I first came here that all the kids have their own Chromebooks. I'm like, each one of you has Chromebook, and they're like, yeah, why? And they would answer you like that. I'm like, I'm just asking because, and I did not say it out loud. I'm just, but we don't have it in the Philippines. So how would I deal with this? Most of the time you would give your quizzes, your assignments through Google Classroom, and I wasn't familiar with it. But I think I've asked for your help too. Yeah, I did ask for your help on how to go like play with it just to familiarize everything. And now I would say that if you tell me to do this and that, I'm ready to manipulate some
Yeah.
of those online educational platform.
Yeah. Don't be afraid
And
of it because there's always an undo button.
yes, there's always an undo button. And also their curriculum is different than ours. They have a different curriculum, and also we're using, Envision, Savas, and they also have an online platform for that. And the first time they introduced that to me, and I think they assume that I know everything about it because I was a teacher in the Philippines for 10 years and I know how to play with it. I know how to do it. And so this is your username, this is your password. So use this curriculum, go, just explore. And I looked at it and I'm like, this is a very complicated thing. And I don't know how to do this. Uh, so I was very honest with my instructional facilitator. I was like, I don't have any idea as to how to do this. And she's like, why? I mean, you're a teacher. Like, I'm not sure how to do this. But yeah, she helped me through, well, she walked me through how, of all the things that I need to learn on
Yeah.
that online platform. So now I'm a little bit familiar with it. And yeah, I think and strategies in the classroom, because we cannot use the same strategy as what we're using in the Philippines, because in the Philippines, I would just look at my kids. I have 60, the first year that I was teaching, I have 60 kids in my class. It was first grade. I still remember. And I would just use my eyes and, look at them and say, if I look at you, there's something wrong. And so you do not want me to come to you and tell you what's happening. And so I would just look at them and they would behave. I have first graders, but it wasn't that way when I first started. If I look at my kids, they would also like high school kids that I had. I was looking at, because I was trying to use my strategy in the Philippines. I was looking at him and he was like, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong?" I'm like, "Nothing." So I'm like, "Ooh, this is not a good thing." So I tried to venture to some of the strategies that you shared to me, like the think, pair, share, all of those, like the stations that you were teaching me, the stations in the classroom. Like when I was like teaching special education, I have like math station, science station, and English stations where they can like go around. So I've varied my strategies, because you cannot just apply one strategy the whole throughout the year. You have to vary it for the kids to be able to learn really juniors.
We need to go. We need to go.
Baby is like, I'm going, but he's going somewhere. But yeah, I've learned so much. And I would also, I'm sorry if it took me a long time, but I would also like to share, because I was meaning to share this before, but I took my praxis test last Saturday. The differences between, Philippines, and it's just based on my experience. I know not all the teachers here in America have the same experience as mine, but I just want to share some of the differences of Philippines and American educational setting. Um, the first thing that I've noticed is that we have less paperwork in here than in the Philippines. In the Philippines, if I'm not wrong, we have like forms 1 up to 15 that we have to finish at the end of the school year. But in here, it's not really like that. Like, I would just, if like the school year is about to end, all I did was my paperwork for SPED. But the regular education teachers, they're not doing any paperwork at all. They just put some grades in their grade book. Like, we are required to put 2 grades per week, and they're done. All they have to do is to submit it, and they're not printing it for the kids. The admin or our IT person will print it, and then they're just gonna distribute it to the kids. And I'm like, oh wow, the first time I came from, like, I don't have to do any forms or whatsoever, because everything is centralized. Like, they have a system for all the kids. Like, if you go to that system, that you will know the age, the birthday, who is the person that you're gonna call if they, if we have an emergency at school. So they have that here. But I'm not saying that our system is bad. It's just that, they are more into technology than in the Philippines. And we have, they have a strong internet connection. So our attendance here, it's also online. All you have to do is click present or absent, and then click submit. And then, you're good. You're done for the day. So you don't have to, like, I was using in the Philippines, like an attendance sheet that I would like put a check mark, put an A if the person is absent. So that's what we're doing in the Philippines. But in here, they like automatically count the absences, count the tardiness, because all you have to do is click, and then that's it. Also, I don't I'm not getting any emails after working at the end of the day, or during nighttime, or during weekends, or during vacations. I don't get anything from my principals, from my bosses or my co-teachers during those days. In the Philippines, I would say, even if it's already 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning, if a certain document is needed, you have to, like, somebody will send you a message, and that will say, please finish this because this is due tomorrow.
Really?
Or,
Oh my
yes,
God.
that's
How would
my
that
that's
work?
my personal experience in the Philippines. And I have never experienced that in here. I could totally enjoy my time at the end of the day, because I don't have to worry about, somebody texting me that, oh, you have to submit this report. You have to like work on it because it has to be submitted right now. No, ma'am. Like at the end of the day, at 3:30, I'm done. They're done. No emails, no text or whatsoever. But most of they don't. I mean, the administrators here, your bosses here will not text you. They don't use that. They will use the emails as a form of communication between teachers and administration. So that it's very formal. But in the Philippines, you would receive like a chat message from your bosses that would tell you finish this and this and that because it is due and you have to finish this. No, I don't. We don't do. In my experience here, no, we're not. It's not really like that, and I'm so happy. I'm so blessed. And also in the Philippines, I have like 4 ancillaries. Like I was a SMEA person, like school monitoring evaluation person. I was the one who I was the MAPE coordinator. I would teach dance, and I would like form a group which I would like train for for competitions and all that. I would be the choreographer and voice coach, vocal coach because I was the MAPE coordinator before. I did that.
No, you don't have that
Yeah.
right now, right, Les? You don't have any.
No, I don't. And I'm so happy because all I have to do is to teach and work and teach and all that. I don't have to think about all the ancillaries in my head that I cannot focus on teaching the kids anymore. Because
Yeah,
in the Philippines, I was
many. Yeah.
out of the classroom most of the time because of my other jobs, like
Wow.
other school jobs.
Yeah, the
But I'm
priority.
not saying that it was bad, but it was a culture, it was a system, and all you have to do is to follow. And that, I think that trained me to become a hardworking person because I did not have enough sleep when I was in the Philippines because I have to, like, I was also the one managing our school Facebook page, and I have I was the one doing all the videos, editing all the videos, and I would like sleep around 2 or 3 in the morning just to finish the video and post it on our Facebook page. So I'm like, oh, I don't have to do that in here. If I come home at 3:30 in the afternoon, all I would do is lay down, for a little bit, and then cook food for dinner, and that's it. And I don't have to worry about what's gonna happen after that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
simpler because if you require teachers to do an hour or more work, they have to pay them. So
Yes, definitely. They have to pay. And also, this is the last one because I know there are a lot of people in here. Yesterday, we had our graduation ceremony with, 6th graders and kindergarteners. And it was the simplest graduation ceremony I've ever attended. I mean, in the Philippines, because I would say it was very simple because in the Philippines, I was always assigned to work with the decoration committee, and my husband is like he's also a part because I'm like if I'm gonna be assigned working in the decoration committee, you should be coming with me because we don't have somebody to hang those balloons on the top of the ceiling or do this like lift heavy things. So he would come with me and we would work from 8 in the morning until 10 in the evening just to finish decorating so it will look extravagant and all that.
you're nothing.
But in here yesterday, I looked at our stage and all I see was like a table for the diplomas, a chairs for the for the principal, the superintendent, and for the teachers to be on top of the stage, and then there was like a curtain. That's it. But there were no flowers, there were no balloons, and all that. That makes it like but it was super solemn and it was very special. And I truly truly appreciate it. The teachers got to enjoy the graduation ceremony because they were not tired from doing all of the things that they need, like we were doing in the Philippines. The program that I think I was once assigned to do the program, like a program invitation for the parents and kids. It took me like 3 days to finish because it has to be amazing and beautiful and colorful. But yesterday when I went to the ceremony, I received the program and it was just a copy paper with the Bear logo in it, and then the list of students that's graduating and the flow of the program, and that was it. It was super simple, but it was very meaningful for me.
Yeah.
And I think
Digital.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm not saying that, the culture that we have in the Philippines is bad. I just appreciate it, the simplicity of, in here, the simplicity. Like, you don't have, I mean, the teachers are not tired, the teachers are not stressed of how to do it, because everything is very simple, and there's no such thing as let's delay the program because our special guest is not here yet. There's no such thing as that, because in the Philippines, like, okay, we'll wait for the supervisor, or superintendent, or whoever who's coming, because she's not or he's not here yet. So we'll wait. So let's wait for like another 30 minutes, and then there's no long speeches of of whomsoever, like in yesterday, Mr. Mama Principal, said the benediction, that's it. He prayed for the kids. My superintendent did not even hold the microphone. He was just there to support and, congratulate the parents. Nothing extravagant, and that makes it super beautiful for me. For me.
I never thought of that, Les, because I guess it's been, I was there in elementary and high school. I'm 2 years in college, but I guess as a student, you just did not know. I mean, I guess you just did not notice it as much as
Yeah.
you're not involved in it. But yes, there is no stage, right? A lot of times there's no stage. Yeah, it's just the plain platform.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Les, for all the sharing.
Thank you,
Like,
ma'am. And I'm sorry it took me a long time, but I'm gonna be gone. Like, I'm
have
gonna
fun.
be saying bye to everybody because we're going to Sir Mike's place and we're gonna be
Yeah.
helping. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay. Bye.
Anyway.
Yeah, bye. Bye. Thank you, Les. Okay, so I guess that was awesome learning from Leslie. Mike, who's number one?
Doc number 1 is Mary Grace Dasilo. Mr. Mike, I think, is no longer here.
Okay. Yeah, Merlin, sorry.
He's there. He's there. Just trying to help.
Giselle, yeah.
Mary Grace Dasilo.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, just do it quickly, and then that way we get to meet you and get you recorded. Mary Grace, just tell us your name, your degree, and number of years of experience, subject and content taught. Maybe you're teaching philosophy and extracurricular, and why you want to teach in the US. Those basic.
Okay, thank you,
No
Doc.
personal. Yeah.
Good evening, Doc and Mom Giselle. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Grace Silo. I came from Philippines. I am elementary education teacher, and I have 7 years of teaching experience now. I love teaching because this is my dream since I was a child. I do believe in the saying that teaching the mind without teaching the heart, there is no learning at all. That's why I see to it that my students will learn from me and apply the learning into the real life situation. One thing that I love being a teacher is to see my students' development and progress in all aspects. As an experienced teacher, I use variety teaching methods to cater the diverse learning needs of my students. I combine differentiated instruction like read a passage text, technology integration, for example, is reading skills or games, and cooperative learning, like for example, is think, peer share, and inquiry-based learning, like for example, is storytelling, puzzles, and uh, uh, discovery learning. And I love teaching because I love to teach child, to impart my knowledge to them. This is very important to me, to be part of the success of my students. I want to teach in the United States of America because this is my dream. And also, I want to capacitate myself into the new learning, innovative new ideas in handling students, and collaborate with new colleagues. Aside from that, I want to um, experience the culture of the United States and share the culture, my culture as well. This is my dream to become a teacher in the United States. Thank you.
Okay, very good. You said a lot of things. I love that you did greet the host. That's good.
Thank you.
For those that are coming up, Myrna and Giselle, I guess, are my hosts right now. And you said elementary 7 years. Love the saying that you said, teaching the mind without teaching the heart. That means no learning. Love that. So giving an example like you did a lot of example, like reading a passage, skills. You have, TPS, think, pair, share, and you did the inquiry based learning with the storytelling and all that. Those are great things to do. Don't be making it listy though, because you made a lot of lists. So pick like 3 things there, maybe not just a bunch of lists. Pick the ones that you can give examples in your classroom. So for example, storytelling. Like, so for example, my students really love storytelling. The last storytelling that we did was this, and they loved it. You give it back to the students, and because when you say about your students, our eyes would light up, and it really shows your passion. So you can add to it by really putting yourself into that. How you did it in your classroom, and then so you have the colleagues collaboration. That's good that you said that. And then that's your dream. You kind of repeated yourself about the dream, but that would be, you could have said, this is a dream come true if you all hire me. So I appreciate your time today, and thank you for having me. Something like that to the end.
Thank you, Mom, for the
Other than
suggestion.
that, you were fluent, and you were not very obvious that you were looking at your cheat sheet if you had a cheat sheet. So you must have practiced. Did you practice?
I practice it.
It's obvious.
Yeah, but I feel nervous.
No, you're nervous.
That's why
Why would
sometimes
you be
I
nervous?
pause.
Saan ka sa Pilipinas? Where are you in the Philippines? Saan ka?
Here in the Lanao del Sur.
Oh, that's Tagalog? Is that Tagalog or Cebuano? I mean, Visayan.
Cebuano, Bisaya
Oh,
po.
Bisaya, taga Lapu-Lapu.
Yes.
So, gano'n,
Okay, Bukidnon, ma'am.
intimidate ka, no? Bisaya o Taday?
Sige. Doon ako sa kuan, ma'am, sa Bukidnon.
Yeah, but we have to respect the Tagalog speakers. That's why we have.
Yes.
Yeah, but I want to show you that you should not be intimidated by me. I mean, I would be the least intimidating person. Although I've been in the US for 37 years and I have been administrator here. I got my education here, but that doesn't mean much. I just felt like, actually humbling. I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So, but don't be intimidated. Just relax. Just like Jocelyn said, that she just visited with the folks and she just pretty much like talking like this. That should be all that you do. When you're able to do that, that means that you have a good interview. Okay, this is a practice interview as if I'm the
thank you so much.
Yeah, I would have given you maybe a 7 to 8. Yeah, it's not bad. It's
Thank
not bad. What do
you.
you think, Myrna? Do you agree? Myrna was nodding. Yeah, right? So if you just put in your example from your real life things, that would have made it into a 9, closer to a 10. So it's not bad, Mary Grace. Okay. Your
Thank you so much,
background,
Doc.
Mary Grace, kind of maybe could conflict with your clothes. So if you have that busy of a background, you may want to do a solid color. I know I'm very visual. You don't have to worry about that, but I always notice that for some reason. But just a suggestion.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you for the suggestion, Doc.
Good job. Thank you so much. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Next is Miss Myla Limpiada.
Okay. Myla.
Ma'am Myla.
Hello, good morning po.
Morning.
So I start now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Merlina. My name is Myla Pilimpiada. I am a licensed elementary teacher here in the Philippines. I've been teaching for 21 years, and from those years, I have taught all core subjects and handled grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and currently I am a 6th grade teacher. I completed my bachelor elementary education with major of general education and 36 course of master's degree with complete academic requirements. And aside from a classroom teacher, I'm also the reading teacher, English coordinator, and a school counselor teacher last 2019 to 2020. My philosophy in teaching is to rooted and nurturing love for learning through curiosity, creativity, and collaboration. I also believe in inclusive classroom environment where my learners feel valued, respect, and motivated to explore their things that they're interested. I am a teacher that can create differentiated instruction strategies that can cater my diverse learners. I am a teacher that gives a lot of hands-on activity like manipulative materials that they can use. They can use it every day in their daily activities. I also provide the collaboration and peer teaching, especially integrated by modern technology, because we all know we are in the 21st century teacher and we need to adopt the modern technology to become a globally competitive. And furthermore, I am a teacher that wants to develop my learners, not only their academic skills, but also their emotional and social competencies. And my ultimate goal as a teacher is to prepare my learners to become a positive thinker, problem solver, and a life learner, where they are prepared to face the real world, to become a good citizen and an asset of the community. Me as a 21 teacher, 21 years in teaching here in my concise, I want to teach in the USA because I want to challenge myself to explore more. What can I have and what do I need to learn, especially in education system? I want to experience the other culture, diverse learners. I want to have personal and professional growth, especially using modern technology in teaching that I know it can cater my learners and my colleagues in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Merlinda.
Okay,
Have a
thank
nice
you.
day.
Did you practice too? Did you practice it?
If you're not mistaken, Dr. Merlina, this is my second time
Okay, well, hey,
attending
don't
your.
do second, guys. I have so many first timers. Please do not do second,
Okay.
okay? Because that is not fair. And then you are using the time that others could have gone in. Okay, Mila? So this is the second time, and you kind of my memory is really bad. I don't even remember. So I would have
It's
done
okay, Mom.
you did awesome. Okay. That's why you said you look
Thank you
familiar.
very
Your
much,
mom
Mom.
looked familiar, but I wasn't sure.
Yes.
But anyway, but you did really well, very fluent.
Thank you very much, Mom.
Yeah, very fluent. You still have a little listed though, but you have actually elaborated more. And you need to say growth, growth instead of growth. Okay, growth. And then everybody say education.
Education.
Some of us
Education.
would say education. Please don't say education.
Education.
Say education. Okay, education.
Education.
Yeah, education.
It's
Yeah.
for education.
That's for everybody. That's not just you. That's everybody. And so but yeah, you did well. You said that 36 in your master's.
Hers.
Yeah. So you might want to say things like, I just needed my thesis. Is that what's needed? To complete it. You can say that because they
Yes.
don't know what that means. Because a lot of times there might be more than 36. So you say you completed you got all your credit requirements, but then they don't know that you still need a thesis. So you might want to mention that part. But other than that, it's good. Okay, continue to do well, and just those little corrections is all. And when you said something about students feel respect, you said something about respect. You might want to say feel respected. That's very simple correction. So, Myla, you should do well on your interview, okay? Don't forget to greet
Thank you very
everybody
much.
there, not just me, but whoever's hosting with me. Make sure that you do that, okay? Yeah, I think you
Okay,
felt,
thank you. Noted, ma'am.
yeah, no
God
problem.
bless.
You know, whenever when I attended the interview with Perimeter the last few days, I was so happy when I saw that everybody greeted us. You know, and please do not mention me first. Always mention the person that's they're gonna giving you a job. They're gonna be writing you check, not me. So make sure you say them first and said, I'm Dr. McCullough, okay? Because I'm flattered that you mentioned me first, but no, mention them first, okay? All right. So for us, it's okay that you mentioned me first on this one, but on the actual interview where they're wanting to hire you, give your potential boss your number one attention. Okay. All right. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Make sure that who we call, it has to be the first time, guys. Do not do a second. And I don't blame Mila to try, but we need to be fair. Okay. So we need to make sure that it is your first time because Mila would have had a record somewhere where she did it already. No big deal, Mila, but you just need to save time. Okay.
Okay, next doc is Ma'am Joanne De Los Reyes.
Okay, Joanne. Quickly, Joanne.
Good morning.
I've heard you
Good
already, right?
morning.
Joanne.
I don't know if you just still wanted to hear me.
Joanne, I think you don't need to because you're going to be coming
Okay.
here soon. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you
So
so
yeah,
much.
you'll have good news soon. So don't worry. Okay, got it. All right. Oh, if you don't,
Next.
come back and introduce yourself. But I think you have a good news soon in a few days.
Okay, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Bye-bye.
Next is Ma'am Mylene. This is Mylene
Hey.
Laom.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, good morning, Dr. McCullough
Okay.
and I think Miss Myrna. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Thompson, or that's why I use Miss Myrna. It's
Yeah.
easy to
And
pronounce.
Giselle is here too. Yeah.
And also Miss Cabuenas, no? And also good evening, everyone here in the Philippines. I know it's a late evening here in the Philippines.
I know.
So, by the way, I'm Miss Mylene Laom from Danao City, Cebu, Philippines. So, Bisaya pud ko, Doc.
Mhm.
Then I finished my Bachelor of Elementary Education, majoring in General Education. I've been teaching for 11 years, 3 years in private school as a subject teacher from first grade to sixth grade, handling the computer subjects and home economics. 8 years in public school, 5 years of this as a first grade teacher, handling all the subjects. And currently, I'm a subject teacher from third grade to sixth grade, handling the core subject. I took up units of masters in special education to cater all the needs of my learners. And here in the Philippines, we adopt inclusive education. Then recently, we had our district sports meet, and I'm so proud because we won first place in badminton. And I believe playing badminton for my students could make them, or it give them a healthy body or a fit and healthy body, and also it promotes sportsmanship. We won also first place in interpretative reading and column writing during our district festival of talents and also during our division press conference. I believe that all children have the right to quality education, and as a passionate elementary teacher, it is my job to create developmentally appropriate resources and experiences for my children. I want every child to be successful by implementing effective teaching strategies and utilizing technology to adapt the needs of the 21st century learners. I use technology to aid my instruction like ClassPoint in PPT, Zoom, Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, and Microsoft Forms for my quizzes, especially during online classes because here in the Philippines, like this month, we have our HIT index. So we propose to have a distance learning, and I use online classes for my children. And I always make sure that I always use or start my class with fun activities to activate and motivate the prior knowledge of my learners. I also use collaboration like group works because this is a very good approach in teaching them unity and for my children to learn from one another. And in giving an assessment, I use differentiated instruction to so that no one was left behind in my class. As a teacher, I'm an active, enthusiastic, flexible, and also has a big heart for my children. The reason why I want to teach in the USA, first, I want to go out from my comfort zone and expand my capability as a teacher. I believe being there in USA will help me to advance my teaching skills by learning your educational system and your culture. Second, I want to fulfill my childhood. Okay, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to limit your time. In fact, Myrna or Giselle, can you please be the one to tell them time? They need to stop at 2 minutes, okay? Because we really cannot get many people otherwise, okay? But you did well. You did well. You have, if you have a cheat sheet, it's not obvious. Did you also practice? Mylene, did you practice?
Yes, Doc, I already submitted a 2 minutes video to you. That's why.
Yeah, you're very fluent. You know what you're doing, and you covered all of the areas that I want you to cover, and you also told us your experience 8 and 5, and then 3rd to 6 now. I wonder if you could have used more example. You did use an example on technology, using the quiz and the form and so on.
Yeah.
Do more of that, because what I've noticed for the past few people that had introduced themselves, a lot of lists. These are just keywords listing things that doesn't mean anything unless you put it in your context. Okay, I keep saying that, Myrna. How do you say it in a different way? Help me both, Giselle and Myrna. How can I say it? Like, what would I need from them instead of a list?
Oh, yes. Well, I think we just have to remember what we're doing in the class. If we say this is my strategy, for example, one time I asked my students to do this. We always support our claim with another claim, with a tangible activity.
Evidence, that's right. So, and that's what I think what's missing. Lots of claim, and no evidence. Okay. So try to put at least an evidence or two before you do another claim, before another new idea that you're gonna bring in. Good. Thank you so much for that help, Myrna. But I think you will do so well on interview, because right now it's, what would you say, Myrna, about 7 to 8, 7, 5?
Oh my, why would okay? I would be the one.
Yes.
How would you?
I'm forming leaders here. You are one of my leaders.
My God. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think I would give her a 7 if only she elaborated with support, with supported her claim with evidences, that it would have been 8.
Yeah. Good. You think like me. Thank you so much. Is there any last comment that you have before we call on the next one? Number 5. No last comment.
Me,
Okay. Good job,
me,
Myrna.
Doc? No.
No, you, Myrna, you did awesome, by the way.
Okay. Thank you, Doc.
That
Joel is laughing at me.
No, a sign of a good leader is when you actually would empower your team or your members, to be leaders. And I've always practiced that. With every school I left, I've always developed some leaders that could step up. That even when I left, the whole thing still worked, because I have developed leaders that could step up when I was gone. And that's what good leadership is, and that's what I'm trying to do here. That even if someday I'm sick or whatever, that I'm hoping that some of these hosts that's helped me can actually host this for me. Because sometimes I may not be able to talk or whatever, but that's the show must go on, and you kind of know what I do, so you can emulate it or do your own thing, right? And that's always what I do, is I want to develop teachers and administrators. That's what I always do. Okay. All right. Next, 5.
Okay, next is Marlon. I do not know if Sir Marlon Marmol is here because I was trying to search his name. The only Marlon I see here is Andre Marlon Labarrintos.
Is that you?
Marlon Marmol, are you here?
They may have slept. And I don't
Five,
know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, then we go to Miss Nancy Aurelio.
Come back to Marlon. So Marlon, if you come back, you let us know. Okay. Who's number 6?
Nancy Aurelio.
Nancy. Okay, Nancy, I
Hi,
remember.
Dr. Molina.
Yeah, you have
Good
emailed me
morning.
sometimes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is my third time to join the session, and I already had my interview before. So I'm giving my slot to my fellow teacher applicants. That's why I just want to say hi, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes.
I'll just send a video. Ma'am Marlena, can I send still a video?
Yeah, please do that. Yeah, I would. In fact, I really
thank
encourage
you.
you to do that because it's in my file that I send to administrators and I update them all the time. So if you send me a new video, that's going to be an edge for you because they've already heard you. Because what happened is that the administrators are always worried about fluency and they want to know, they want to hear you. They may see you. That's why I encourage you to put, picture on your resume so they know what you look like.
Yes.
But then if you put the video, then they know how you talk because they're always concerned about people from another country, what if my students cannot understand you? And they could see how clear you are with your introduction. Try not to be too long though. Stay within 2 minutes if you can. If you can go over a little bit over, but
Okay.
don't go over 3 at all, because that would be boring. They'd be like, oh,
Yeah, thank you so much, Ma'am Marlena. Ma'am
yeah,
Marlena,
okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, next. Nice of you
Then
to.
we go to number 7, Arlene Habi.
Okay, Arlene.
Yes, hello,
Arlene.
good morning. Good morning, Doc Marlena. Good morning
Hello.
po. Ma'am Mirna. Yes, my name is Arlene Habi. I'm 42 years old. I graduated as Bachelor of Secondary Education here in General Santos City, and I took up Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, and I have finished my 36 units in master's degree with a Master's of Education, major in English. And I am currently teaching here in the Philippines, and I have 7 years I am already 7 years and 8 months here in the Department of Education. And currently, I am a reading coordinator, and at the same time, I am an English club advisor. And I am also a Brigada Escuela coordinator. So I actually receive an award as a coordinator of Brigada. I receive an award for as a second place as Brigada Escuela school implementer. And the strategies that I applied in my teaching are differentiated instructions, wherein this is to tailor instructions to meet the diverse needs of the students by, of course, varying content process and learning environments. And of course, I encourage students to actively participate during class discussions and through activities, of course, like problem solving or discussions with the group. And aside from that, I also have collaborative learning, like promoting through collaboration by having students work together with hands-on projects and a lot more. And my philosophy of teaching is that I am a centered learning. So every student is a unique with the distinct learning styles, the strength and interest. And my approach is that I prioritizes understanding, okay, and understanding individuals' differences and tailoring instructions. So aside from that, my philosophy of teaching is that I try to connect. I'm connecting classroom materials to a real world applications that makes the learning meaningful and memorable. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Myrna. I didn't know if she saw you, so that's why I added to. But anyway, yeah, thank you. Guys, you're gonna have to time yourself when you're practicing because sometimes you are given 3 to 5 minutes to talk to them. And if you're gonna spend that introducing yourself, they're not gonna have time asking you questions. And that will give you an disadvantage, okay? So that's why I'm trying to practice with you about timing here. And thank you, Myrna, for helping me. Giselle, we don't want to be stepping on you. Giselle, please feel free to come on anytime.
It's okay, Doc.
Yes.
I'm listening and also chatting at that chat.
That's never a thing. Okay, so a comment. Giselle, can you comment on what she said? See, and I want to practice you what Arlene did. Arlene, by the way, do you have your resume and cover letter sent to me? I don't remember your last name. Sent to me. I don't
Yeah,
think.
I already, yes, Doc. I already sent you the cover letter and the resume.
Okay,
The only thing that I haven't sent is the video.
Video. Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
I have a file here to be filed. So that's why you are in there. So that it's very new. So okay. So comment, Giselle, do you have any comment for her? How she can improve? What are the things you liked that she said?
Doc, I would be honest because I was not able to hear everything because I have caught she said her age. She told her age, and I was chatting at the chat box, reminding everybody not to include their personal information in the interview in introducing themselves because it as according to you it may cause bias, Doc. So
Yeah.
I was chatting at the chat box.
Yeah, I did catch that too. That try not to say your age sometimes is an advantage for you, but sometimes that could also create bias. Because we cannot tell our ages anyway. Let them guess, because if they really hire you, they'll find that out. But for now, while you are competing with others, don't give yourself a disadvantage because there's some misconceptions in the administrators here saying that if you are older, like 40 and up, that you might not be as up to date as the younger ones in the technology. And I'm so glad that you did mention technology as well, that that you do use it. And also don't say that you have been 7 years and 8 months on Dep Ed. You can just say this is my 7th year of teaching because if you do the months, it's like, okay, I'm counting. So just say 7. This is my 7th year of teaching in the public school. Instead of Dep Ed, they don't know what that is because here we would just say private school or public school. Because if you work at the Dep Ed here, Department of Education in Arkansas, you really do work for Arkansas Department of Education in Little Rock. That's what I did. I retired from there. I physically left the classroom and the school, and I worked in the offices of the Department of Education. And when you say that, they're going to think you are out of the classroom. And that's why you need to say, I taught in a public school. Okay. And instead of saying 36 units, they don't know what units are. They say 36 hours. Okay. They use hours here. We don't do units. They're gonna say, what? Units? Okay, say hours. Okay. And other than that, though, what else, Myrna? What can you say? Good stuff.
Oh yeah, I was about also to comment on that the 36 units. It should have been said 36 hours.
Yeah. See, you're paying attention to all those, right? But she
Yes.
did give examples, which is
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Just
She's very
long, right?
fluent.
Just
She's
long.
fluent.
So that, yeah. Just make sure shorten it and stay within 2 minutes. And that's really good. But you're fluent. You're fluent. What would you be at least an 8, right? Already?
Yeah.
Yep. Because very fluent. You have very good voice. You have like a radio voice. Very
Thank you.
very nice. I like it. So yeah, okay. So next.
She's calm and so confident with what she
I
was
know,
saying.
and that's a good one, by
Oh,
the way,
yeah.
because whenever I would I attend, usually they ask me, especially if this is the first time of hiring international teachers, they would ask me to be in the interview, which is nice. And that's the first comment they always say, so and so is very confident, or so and so, I like so and so's answer, but it looks like he or she was nervous, and they are so afraid that you will be that way in front of students. And that's why you have to show them your confidence so that you will be confident inside of that classroom, especially if you're going to be like in perimeter where it is a behavior facility and you have to look mean, you have to look tough. So you cannot be like, oh, I'm afraid. You can't do that. You cannot be looking intimidated. You may be, but you fake it until you make it, right? So yeah, so do that. So just know that I got this. I got this power. You can do this. So do that, okay? All right, number 8.
Miss Lalaine Banyas, she's still here. Lalaine Banyas, ma'am.
Yes,
Lalaine.
ma'am.
Okay, Lalaine, yay.
Yes, ma'am. Good day, everyone. I am Lelaine G. Banyas. I'm a graduate of Bachelor in Elementary Education, major in English, and finished my master's and doctorate degree with the educational management as my specialization. I am an elementary grade teacher for almost 18 years. I taught multiple subjects. At present, I am assigned as a grade 5 and grade 6 teacher. And I have more years of experiences teaching in the primary grades. And one of my skills as a teacher is to provide a technical assistance to the teachers with regard to the use of ICT equipment. I also conduct action research and coach my colleagues on how to develop intervention to address immediate concerns of learners, especially in improving their academic performance. I love playing Scrabble, volleyball also, and reading articles, and I integrate this in my lessons to engage my learners to participate actively in my class activities. And my teaching philosophy is to create an inclusive student-centered environment that fosters curiosity and critical thinking, and of course, a love of learning. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, why do you want to teach in the US?
So it's been a greatest dream for me to work in the United States, ma'am.
Why?
And I also want to, of course, to learn more professional development. And I also I want to experience the innovative educational practices of the United States, ma'am.
Okay, very good answer. You can
Thank you, ma'am.
end with that, and also thank them about, thanks for having me today and so on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and in the beginning, you did greet everyone. You said good day, everyone. You want to be specific. They will introduce themselves first. So you need to focus on who they are, write them down, and then you call them and say, good morning, Dr. McCullough, Miss Murray,
Yes.
Miss Giselle. That's very impressive when they do that. It means you paid attention. Okay, and that way when they ask the question, you if you wrote their names down in the order that they're seated, then you could kind of refer to them. That's, to me, that's impressive because you're good at details that way, and it shows that you are good at details. Are you a leader now in the school, or are you still? You said that you are currently teaching, but you do ICT, providing technical assistance. You coach your colleagues, and I didn't know if you're already in a leadership role, or are you still in the classroom?
No, ma'am. I'm just assigned as the ICT coordinator, ma'am.
Okay.
And also a research coordinator of our school, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So you need to make sure that you mention that, because that confused me listening. Yeah. Because I'm thinking, if she's a classroom teacher, why would she have the time to do all this stuff? And so that's where my mind was. Yeah. And you are very fluent, and congratulations on your doctorate degree. When did you receive it?
2021, ma'am.
Very good. Very
During
fresh.
pandemic.
Yeah, we should call you Dr. Lalaine.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, here in America, it's very common to not make a big deal out of doctorate, which you did that. It's not like we're proud that we accomplished it, but it's not all of it. It's like more of what you learn.
Yes.
You can help others instead of like, oh, I'm so good like this, and you did not look like that. Like Myrna also has her doctorate, but she also is very simple and very humble like you, and keep it that way. Okay, nobody wants somebody that's like cocky, and you didn't act like
Yes,
that, and you should never. Yeah, you're very
Yes, ma'am.
simple and you're very humble, and that's what it should be. Okay.
Thank you very
And
much, ma'am.
yeah, and you said some really great things too. Inclusive classroom, student centered. Just more example. What do you think, Myrna and Giselle? Does she need to give more example too?
Yes, Doc, but one thing I admire in her is that she is loaded, not only professionally, but she's a well-rounded person. She's into
Very.
sports. She
Yeah.
mentioned that.
Bravo.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, ma'am.
I love that. And that's good that you mention it. Very good, because it's not just about academics. Yeah. So what would your rating be, Myrna?
Why my rating for her? Oh my God, I'm rating a doctor. I would give her also 8.5. I would give her 8.5.
Yeah, it's just close to 9. Right. That's all right. I would agree. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah,
very
yeah. Okay,
good.
sorry, doc. Sorry.
No, don't worry about it. Yeah, they can judge me too. I'm sure that somebody's judging me out there. That doesn't matter. But anyway, so it's not about me anyway. It's about the students. I always say that. It's not about us. It's about the kids and how we impact them and how we, hopefully did something that they would remember and would influence their lives and, to the best to improve themselves. And that's what
Yes,
it
ma'am.
should be, right? Okay, so
Thank
thank
you,
you so
ma'am.
much. Awesome. Yeah. And you're very pleasant. You look very happy looking. Look very, yeah. And that's a good thing. You look like you relax, right? Myrna, don't you think that she
Oh,
looked relaxed? Like she just visiting? Or
I
you were
actually
nervous?
enjoyed looking at her face, at her eyes. From time to time, she would take a glance down, and then, oh my God, she's so calm. Exactly
thank you
opposite of
very
me,
much,
doc.
ma'am.
That's why you got a 9 from her. Good
Thank you
job.
very much.
Very awesome job, by the way. Fluent and pleasant, positive, growth mindset, humble. Nice. Lots of great things for me. Okay.
Thank you very
Nice
much, ma'am.
one. Yeah. Okay. So funny.
God bless po.
Very good details, Marina. Okay, number 9.
Okay, number 9, we have Ma'am Christine. But by the way, doc, we also have Sir Erwin there. He's very live and alive.
Mr. Erwin, I was
Also
looking for you. I'm only missing.
Hello, Doc.
Erwin is here.
Okay, Erwin, have you turned in your paperwork? We'll talk about it after, because we're
Yeah.
talking about the deadlines and stuff. Make sure that we are on the roll for your
Okay, Doc.
Sounds very promising. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Talk to you later. All 13.
Okay.
All
So
right.
next we have Ma'am Christine.
Okay.
Ma'am Christine Tabaculde.
Good morning, Doc.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Have your jacket. Okay.
Okay. I'm Christine Tabacolde from Philippines. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education with specialization in mathematics from Philippine Normal University, Visayas. I am proficient in computer and technology, which I confidently use it in classroom to motivate my students in learning. I passionately help my students and support them with learning difficulty by just giving them differentiate instructions. Actually, I work in the Department of Education for over 16 years. 10 years in grade 3 and multi-grade teaching for 3 years. I believe that education is a lifelong process and it's used for survival. So imparting, being critical thinking, collaborative working with students or with classmates are very important. I work with my colleagues and stakeholders, encourage the stakeholders to work with the teachers and students in order to monitor their progress, especially in their academics. I use any innovations or open-minded to use any innovations and new teaching strategies to help the student develop their skills. I am confident that I can work collaboratively with my staff for the coming future work. I want to experience the culture change and impart what will be I learned from the US if given a chance to work there. Thank you.
Okay. You forgot to greet us. Make sure you greet us, okay? And the Dep Ed, did you not hear what I said about Dep Ed earlier?
Department of Education.
Right.
I
What did
mentioned
I say about that? Instead of saying Dep Ed, what did I say? Do you remember?
Do not use Dep Ed word.
Yeah, say the public school, okay? Because that was
Public school.
yeah, I know you're nervous. I know that you must be trying to prepare, and I've been in your shoes, so I know, so don't worry, don't feel like I'm putting you down or anything. do relax though. The next time you talk to someone like an actual interview, just relax, just visit with them. Like look like your sentences were stopping in the wrong spots because you may be so nervous. Do you see that, Myrna? Do you feel like she is stopping in some wrong places? Erwin was also nodding. Erwin is a
Yeah.
professor at the college too, so he could also help us with his comments, Erwin. What do
Okay,
you
this time Doc Erwin can do it.
Okay, Erwin,
Erwin.
no, between you, the three of you with Giselle.
Oh my
Erwin,
God.
give us, Erwin, you have heard me enough. This is the 74th
Yes,
video.
Doc. Yes, Doc.
Okay,
What I have observed from ma'am is, yeah, it's correct that she's stopping from
talk to her. Talk to
Anina
her.
Pro.
I want
I'm
you to address her. I said, Mom, Mom,
her.
Christine.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's
You?
stopping from an inappropriate into an inappropriate spot or words. That's the reason why she can deliver her thoughts appropriately. And another thing, if I'm going to give a suggestion, is to speak from the heart because it will reflect your core and even some of your behaviors and attitudes. It will reflect on the way you speak. If you're looking somewhere else or make some point of view outside the screen or out of the camera, it will be observed by the HR or the interviewer. So always speaks from the heart because it will be understood by the HR or the interviewer if you are speaking from your core.
Yeah, just
That's
visit. That's what I'm saying about just visiting with me. That you may have a guide, one word guide there, but then they're really talking to me. But you have a little guide there to kind of have a cheat sheet, but don't make it into sentences. Use it like a keyword. Okay. And then that way you're forming it on your own on the spot and it's live and it's gonna be coming from your heart, as what Erwin said. And Myrna was also nodding. And do you have something to add, Myrna?
Nothing. Yeah, it was because actually, even if I close my eyes, I would know if someone is reading something.
Yeah.
So it was obvious, but yeah, because maybe she wanted to be so detailed in what she's going to say.
Mm-hmm.
So
And I
maybe
also not blame
we
you.
can always do that, but not to make it too obvious also.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. That's when, yeah, and but that's a really you really have a good start though. I mean, this is your first time with me, and we don't know put you in a spot, but otherwise you covered all the details that I want to. You just need to remember that when you say colleagues, you don't say colleagues, you say colleagues. Everybody, let's do colleagues again. Colleagues. Yes,
Colleagues.
colleagues. Remember,
Colleagues.
yeah, remember colleagues, okay? And then
Colleagues.
yeah,
Not colleagues.
yeah, colleagues,
Colleagues.
colleagues, colleagues. Yeah.
Colleagues.
And then the US, make sure when you say US or Philippines, you say
Oh, the USA.
the Philippines. Yes, I think I've said that enough. And but other than that, you really, you were not so bad at all. I would say between 6 and 7, 6 to 6.5 in the end. That you're there, you're above the half. So that means you just need a little practice with a keyword only, and then say it right there on the spot, talking to us. And don't forget to greet the people that's interviewing you. Okay. Any last comment for me, Christine? I like the way that you tabacoldi. Is that how you say that? Tabacoldi. All right. We know
Tabak
tabacoldi. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Who's
Thank
number
you,
two?
ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Doc Marlena, Sir Marlon is back. Should we give him the chance
Yes.
or later on?
Yes,
Sir
Marlon.
Marlon?
Yes.
Thank you
Sir
very
Marlon
much.
Marmol?
Yes. We lost you earlier.
Yes, ma'am. My warmest greetings to Dr. Merlina, to
Yes.
our moderator.
Come on, you need to turn on your camera, please.
Ah,
If you don't, then we'll have to come back because I need the camera the first time I see you. If you can,
thank you
I
very much,
understand.
ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. There, Marlon. Okay.
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are very. Yes.
Okay. My warmest greetings to Dr. Merlina, to our moderator, and to your team, and of course to all the participants this morning, tonight here in the Philippines. My name is is Marlon A. Marmol. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Secondary Agricultural Education, major in chemistry, Master of Arts in Education, major in Teaching Science, and Doctor of Education, major in Educational Management. I have been teaching here in the Philippines in the public school for 14 straight years. Currently, I am teaching physical science and earth and life sciences to 12th grade students. I really want to teach in the United States of America because I really want to experience teaching a diverse range of cultures, um, getting valuable insights from our students, parents, colleagues, mentors from all over the world. And surely this will teach me the values of acceptance, openness to change, adaptability, and of course, teamwork. And I believe your school district offers a wide array of development opportunities for us teachers to become accomplished educators. And as a science teacher, I have been guided and inspired by behaviorism, constructivism, and of course, progressivism as my philosophies in teaching. Constructively, I love letting our students to conduct experiments and of course investigative projects and present their findings during annual science fairs. And I also advocate the use of technology, the use of interactive slide presentations, infusion of virtual trips, and of course, use of digital applications like Kahoot, Mentimeter in order for our students to experience a sense of learning experience. And behaviorally, I love giving our students positive and negative reinforcements as they perform very well. And I use modeling technique in order to give concrete examples of how to perform tasks like problem solving, project making, and conducting laboratory activities. And progressively, I serve as a guide, a facilitator, and collaborative partner of our students in the classroom. And one of my best practices is the use of the whole brain teaching as a very engaging, energetic, and of course, highly engaging instructional approach because first, basically, it has rules to follow by our students. It has an attention getter through the use of class yes, a brain engager through the use of mirror words, collaboration through the use of teach okay, and of course,
Oh, we lost you.
Ayun.
We lost you. I wonder if that is your technology there, that internet possibly. So do you think we should wait or he should just pick up when he comes back? Marlon, if you put on
Actually, Doc,
chat, put on chat.
you already consumed 3 minutes, Doc, Doc Marlena.
Yeah, that's already over. But when you come back, we'll give you your comment. I don't want to give comment when you're not there. So come back in and you tell us that you're in, and then we'll give a comment. I have my notes anyway. All right. So next.
Next, we have Miss Marigold, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Marigold.
Marigold.
Hi, good morning.
Beautiful name of flower.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Have you
I
sent
am
us the resume
Marigold.
and cover letter,
Yes, Doc.
Marigold? Have you sent it to me?
Actually, not yet, Doc. It's my first time to be here, actually.
Yeah, because you're not
I will
supposed to
send
hear
it.
me until you've sent it to me. But
No, I'm so sorry.
it's okay, no problem. You can do it in different order. Yeah, just remember to send the resume and cover letter to McCulloughMarlena@gmail.com, okay? And you can put
Yes, Doc.
type it there. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Marigold. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again, Doc. And good morning, everyone. I am Marigold Almarines, a flexible English teacher with experience in teaching students at the college, middle school, and high school levels. With experience in teaching those students, I've developed expertise in grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, and comprehension. So right now, it's my 13th year as an English educator. When it comes to teaching style, my teaching style is dynamic and student-centered, incorporating various instructional strategies to accommodate diverse learning needs of my students. So when it comes to my ultimate goal, it is to make learning English both effective and enjoyable to each of my student. So for technology, I integrate technology through different online platforms such as Kahoot, Google Classroom, Zoom, and Usela to facilitate learning, share resources, and assess student progress. So I want to teach there because I want to broaden my horizon and contribute my teaching expertise with the rest of the excellent academic community. That's all.
Okay, very good. Very short and sweet, right? We
Thank
didn't
you,
have to
Doc.
spend much time. Very good. How did you practice? Did you have keywords or you just kind of got it from your heart?
I just got it from my heart, Doc, from my experience.
Good. So you have had lots of experience with interviews?
Yes, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Is it interviews to work in the US or just other interviews?
Teaching application interview, Doc.
Okay, that's cool. I love the way that you describe yourself, flexible English teacher, and that's an awesome way to put in something about yourself, that you are flexible, and that's I wrote that down. And you said you have taught college. Do you have your doctorate, Marigold? Do you also have your doctorate?
I'm finishing my Doctor of Philosophy in Education major in curriculum development.
Oh, nice. When is the anticipated graduation?
Thank you.
When is your anticipated
2
graduation?
years from now.
Okay, so you can just say that. You say I'm in the process of getting my doctorate degree, and in 2 years, hopefully, I will finish this, doctorate in curriculum development. You can just
Thank
say
you,
that when you interview. Yeah, when you introduce yourself, it's okay to do that. It does show that you are going above and beyond. You don't have to do that as a teacher, but you're going above and beyond, and that tells a lot about how hardworking you must be. Because I've been there, to teaching and then doing our advanced ed work too. What else? Erwin or Joel or Marlon or anybody, you have heard me enough. Can you help me give comments? Giselle?
Oh, Ma'am Girly.
Okay, go ahead,
Ma'am
Marlon.
Girly.
Ma'am Girly too, yes,
Okay.
Girly.
Okay.
Okay, make it so
Good
together. Go
good
ahead.
morning, Doc Merlina, and good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible right now.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So for Ma'am Marigold, I can say that she's well versed in her introduction and she has a very good voice modulation.
Yes.
And and it's so good to hear her voice actually. And
Pleasant
she's
voice.
very yeah. And she's very fluent and she has this, very concise introduction like the word flexible as you mentioned earlier, Doc. Yeah, that was just very precise to describe herself. And her experience, the expertise that she's saying, it's very evident during her introduction and everything that she says because her introduction was very short but very precise for me. And
Meaty.
yeah,
Yeah, it's meaty.
yeah, and then the mentioning about dynamism in the educative process and engaging the students is just very nice. And having an effective and enjoyable teaching learning process is just what the students need nowadays or even before, and that's a very good point for her. And all in all, I would just like to really give her a very big round of applause.
Everybody, let's do that.
I love it.
Yeah, yes. Round of applause,
Thank you
everybody.
very much.
Good job. Yeah. keep it up. You should do well because that's coming from another English teacher, by the way. And that English teacher is already hired by West Memphis. They're coming here. They're going to be on this side of the world the next time in the
Thank
summer.
you so
when
much,
they come here.
Doc.
Yeah, I'm excited for them to come. And so anyway, yeah, don't forget that I will talk to you after this. Yeah, keep that up. I like that you actually put examples such as Newsela, such as a Kahoot and Google Classroom. It sounds like you already are ready to come, with all the technological knowledge that you have. So keep it up. And so, but really, you reach a 9 and above. So yeah, cool.
Thank you very much again, Doc.
Yeah, nice.
And
Yeah,
the rest of you, thank you.
thank you. Don't forget to greet people though, okay? Don't forget to greet the
Yes,
people
Doc.
that's there. Yeah, that's the only pretty much the only suggestion I have really. Okay, next.
And our next is Ma'am Sharon Cañete.
Okay.
Ma'am
Hi,
Sharon.
Doc.
Hello,
good morning,
Doc
I think
Hello.
Sir Marlon is here already.
Okay. So
Good
Mr.
morning, Doc
Mark,
Marlena. Marlon.
Sharon, let's have Sharon finish because I already started with her and then we'll go to Marlon after. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hi, good morning, Doc Merlina, Miss Myrna, and everybody here. My name is Sharon Cañete. I hold a Bachelor of Elementary Education from one of the accredited universities here in Cebu. My academic background is complemented by 27 years of teaching experience, 10 years in private school, 17 years in public school. I taught first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade. Currently, I'm teaching third grade learners. Now, during the pandemic, I'm one of the module writers in the Cebu province, specifically the grade 4 arts, which benefited grade 4 students here in our area. And then my philosophy in teaching is that centers around fostering an inclusive and engaging learning environment. And I also believe in a long-term student success, collaboration, positive classroom management, in which in my classroom, I let my pupils speak, express their own opinion, especially in engaging and grouping activities. I do a lot of groupings, especially in my science class and also in my storytelling. And then I do a lot of drills before the lesson proper. And also, I do believe in positive classroom management. And then I appreciate I acknowledge my pupils a lot when they have to answer it correctly or they do a lot of good things. And then I also play chess during the free time of my learners or my students. I let them play chess, especially during lunchtime or other board work games. And I want to teach in the USA because I want to learn or to gain more experiences in teaching strategies. And if given the chance or the opportunity, it is my dream come true. Thank you, Doc. That's all.
Okay, very good. I don't know how to say this without hurting your feelings, but I'm just gonna be honest and direct that you may want to invest on getting, your teeth, your missing teeth.
Yeah, Doc. I'm having my dentures ready.
Good job. I want you to do that, okay? Because
Yeah.
right now you're not gonna get a job because they are very, I don't know, they're
Yeah.
gonna judge it. And I don't, I'm a fellow Filipino. I don't want to feel like I'm judging you, but
Yeah, I understood. I understood it.
yeah, I want you to be ready and I want you to be just as competitive as others, okay? Because it should not be about looks, but because they don't know us, that's kind of the only thing that they can judge right now because they don't really
Yeah.
see you teaching. So that's the first impression that they have of you. And I don't want them to diminish your potential just because of some physical something, okay? And that's I don't know. It's always hard for me to do that, to say this because I don't ever want to hurt feelings. But Myrna, what do you think? And Marlon and Giselle or Erwin? I mean, other than that though, very fluent, very matey, right? Giselle?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. And it's very evident, Doc, that she is experienced, Doc. I
Yeah,
really love the way she talks,
I can
and she's
tell. Yeah,
very relaxed, Doc, and
yeah,
it's really herself, Doc. As she always say, be
you
yourself,
are.
and
Yeah.
that's what she is.
So Sharon, you have
Thank
a
you, Doc.
very good,
Thank you, Doc.
get that little bitty thing that I said, okay?
Yes,
And
Doc. I have it ready.
yeah, good. That drills, do not say drills because drills is a connotation here is
Yeah, yeah.
that means, drill and kill is really what they say. Do
Yeah,
not
thank you, Doc.
drill and kill. They would
Noted.
yeah, instead of that, you say like small problem solving things or whatever, something higher level, because
Yeah.
drill and kill is something that, you may need it, you may do it once in a while, but do not emphasize it because it's already a negative thing on yours. If they're taking notes, I put a negative on it or I circled it. So yeah. And when you say what grade, you say all the grades, you say grades 1 through 6. You don't have to name all of them, just say grades 1 through 6 because you did all of them. Yeah. And then play chess. Yay, my fellow.
Yeah, yeah, I do. I do. I coach them.
You might want to also put things like because I believe that chess really helps kids with their logical thinking and problem solving skills because they have to plan ahead with their moves. Something.
Actually, my grade 3 pupil is she's been to provincial meet because of that.
Very good. Yeah.
And then she bagged the 3rd place.
Oh, good. See, I have students that had excelled in chess and I
do dance sport also.
good. You need to say, I believe in its power to help students. For example, I have a 3rd grade student that went all the way to the to the regional, I call that regional here, to the regional, space. And so I'm proud of her. So I want to continue to play chess or to play chess with my students because it's good for them. And it's also good for me, as a teacher for mental health. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, but I think you really do a good job of just visiting. You wanted a few that actually felt like I felt like you're comfortable with me. And that should be that way, Don't you think, Marlon?
It's my
Erwin?
3rd time hearing you, Doc.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
Yes, Doc.
Yes,
I would
Doc.
like to commend her authenticity.
Well
The way she
versed.
talks, it's really from
Yeah,
the heart.
authentic. That's it. That's the word I want to say. It's authentic. You're very authentic to the
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
So
She's
little
confident.
yeah,
Confident.
yeah, you have it ready already, so that's cool. Yeah, that's because that's the only comment I really could make, okay? Yes. And they were looking at me like, how is she gonna handle this? Anyway, okay. So thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Doc.
Appreciate you, Sharon. Okay,
Thank
next.
you, Doc.
Doc, we go back to Sir Marlon. I think he's
Marlon.
back. Sir
Yes,
Marlon.
Marlon, I put
And
my
then,
notes down here, Marlon.
yeah. And then
Uh,
Doc, I'll just be out for just for a minute. Just for a minute.
yeah, you're fine.
I'll be out for a minute.
You're fine. Marlon, you are also very, very, very fluent. Congratulations on your doctorate degree in administration. Are you already an administrator now? Have you played a role of an administrator before?
Currently, ma'am, I am a head teacher in science.
Okay, you can say that.
But then I still have loads in senior high school.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, because they're going to focus on your load, on your teaching. So yeah, good for you. The decision to focus on the students is a good idea. Okay. But loaded with great info, your introduction. And I love that you one very organized speaker. You did the 3 things about the progress, the 3 things that you did, and then you elaborate each one to the end. Very, 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 very concise and structured. And I like that because it's like writing. You're gonna elaborate each piece, and you did that very perfectly. And you also use technology. I like that you mentioned them. And the only thing that I may not want you to mention is the reinforcement. You may not want to say positive and negative reinforcement because you need to focus on the positive. Okay. So you want to say positive reinforcement, but when a child misbehave, of course, I handle it immediately. Dignity, discipline with dignity type thing, with, respecting the child and not embarrass the child in front of others kind of type thing. But you don't have to say negative reinforcement because what were you saying? When you said that, what were you thinking about what negative reinforcement is to you?
Negative reinforcement, ma'am, is that instead of giving them assignment, once they perform very well, I do not give them assignment anymore or task. So that is the negative reinforcement. So reducing activities for
Okay,
the students.
that might not be a good term to use though, because when I heard that, it's a positive reinforcement. I know what that is, but when you say negative, then it's the opposite of that, and which means it's not good, right? So you may want to say, it sounds like you are doing differentiation piece. Are you doing differentiation piece? Are you doing?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
You may want to say differentiation. I offer, I believe in differentiating for the, variety of needs in my students or my learners. So you might want to say that instead of negative reinforcement. It just doesn't sound right to me. But so they will take it the same. Okay. Like, okay, this is a mean teacher. You don't want to be said that because you don't look like one. Okay. And
Noted po.
yeah. To experiment, you did Kahoot. Mentimeter, I've used that once, but I don't even remember how that works. Can you share with us how that works? I've attended a workshop where we had to use it. So I have a sign in there. So how do you use it in your classroom?
Mentimeter, ma'am, is an online game that we could use specifically in science. It's a very engaging activity to our dear students, and the teacher could create our own Mentimeter quizzes. So that's one thing that I practice in my class.
Okay.
It's an interactive presentation, ma'am.
Okay, do you mind putting that link on the chat for us so that everybody can also get it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It
The
could
other,
be searched.
yeah, cool. And then the other ones that I always share is that Jeopardy Labs. You can also do the same because it's all covering. You can make your own or you can use somebody else's. So jeopardylabs.com or Blookit, BLOOKET, Blookit.com. Those are good things because you can also use your own, do your own. Okay. And Quizlet, Quizlet.com. There's so many, right? Yeah. And so, okay, comment from the other folks. I'm not just going to be doing all this. I want somebody else to work too. Mern, anybody wants, what's Memphis 13? I think I'm going to pick on you this time.
Oh,
Any of you?
let me. Yeah. I think this is a commendation to Sir Marlon that his making his students ready and prepare for, I think it's a competition that I heard just a while ago, that for this investigative projects of his students, that gives an information of him that he is capable of doing probably action research and could use this as a database um in order to create another intervention for his students.
Yep.
And I think he could probably use that whenever he's already in the United States.
Yep. Definitely, because they're hands-on and they're real life and very relevant. So those things are great stuff. I was putting stars all over it when you said it. So Marlon, you got the 9+ too. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Definitely, and congratulations on your doctorate. And yeah, keep it up. I think you are, you're very confident. Don't you think? Did you feel nervous or no? You didn't feel.
I am very nervous, ma'am, because of the internet connection in our place.
Yes. You may want, if you get an interview, I want you to find a spot that will have a strong, even if you have to go to an internet cafe or something, or a friend's house, because you don't want to take your chance of losing that job offer because of the internet issue, okay? So I just want you to invest on that for me because I want you to be here, okay? It doesn't have to be Arkansas, but it needs to be United States because the pay here is about 8 to 10 times more. Okay, they make about close to 3 million pesos to start, and that's 9 months worth of work. So that's very good. These 13 people here I'm talking to about soon, also, they're gonna make that. So yeah, so I hope you join us soon. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Merlina, and to your team for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, number 12.
Oh, I'm flattered, Doc. Dr. Merlina, and to your team. I'm flattered.
Yeah, you are our team. Yeah, you are my team. I
Okay.
think all of
I,
you. Mhm.
yeah, the next is I was trying to search for their name if they're still around. Mr. Dave Maravillas. The
Dave,
next to him is Debbie
Dave,
Maravillas. No,
he and his
are
wife
they?
are here. Yeah, he and his wife are here.
Okay,
And they
hello,
sent a
sir.
really beautiful introduction video too. Thank you. Okay, you start with
Yes.
ladies first. You want your wife first? Dave?
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
You first. Ladies first.
Okay,
Ladies
ladies
first,
first.
always.
Yes, yes. Okay, I'm here, Doc. Hi, good evening, everyone.
Yes.
Hello.
What is the language that you put on your tag? What is that? Is that a different language?
No, I keep wondering why is it went that way, Doc. I really keep wondering, so that's why I tried to check. I actually edited already, and I don't know what happened. Maybe it has something to do with the phone that we
Maybe.
bought. Or
They
I
are
really
Greek
don't know what
letters,
happened.
Doc.
I have no idea.
They are Greek letters.
Greek letters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like big letters, though. Yes,
I
I am
can
so
see
sorry.
sigma,
I found out
pi,
about it.
p, and more.
Yeah, I think something's wrong. Maybe the phone came from Greece. I don't know.
I thought you were Greek, and I'm like, what is a Greek people? I'm like, okay.
In this room. Sorry, Doc. So
No,
sorry.
no problem at
But
all.
my
It's
name
just
is
like,
Dave.
yeah, we are
Oh,
online
yeah.
on Facebook and YouTube. I would not be surprised if we have people coming in. So,
Exactly.
but thank you. Go
Exactly.
ahead and tell us about you.
Yes, of course. Hi, good day, Dr. Merlina, and to everyone else. Good day. My name is Eddie, the official Maravillas, and I am from the beautiful islands, the Philippines. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Art, Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in Early Childhood Education, and I also have a teacher certificate in special education. And currently, I am taking up Masters of Arts, major in special education. I got my first teaching job as a kindergarten teacher right after I graduated. I am now on my 6th year with my current employer, a private school teaching kindergarten, and as well as grades 1 to 3 for the past 3 years since they tried to level me up from the kindergarten going to the grade 1 and grade 2 and now in the grade 3. And with the use of eclectic teaching methods and strategies, I am able to handle a classroom of 20 to 25 learners and have mastered the teaching them the core subjects of every level. Given every opportunity, I always explore and grow in the field of teaching, as well as enhance my other professional skills as a resource speaker, a coach for academic platform performances, camp director, and many more. For 17 years in the service of education, I have learned to realize that the heart of teaching is to really teach with the heart. I always aim that at the end of every school year, the students that are under my care will be encouraged to love learning, but at the same time, to learn how to love as well. And this brings me to my professional teaching philosophy, which is the idea of the whole person education. As a teacher, academic excellence, of course, for my students has always been a common objective. But to become an exemplary one, it is always my drive to aim for a character building in the lives of my students. I would feel accomplished seeing them progress in their academics. Of course, we all teachers would love that. It should, but I guess it should direct them into a whole person education by which they are able to function as responsible citizens of good values and sound character, first in their homes, in their school, and in the community. And this is exactly the very reason why I want to teach in the United States of America. I want to share how Filipino teachers teach, not just with our minds, but as well as with our hearts. But of course, and I call that Tatak Pilipinong Guro sa Puso at Diwa. Mabuhay. Thank you, everyone. That's all, Doc. I
So one
really wish
happy,
to share about
you're one happy camper. You know, it's very
Yeah,
obvious.
I handle every year, Doc. I handle a camp directing. I usually organize. It's an enter-school camp.
Okay.
It's an enter-school. I usually have 50 to 70 kids with me. But
Okay.
yeah,
But
I do that.
Okay, Miss Maravillas. When I said happy camper, that means you're a happy person. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I am so sorry. I didn't hear
No,
that.
it's okay.
So sorry.
They just say that here. They say things like that here, and I'm like, So I said, no, she thought it was a camping thing. Okay. Well, that's just what they say. Oh, Merlina, you're a happy camper. That means that you're just smiling and happy and very friendly. Yeah. So you do have that going for you. You may want to slow down on your speed though, because for now, for example, I'm taking notes. They will be too. And in some points you will be like, oh my gosh, she's so fast. So you want
I got conscious. I got anxious about the 2 minutes. I
Oh
guess I
no,
get anxious about the
no! I want you to visit with me. Okay, I want you to visit with me for 2 minutes. I'd rather have that.
Yeah,
Like, oh, you're running like you're being chased by a horse. Don't do
yeah,
that.
I understand.
Yeah, don't ever do
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, I would rather
Yes,
have
I
you
will. I will.
and make every word count. That's what one of my doctorate professors said. Merlina, make every word count. So you have to slow down and not eat your words. Because
Yes,
I
thank
tend
you,
to
Doc.
do that when I'm very excited. The more excited
Yeah.
I am, the faster I do. My sister tells me that when we do workshops together, said, Ellen, slow down. That's my nickname, Ellen. Slow down. You're over there getting so fast already. So yeah, and I tend to do that. And so sounds like you may be kind of like me. So just kind of watch for that whenever you have your interview. Keep your happy face though, because it's very pleasant. It's very nice to see. You're very good
Thank you.
representative of Filipino. It doesn't matter how we are in the Philippines, we are like so happy still.
Yes.
That's one thing that we always hear on the internet, like, oh, Filipinos, some of them may be like dirt poor, but they're happy, you know. Yeah, that's what we are, right? Okay, any
Yeah.
comment? Any comment from West Memphis 13? I'm guiding them because I want them to be confident for their interview when they come here. That's what my point, my hidden agenda, guys. Okay, go ahead. Myrna's
Okay,
good.
Doc.
Yeah. Go ahead, girly.
Yes, Doc.
Comment.
For my comment, Doc, for the voice modulation and for her introduction, it was very pleasing to hear. But the point that you mentioned earlier about being too fast in speaking, yes, I guess ma'am should slow down. I don't know her name because I can't read it. Because
It's
I
okay. It's
forgot to
Eddie.
listen to her name.
Eddie,
Okay,
Get it
ma'am.
right.
Thank you. Okay.
EDED. Yeah.
It's
Okay, ma'am.
Eddie. Thank
And
you.
okay, ma'am. The confidence is very evident, and then the growth mindset is there upon mentioning the exploration and growth, something about the students. And the thing is, she mentioned about he wanted her students to love learning. That's very emotional, but a very good point for me. And one thing that I really wanted to pick up is to teach with a heart, and that's tatak Filipino, and that's very true, and I'm very proud of it also.
Yeah,
Thank you
very
so
good.
much, ma'am.
Yeah. When you say that though, they're gonna wonder what that means. Is that tatak Filipino? That means a mark of a Filipino. You have to
Yes.
translate it. Okay, translate it for them because they're gonna be lost. They're gonna be saying, "What?" So you have to translate it in our language. This was tatak
Yes,
Filipino,
I will.
a mark of a Filipino teacher. Yeah,
Will
just
do.
translate it. Yeah. Anytime you use any of the Filipino words, mabuhay, which means what in our
Right.
language?
Hello or hi.
Yep.
It's like a
Yeah.
greeting.
Yeah, it's a greeting. So you need to say that because you're actually teaching them our culture already. And they love
Okay.
that. They will eat it up.
We'll do that.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
They
you.
will like
Thank
that.
you.
Good job. Yeah. Keep it up. All right.
Thank you, Doc.
Last
Thank you
minute
so
thing.
much.
You agree with me about the speed, Erwin?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. I am agree with that. Because if you're going to say some words that are truly Filipino words, it will, you know, I mean, Americans will really confuse what are those words, and they don't understand those words. So that's what Dr. Marina told us just a while ago, to speak the words of that place, that the language of this place, because they will never understand other words aside from their language.
But
You
you can
cannot
still
speak
teach her.
Tagalog
Yeah.
whenever you are surrounded by Americans, because they will be confused and they will think that you are talking to about them.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why it's important if you use it to translate it, right? Yeah, just translate it, and it's no big deal. And to me, it's actually a good touch, to include our language there, just as long as it comes with translation. They're not gonna,
Yes.
think that you were cussing at them,
Yes, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we need your husband now.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
another power couple. Do you know Myrna is too? Myrna is coming here with her husband. So yeah, so hopefully you'll get hired as a couple too. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Hello, a pleasant morning, Dr. Merlina, and to the working team under our host today, and to everyone. Good morning once again. I am Dave Maravillas from the Philippines and residing at the city of Golden Friendship, Cagayan de Oro City. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in Early Childhood Education. I've been teaching for 16 years now, both private and public schools, and presently I am teaching as a kindergarten teacher in a public school for 13 years. I also volunteered for the inclusion of special education learners, and this is the very reason why I took up my teacher education certificate major in special education. And currently, I am enrolled Master of Arts in Special Education. As a kindergarten teacher, I'll always put myself in the level of my learners concerning my lesson presentation and my classroom management with the purpose to build up a good understanding between me and my students. And every time I step into my classroom, I would gladly see smiles on their faces. With this, I made up with my own philosophy, my own educational philosophy from the word smile. S stands for simplifying things for my students to be easily understand my lessons. M is to make lesson memorable by integrating daily life experience in my lesson and activities that are relatable to my students that make them not to forget. I is for interactive learning. It is a two-way communication between my students and me as a teacher. L is to remind myself to be lively and I should be enthusiastic and display some exciting characters in front of my class and 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 do some magic tricks and a lot of things that I've been doing so that I could keep their attention. And lastly, E, which refers to being engaging. This is the way that to be intentional to maintain the interest of every learner. And furthermore, I go beyond the classroom roles and responsibilities. I became a head coordinator in the kindergarten department, a safety officer, a property custodian, a coach for talent festivals, enrollment campaign officers, reading camp director, and a chairman for scouting activities. And one of the major roles I have taken is the chairman of the Brigada Escuela. It is a nationwide simultaneous cleanup drive campaign to prepare every public school for the opening of the classes. So this is to collaborate with the parents, stakeholders, and also the community. Since I believe that teaching is a lifelong experience, lifelong learning, thus I am taking this opportunity to be able to participate in this J1 Teacher Exchange Cultural Program in the United States. Given a chance, I would be able to enhance my professional skills and to take part of the advocacy with the cross-cultural agenda. And when I get back to the Philippines, I will always share the knowledge that I have gained during my experience there in the USA. And finally, I should say that an extraordinary teacher will always look into the student's potential and cultivate them. And I firmly believe that every student's success, there is a great teacher behind. Thank you and good day.
What a way to end that. Love it. I guess I really like sayings. It always gets me, especially if it's meaningful like that. Very good. Love the way that you ended that. Yeah, just like behind a successful a man is a nagging woman. It's a strong woman. Okay, it's a strong woman.
I
tell
got
my
it from
husband,
that doc.
yeah, I tell my husband that I said, sweetheart, you were successful because I'm here, and I'm kidding. Yeah, anyway, yeah. So yeah, both of you, you husband and wife, you must be very happy. Do you have kids?
Yes.
We have two kids.
We have two kids.
How old are they?
15 and 16, Doc.
And you're still this happy. this is when we are the dumbest at this stage in their life. They're like we don't know anything. No matter if you have doctorate degree, you don't know anything. Mom, I know everything. This is the know it all period.
I think this is the perks of being an early childhood teacher, Doc.
I think so too.
We're with the kids.
It's a good fit for both of you. Yeah, it's a good fit. You're happy. You're just joking all the time, and that's what to me. That's what brings happy moments in a classroom. And they said that when you make children laugh, they will remember your lesson. Just
Yes.
like shock them. When you shock them, they'll remember it. And when you entertain them, like you said about magic and about
Yes.
any novelty things, any novel new things that you bring in, they'll remember that. My students that are now grown ups, lawyers, doctors, whatever, now they would say, "Oh, Dr. McCullough, I mean, no, Miss McCullough, do you remember when we did like we were cooking, when we were doing this and we were doing our commercial, we were doing this, our meteorology things, we were forecasting the weather. I still remember that. And that to me, that's the music to my ears because they
Yes.
remember those moments. They're not going to remember the skill and drill things that you did. They're going to remember the action, the engaging things. And I love your acrostic,
Yes.
by the way. You said that you did this acrostic, the smile acrostic. Yeah, say that acrostic poem is what it's called. So simply,
Okay.
simplify, being memorable, and what was the I again?
Interactive.
Interactive.
Lively and engaging. That is awesome. That is awesome. I'm
Yeah.
gonna borrow this. I'm gonna borrow this because this is really good. Those are good things to do in a classroom, and it's nice to hear that you do that. Okay, comments from 13. West Memphis 13. Next, Darwin, Merlin, anybody? Myrna, Giselle,
I
Marlon.
think I was listening to
Doc, okay.
very
Go, Ma'am
good.
Giselle.
Go, Ma'am Marlene.
First, Doc, being a kindergarten teachers are very happy, lively. They always put smile in their face. Yeah,
Yes.
that was I learned. I took up early childhood education before. Then I see to it that I always see my face happy to the kindergarten pupils or learners,
Yeah,
so that they
they're
can
good fit.
feel
Yeah,
comfortable and happy also.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good.
you put smile always,
Yeah.
so it brings a lot happy days every
Yeah,
day.
but you have to
Yes.
remember in America, guys, you have kids that are coming to school already in big behavioral issue, even in kindergarten.
Okay.
Even in kindergarten, they remember that I did one of my student teaching was in kindergarten, and the sad thing about that, I was pregnant with Stephanie. I was like, I even have my baby that semester, and so what happened was there was this child that was really badly abused, and it was by his own grandfather,
Oh.
and the child had to change his diaper. And the teacher, of course, I was a student teacher. I would not have minded doing it, but I could not even like do it because I was my stomach was so big. And so the teacher said, no, I'll do it. And I'm like, well, I don't mind doing, I need to practice anyways. And no, you don't need to do it because it would have been harder for me because of
Mm-mm.
how close I was to delivering. But things like that, you may see some things like that, some abused children that would come in, and some children that are already nightmares, even though they are just kindergarten, they already had problems from home and so on. Just remember that you are the first step, okay? You are the first step. They are just as good as your students in the Philippines, but they may be more open. They may tell you what they think,
Mm.
like what they think, they'll tell you. Okay, instead of Philippines, they may hide it from you and tell their parents. They're here, they will tell you.
Wow,
And
that's
Mm.
yeah,
good.
yeah, and then you can tell by how your relationship is with your students is how the parents also look at you, because if they come home saying, "Oh, my teacher's mean to me, my sister, my teacher's doing this," the parents are mad at you too. So when you call them and they have like an attitude to you, that means, oh my gosh, what are the things that the stories that your children have been talking about you? So that's why you being happy, that's gonna be half of the battle, because they're gonna come home like, oh, Mr. So and so is so funny today. This is what he did. He did a magic thing or whatever. And that's gonna go a long, long way for you. Okay. So I hope you do get hired
Yeah.
soon. I have some people that are asking me to like get some some teachers. My problem is to make sure that we have visa slots, because in a lot of times when the visa slots are gone, and then they have a partnership with a college, a lot of times you can go apply H-1B anytime. But if they do not have any MOU or memo of understanding with a college, you have to wait till the next school year because H-1B is now gone. The regular H-1B with a quota is gone. That's why in LCA, we had problems with LCA in West Memphis, and then the thing is gone. We would have been able to still do it because they have partnership with a college, university. And so, but the LCA just really drove us nuts. So we are doing J1 instead of H1B. So sorry about that. But anyway, okay. So one more comment. Giselle or Marlon or Fran, my cousin Fran need to come in. She's been there silent. This is my cousin Fran right here. If she ever talks.
We will organize first our thoughts, no?
I'm just observing.
Yeah.
I'm just observing first.
There is Sir John Sevilla. Sir
Yeah.
John.
Oh, John, yeah. You have to practice your English, guy. That's why I'm trying to get you to practice your English. Because when you come here and teach, you won't have any time to let me gather my Filipino thoughts, You are going to be in English already. Okay? So this is going to be your reality. Is you are going to be hearing English all the time. You can hear English at home. I mean, Filipino at home. You can cook your Filipino foods, but at school, everybody's going to be English, including your little baby kindergarten kids. Yeah.
Yes.
Fran, a sentence or whatever. What comment? Make a comment. Make me proud.
Yes, Doc. Since they're actually pushing me in our group chat to speak,
go
so I'll
ahead.
be speaking for ma'am and sir. Well, actually, what I would like to comment about you, sir, is that you remind me of George Cooper. I don't know if you're a fan of Young Sheldon because I'm a fan of Young Sheldon, and your personality actually makes me crave more about you because based on what I can see on your physical features, I will not expect that you are a kindergarten teacher. So that will make me crave more for what is this person going to do in the classroom. So I think that's a good thing that you have maintained that one. But
Yeah.
I just would like to suggest for all the participants here that we really would like to consider the headroom, this one, the space that we are allotting on top of our head. Because if we are moving a lot like this one, there are parts of our faces that are being cut. So I think that is we are not getting the connection with the interviewer with that one. And if you can make your eyes bigger for words that you would like to emphasize so that they can see the connection with you guys, because the eyes is the window for our soul. So in order for that, you can make an impact because they will see the sincerity in your eyes in doing your job.
And
Thank
John,
you.
John did an amazing job in his interview. So he did an amazing job, just like he's doing now, very fluent. And so, yeah, so listen to that. And I agree with you, John, because the first time I saw your video, your introductory video, I was like, I thought of Kindergarten Cop, like Arnold Schwarzenegger as a kindergarten teacher. And I'm thinking, okay, he's kindergarten, really? That's what I was saying to the video, talking to myself, I'm like, I would never, like John said, I would never have believed it was kindergarten. And that's really good to see, by the way, because we don't have very many males in the elementary, and we need more males in the elementary. And that's a comment made by one of the schools that I work with at Merlina. We really would like to hire some elementary male teachers. And so you as a couple, you can either one of you get a job and the other one can be J2, because you can do that. But if it's H1B, then your partner is H4, and you cannot work. The partner cannot work until you get your green card. So it's longer.
Yeah.
So that's the advantage of J1, is that you can work as soon as you, like within a month, as soon as you get your authorization to work, 3 weeks a month, then you can work. Okay, with H4, it might be another year or so before they can work, depending on how fast your processing is with the green card. Okay, so really that's an advantage for those that are coming here with J1, is that, and if you want double global earners. So Marlon, is your husband trying to gonna come and then maybe work here?
Yes, yes, Doc. Yes.
Okay, good. So that's gonna
Yes,
be
Doc.
for you.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is, with these schools that I work with, they have already agreed to pay for things. So it's not gonna be costing you, even though it's J1. And also, I can talk them into doing, you know, later, to let you stay and find some legal ways to do it. And they'll work with me on it. So that's, and you have Kendrick. You're lucky to have Kendrick. So I hope he stays there because he really is supportive of Filipinos. And he said already, hey, Merlina, you're going to come and work for us. And when you go and visit the classroom, I want to come too. And I'm like, yes, you're welcome to come. You and I will be visiting them. So yeah, you'll see us when you come here. So he's very helpful. We even like spent half a day looking for apartments for that. But yeah, we do that. We do help you come and get your apartment. I always like, if you that's the first thing they ask me is that, Merlina, how do you arrange for the apartment? And I'm like, well, usually the administrators, or if I'm helping you, I will help you do that. But you have to some, like, for example, with Maria's situation with Marlon's daughter Maria, the superintendent is so proactive that she actually did everything already. I mean, she did pretty much for Maria, got her a bed for their own money, got her an apartment across the road from the school, bought her groceries. I mean, really, you don't expect that from everybody, you guys. This
Yes,
is
Doc.
with an
That's
extra. You
true.
have met Brenda, Dr. Poole. She's just very loving individual.
Yes.
But don't expect that all administrators are gonna do that. They're not. They don't have the time. And sometimes they have their funds somewhere else. So just don't make that expectation. If they do above and beyond, be grateful and be thankful. But yeah, so good luck to both of you. I think you're happy folks, and you should do a good job in any school. Okay. Giselle, do you have that list? Do you have that listing of the job postings, 50 states? Can you post that on the it would say job postings with the shared by me. If you can do that I have gone and that did all 50 states, and there you can apply any 50 states. All you have to do is click on it and you will go straight to where the jobs are. So you choose a state. Just remember that a state in the south, like Arkansas and below, gonna be warmer. New York area, northeast part, gonna be very cold. So if you like cold, look
Yes.
for places near Canada. Look at the map. If they're near Canada, like Maryland and all, they're very cold. You can bury a car there with snow. But if you like mild, stay within Arkansas and below us.
Yes,
Louisiana.
we'd love to.
Yeah.
We'd love to.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
No, can we say something? Actually, he's already approved with the IAG. It's a sponsor visa. It's the International Alliance Group, and they're actually looking for schools where he could be placed. But apparently, they haven't given us yet. He's actually the principal J1 applicant. That's our aim.
ask them if they would if you would do a direct hire. If somebody would hire, does it have to come from them, or can you be direct hired from another school here? I may have a school that could hire you if you already have a visa.
And another sponsor visa is telling us also when we email them, because we've been emailing some sponsored visas. They told us that if you can ask for a school, then allow us to contact with that school so that we can work out the papers. That's what it's the spirit culture, something like that. It's a spirit cultural visa, something.
Okay. Yeah, so that might be related to like the religious Christian schools, if you're gonna be doing Christian schools. So
Not necessarily, I guess, not necessarily, because any other, even public schools, I think they're working out with public schools.
Okay, well, I want you to email me some details about which one you're working
Yes.
with, okay? And
Yes.
feel free
Yes.
to share my information with them if they want to talk to me. Okay?
Yeah.
How it works out is that schools would say, anytime that they would contact, they would say, well, we need to talk to Merlina. So they may as well
Yes.
yeah, they were gonna say, yeah, we have to ask Merlina. So yeah, go ahead and do that, and we'll go from there. Okay. So yeah,
Okay.
hopefully you have the visa slots left for you because it's about to close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Anybody
Thank
else?
you, Doc. Thank you, everyone. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doc, we have here Mr. Kelly James. I think is the one who was hired. Mr. Kelly James.
Who?
Was he the one? Mr. Kelly James.
Let me see. I want to see.
Kelly James, number
Oh yeah,
14.
Kelly has been hired.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. So
He's
next
about
to
to be
him
hired.
is Miss Marion K. Dion or Dion? Marion K.
Marion K.
Are you here? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, then we move to number 16, Miss Lo de Grace. Miss Grace. 5, 4, 3, 2, Miss Grace. Okay, then we proceed. Okay, we proceed to number 17, Miss Irene Pasilan.
Okay, Irene.
Miss Irene.
They must have gone to sleep because we talked too
Let
long.
me check. Let me check in
Hello,
the.
hello.
Oh, he's still here. She's still here.
Irene. Okay, Irene, go ahead. We still have how many people do we have? We still have 44 people. That's
Can
still.
you see me, Doc? Hello.
We only see A, so you may want to turn
Can
on.
you see? Am I visible, Doc?
No, just your letter A. So you need to turn on your camera. Oh, it's very dark. You can tell it's very dark there. You have any light?
Oh, it's very dark here, Doc, because I am staying near the window machine to have internet connectivity, Doc.
Yeah, but you cannot see. You cannot. Do you not have any light at all, huh? No flashlight or
Can you
nothing.
see me now, Doc? Hello,
Yeah.
can you see me now, Doc?
Yeah, we can. How did you do that? You have a light?
Okay. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Yeah, can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone, and good morning, Dr. McCullough. So before I will start with my introduction, I just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you tonight. I am Irene Pasilan. I am a graduate of Bachelor in Elementary Education. I have earned 30 units in my master's degree major in administration and supervision. I am currently teaching fourth grade in one of the public schools in the Philippines. I am teaching for 9 years and I am attending this Zoom meeting to show my interest in acquiring a teaching job in the United States of America. I really want to apply as teacher in the US because I am confident to say that my experience has equipped me with the skills and qualities that are essential to the job I am applying for. Secondly, I want to experience another teaching environment in a more diversified culture as part of my professional growth. And lastly, I want to reach out to children in the US by sharing my expertise in teaching math, science, and English subject. As a passionate, innovative, and collaborative teacher, I always believe in the significance of providing equal opportunities to all learners through differentiated instruction and the importance of utilizing emerging technologies in the teaching and learning process. And I also recognize the important role of values integration in teaching other subject areas, thus helping a child grow and develop holistically. As a collaborator, I am always willing to help my colleagues in the realization of a desired goal. I always make sure that all my learners will feel comfortable inside the classroom with my loving arms. That's all, and thank you.
Love the loving arms. That's cool. Yeah, it's a good way to end. Loving arms. Fourth grade
Yes,
is my favorite, one of my favorite grades. In fact, my favorite. I did 11 years in it, so I really like fourth graders. they're still young enough that they still kind of love you, but then they're not old enough to be like smart aleck yet. They're still sweet, I guess. Still sweet. And so thank you so much for trying. I know that's kind of hard for you before with the dark and all that, but you're very you're very patient. How did you solve the
Yes,
lighting
ma'am.
issue? Irene, how do you solve
No, I just asked my husband to focus some light on me while I am introducing myself.
tell your husband thank you. That was good. That really helped. So anyway, so
He's
okay.
with me tonight.
Oh, husband, thank you. What's his name? What's your husband's name?
He is Brian.
Okay, Brian. Brian with an I or a Y?
He's Brian Do.
With an I or with a Y? How do you spell it?
A Y. Bryan.
That's my son-in-law, Brian.
Bryan Do.
That our son-in-law, Stephanie's
They have the
Brian.
same name.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian's are good.
I hope I could bring him in the future.
Yeah, when you get a job here as a J1 person, you can actually bring your husband as a J2 dependent. Okay, some people I know Dr. Topaz who's partnering with us, he kind of would discourage that, but in my part, I would want to bring my husband because it's easier on the interview. And also I want that support coming in a new country. I want my husband there, but of course everybody feels it differently. But when we were talking about that, like, do you bring your husband or not? I would want my husband. I don't want to leave my husband for even 1 day or 2 days, let alone months or years. So I know I'll be miserable because part of my heart is left. That's what I would feel. That's how I would feel. So, yeah. So,
But
okay.
if I will bring him there, how about my children? So are they? Am I going to leave them in the Philippines?
Well,
So who's gonna take care
some
of them?
people are doing like some of them are hiring like maids to do that, and then grandparents with the maid. Some people are doing that, and some people are having their sisters. They just have family members step in, and then they would support them financially. And then until you can save money and you can already have a bigger house or whatever where you're not having roommates, and then you can bring them in. I know one that's Abby, that's Leslie's aunt. She's bringing her 3 of her 4 kids here this summer. So yeah, so it's doable. You don't have to bring all of them at once. You can do one. Just remember that the school age would be better because the daycare here is very expensive. So if you have to like have somebody to watch, it's gonna be very expensive. They're gonna charge you maybe I don't know. Some of them are as much as $80 a day, so about $400 a week. That's 20,000 pesos for the week. It's very expensive. And so but that's like 1 day or 1 day work for you. But so they're taking a day of your work to do your babysitting. So yeah, you have to think about that. But if they're going to school and you're also in that school, you can just bring them with you. So that's not bad because when you're off, they're off. So that's why school age children would be a little better than the babies yet. And at the same time, the babies will still remember you whenever they get bigger and you bring them here because they don't really have a memory yet. But the others are really, you're going to be miserable because they're going to be talking, Mom, Dad, I miss you, and all this. But the babies, they're still okay for maybe a year or two anyway, because yeah, they'll grow. How old are your kids, Irene?
My eldest is going 19 and my youngest is 7 years old. So I have 6 kids, Doc.
Okay, in your case, the one that's closer to 21, you need to bring
Yeah.
here. You need to bring here, but then I do not know. I don't, because when they're 21, they no longer can be in your visa. They cannot ride in your visa anymore. They have to have
Oh.
so so if you want them to experience America, you need to bring them here first before they turn 21. Because when they turn 21, they're no longer part of your application. They can't ride in for free now. They have to come up with their own way to come, as a tourist or whatever. But yeah, you need to remember that part in the babysitting and so on. Okay. What's your
Yes,
opinion on that, Myrna? Because Myrna's coming with a kid too.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
would
coming
go
with
for
a
that.
kid, Doc.
Yeah, Myrna, you're bringing your kid with you, right?
For sure, Doc. For sure. I will never go without my son. I will never go without my son.
Yeah, how old is he now?
He's 14. He's 14, so it's quite safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And when
You only have one child, ma'am?
Yes, mom.
only have
Ah,
Blessed with only
so it
one.
would be better if you would bring your only child there.
right,
Yes.
but and it's also her husband and her, so they're double earners anyway. So that's
Yeah,
yeah,
because it will not cost a large amount of money anyway.
yeah, with
Because
one.
also
Like
he's
my
yeah.
case, I have 6 children and
Well,
a husband. I'm sure it will cost a large amount of money.
yeah, for them to come because the school's not going to help you with your family. They will help you with yours, but then everything else related to the husband and children is going to be yours. So you just going to have to save money and maybe about at least 2,500 to 3,000 per family member, you know. That's with the fare and the visa processing. So yeah, that's what you need to do.
It's
So
quite expensive, Doc.
times 6, that's 18,000. But you know, if you can keep about 2,000, that's about a whole year. You can save something every month, and then by the year's end, you should be close to bring in you don't have to bring everybody though. Bring whoever you think will be good. Maybe your older kids can babysit, and that way it would save money. But of course, if they are still of school age, they want them to go to school. They're not gonna want them to stay home and not unless they have graduated high school, and then they won't be controlling them. But if they're supposed to be in high school age, America is a compulsory country. That means that education is compulsory, that if you are a parent, you have to send your kids to school or they will get the parents. Okay? So it's a compulsory country on education. So, but if they finish with
Yeah,
high
because
school,
America
yeah, America is. And that's why we
is a
don't have,
very nice country.
thank you. Like, we don't have any
It's a
child.
very rich country.
Yeah, rich country, but it's still not paid with gold. We still need to work. No work, no pay. So
Oh, of
yeah,
course, that
yeah.
is
So
the reality
anyway, it's
there.
nice to meet you. Comment, Myrna. Anybody? Memphis, West Memphis 13. Anybody comment for her?
Okay. Thank you so much, Doc
Yeah,
and Christine.
Irene, one thing that I would say is instead of saying I'm teaching for 9 years, you might want to say I have been teaching for 9 years.
For 9 years.
Yeah, or you can say this is
Yeah.
my ninth year. You can
Because
say
honestly, Doc, I feel nervous.
that's okay. You get used to this. Get that out of the system, and then after that, when you get the actual one, it should be better. Okay,
Yes.
because I'm Filipino. They're not going to be Filipinos. They're going to be Americans. But usually I'm invited if you are hired through me. A lot of times I'm invited to the interview, so I will be there
Yes.
as support. I might not say much, but I'm right there. You see me on the screen, or I would clarify things. If something you say that I'm like, oh, this is what it means, whatever. So I would say that because I was 19 years old when I moved here in the US. I got my education here, the rest of my college. So I kind of know both countries, and that's why it's unique. It's a unique thing that I can serve because I have been a teacher and administrator in the US, but then I have been a student in the Philippines, never taught there. That's why you're teaching
Oh,
me.
that is why you are very fluent in English, Doc.
Oh, thank you.
You
I
look
also,
like a pure American citizen.
oh, I am American citizen, but
Your
I've been here.
accent.
Thank you. I've been here 37 years. So, you'll get there too. 37 years. We've been married 37 years.
Hopefully, Doc, hopefully.
Yeah, you'll get there. You get here. You're very fluent already too. Yeah.
With your help, Doc, I'm sure I can get there.
Yeah. Very good. Positive. Yeah. Positive. Tell your husband thank you again. And loving arms. Make sure you
Yes, Doc.
stop with that because that's a good one to end your introduction. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
Doc.
Next.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
So next we have Miss Marichelle Dandoy.
And number 18 is okay, Maricel.
Maricel.
Okay.
Maricel, are you Ma'am Maricel?
Am I audible po, Doc?
Yes, you are. You are. Are
Hello,
you outside?
good evening. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Are you outside? It's pretty bright.
Yes po, though, because I have the internet connection.
Okay.
Okay.
It's very bright. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Good morning, Dr. Marina. Good morning, Ma'am Marina, Sir Marlon, and also to the team. And before anything else, also, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for being included in this interview or mock interview. And I am Marichel Dandoy. I graduated Bachelor's of Secondary Education, major in mathematics. I also finished my Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Planning and Management way back year 2021. And I am currently undergoing a PhD major in research, development, and administration, since I'm now the research coordinator in our school. And I have been teaching for almost 8 years in public school here in Philippines. And as a teacher, I am bringing always with me the flagship of math is fun. It's because I often experience students having anxiety towards the subject, especially math. When they hear the word math, it seems like they have been burdened with how difficult it is. So that is why I am incorporating games or fun activities in my lessons. For example, when I am teaching quadratic equations, so I will let them do the dance step for the formula for them to remember it. No, not just like the rote memorization. And also, I've been having balloon relays, just like that, for them to solve problems inside the balloon. They pop the balloon and like that. So more on fun games incorporation. And also, since we're now in the 21st century, we need to incorporate technology. So that is why when I am teaching Mathematics 10, I would like to I oftentimes use Desmos or GeoGebra in learning of quadratic polynomial or quadratic formulas or quadratic equations for them to do it in much easier way than the manual computations by itself. And why I wanted to go to US, it's because I want to open up a new horizon for me to develop professionally. And of course, I want to, it's of course, we want to go for new environment with diverse cultures and also having the experience of snow. That's why I really dream of coming to US. And I believe always that as a teacher, I must always draw the best in my student. And that's all. Thank you.
Very good. Nice conclusion too. And yeah, that will get a laugh when you said you want to experience snow. My hair is on my face. Anyway, so because that is really interesting to them because they've always lived with snow. And here's another person saying, I want to experience snow. I think remember the first time that some of our teachers had experienced snow, they called me and said, oh my gosh, it's snowing here, Dr. Merlina. And I'm like, yes, it is. And of course, I forgot about how exciting it was because I've been here 37 years. So I'm like taking things for granted now. And I forgot about how exciting it was. But yeah, it is exciting. It's like I can't believe this ice and snow are falling from the sky. It's really weird. But the only thing you don't want is like those those hails, because the hails could be as big as a softball, and that would hurt you, and that would hurt your cars. Those hailstorms are no fun. But the snow is fun. Ice is no fun because you could slide and hurt yourself, and you could like your car would go round and round and could cause an accident. So, but snow to me is so fun, especially there are different snow. There's some snow that you can actually make really easily make into snowman, but some of them you cannot. So I always pray for the one that I could make a snowman, that they were actually clumped together. Some of them do not. So, yeah. So I hope you do have that opportunity someday. Okay, comment. Anyone? My team, my West Memphis team. Still waiting for my friend.
Good morning, Doc.
Yeah. Okay.
Good
Go ahead.
morning, Doc.
Yes.
Just would like to congratulate Miss Marichel Dandoy. She actually, for me, Doc, I will rate her from 1 to 10, I think she got 8. Why? Because her appearance, even if her background is not that because she mentioned a while ago that she went out to get the signal, but doesn't matter for me now because I really see that Miss Dandoy is really positive in this mock interview with us today. And that's why I'm congratulating you now, Ma'am Dandoy, because you really did a great job today. And I
Thank you.
am also, yes, I am also, I heard that you utilize fun and engaging in teaching instruction. And I think that's a great thing to have in a mathematics class because honestly, when I am still in my elementary years, it's quite boring in our class during those years because knowing that that is not there's no computers or any ICT, but if I will be your student, Miss Dandoy, I will really engage with whatever activities you will have. And thumbs up with that, Miss Dandoy. Great job.
Yep. Good comments there. Mary Lovely is one of the 13 teachers that are also coming. Thank you so much for that wonderful comment. Math is fun. That is a really good thing to have. I love that. I love the relay where you put the question in the balloon and you pop it. That's such a good idea. I'm borrowing that. I'm stealing that and sharing it with others. And then so you've only been teaching for 8 years. The really little thing I would like to correct is the Philippines, the US. Don't forget to put the, okay, when you're talking about the country, because it's going to sound funny to them. When you say that, I teach Philippines, I teach in the Philippines. Okay. And so I want to come to the US. You don't say, I want to come to US. Okay. And that is very common for Filipinos because we're not used to putting those extra, extra article in there, So yeah. And okay. So, what do you have? Do you want to talk to us what's your final comment to us before we go on to number 19?
Okay, Doc, I'm very thankful, good Doc, because I learned a lot from this one. This is my first time talaga to join in this kind of platform, and I really enjoy. And I'm taking down notes of everything from Ma'am Debbie a while ago, and also of all the comments also being thrown to the participants. I am taking down notes for everything for some sort of improvement. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You're very grateful. Yeah, very nice. And I don't know why I did not do this before. To practice all of your English, you need to comment to each other. And this is what I actually do in my classroom. I actually have students, when they present, I actually have students to make comments. I always model it. I always say, this one, like I'm modeling with you. And then I give it to them. I said, okay, I want you to put I glow, I grow, and I glow, about the presentation. And so of course, I would tell them ahead of time, do not be insulting them, do not be putting them down. You need to be up about it. You need to encourage them, be kind. Being kind sometimes is is better than being right. I have to tell my son that sometimes, Jet, you need to be kind than to be right sometimes, because you wanna have the students have confidence and be motivated to do the next project because they got really good comments. I even have them to put I cut the paper in fours and I have the students write their comments. And I pick it up, they put the name of the presenter, and then I pick it up and then I present that to the presenter at the same time. Because if you give it ahead of time, they're not going to pay attention to the next presenter. So I just put a sticky note, I put down there who that person is. And then when they get done, everybody done, okay, don't forget your feedback from my desk, and I give it to them. They're so happy looking at it. Some of them are sharing with their parents. Some of them are taking picture of it and they were sending it to grandma and all that because these are good comments. They're very immediate feedback and they're very meaty. So they like that. So yeah, so anytime I try to model what I what wanting to teach you, I try to model it here. So thank you, Myrna, for taking the lead on that. And everybody else. Okay, number 19.
Okay, so we have number 19, Jonel Rehuso. He's still here in the chat.
Good. Okay, thanks for
in the
checking.
platform. Yes.
Okay, that's Janelle with Jonel, I think.
Yeah,
No?
Jonelle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
So good morning, Dr. Merlina, to Miss Myrna, and to the rest of the team. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Janelle Sumarago Rijoso. I graduated Bachelor in Elementary Education, major in Mathematics. I earned 36 units in my master's degree at St. Paul University, Surigao, major in Educational Management. I am a dynamic and dedicated teacher with over 8 years of experience in elementary school. Being a teacher is not an easy job because we are molding the young minds, leading the path towards their future. Based on my experience, I'm handling grades 2 to 6 pupils. In my teaching, I integrate cooperative learning in which I let the students to group themselves and then I give a problem which they're going to have a brainstorming and then after that if they come out with the outcomes they're gonna perform or they're gonna explain it in front of the class and then I also integrate differentiated instructions in order to meet the needs of the students. So like modeling. So I show concrete objects to visualize. And I also integrate a technology where I use TV, laptop, and LCD projector for my discussion. And then also, since I major in math, so I also incorporate a game like passing the ball. Like for example, in fraction, like adding like fraction. So in having a game, so they're going to pass the ball, and then in the ball there is a fraction there. So they need to solve it and share with their classmates. And then I get involved also in sports like chess. Like recently, we are joining a City Mayor's Cup. So I let my contestant expose and experience to join outside of that school campus to learn something out from that contest, like the sportsmanship, to accept the failure, something like that. And then just recently, we are having a regional festival of talents where um, I am one of the coach, and then our event is the story retelling. And fortunately, we got first, and we are qualified for the national level. And then um,
Time.
the reason, yes, ma'am.
Just wrap it up. Make a sentence to wrap it up, please.
Okay. Okay. So the reason why I want to teach in the US it because it offers a great opportunities for professional development and to explore, to look to advance career and experience a high quality educational system and environment. I will leave you with this quote. A good education can change anyone. A good teacher can change everything. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Oh, nice. Love that one too. Yep, that's right about teachers and the impact that we have. You know,
Yes.
they say that intelligent people talk with their hands, and you do that. I can tell you're intelligent. I can, I catch myself doing that sometimes. Like, oh, maybe I'm intelligent.
Yes.
So because you're able to explain that way, and whenever you are, feel free to do that because
Yes.
for emphasis and so on. And so anyway, okay, comment from West Memphis 13. Fran, I'm still waiting for you, Fran. This is my
Okay,
cousin.
well, while waiting for my friends, I think if I yeah,
Go ahead, Fran.
Hi, sir.
Okay.
It's
Hello,
my
ma'am.
time.
Go ahead.
Sir,
It's your time.
congratulations. You did a good job. And then I like the way you speak.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
my comments is about the way you move. Do not too much like that. Because
Okay,
when
okay.
during the interview, you must be focused,
Yeah.
still in eye to eye contact.
Yeah.
It's okay to move a little bit, but not too much. And
Okay.
then it should be direct to the point, which should be the time consuming.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's it, sir. And
Thank
congratulations.
you.
Yep. Very,
Thank
very
you,
good
ma'am.
introduction, actually. Right?
Yeah.
Very good
Yeah.
introduction. Yeah. What you want to watch though is when you were telling a story that's already happened, you need to make sure that you use past tense because you were using things like are, we are having, let's say we were having, and event is, event was. So be sure that you watch for that. That's a very common mistake. I did that too.
Okay.
Okay, very, very common. I
Yes,
still
ma'am.
do that sometimes. I have to have
Yes,
it
ma'am.
corrected by Grammarly because something that we are so big on getting our sentence in that sometimes we forgot to do that. So just
Okay,
be
ma'am.
just be watchful for that is all.
Okay.
And Myrna, do you have any last comment?
Oh yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that nice
Thank
introduction.
you.
But if I am the student in your class, I think I will learn.
Yeah.
I will learn from this teacher because he has lots of activities in the class. Simple. I can just pass the ball and that's it. But there's fraction in there. I would have to solve the problem. No, I and we can really say that learning is fun in
Yeah.
math.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
and that's
Yes.
obvious. Yeah, yeah. Keep that whenever you do your interview, okay? Some of the
Okay,
questions
thank
that
you.
they may ask you really, like they mentioned earlier about how to deal with students that are misbehaving. Those are some things you do need to be aware of. What do you do? Make sure that when you answer that, you always need to go back to like that's why it's important to know your students. If I know my students and I built relationship with my students, then I'm able to know how to address them. And of course, if a student is mad, you do not need to be mad too. You don't need to fire
Yes,
with
ma'am.
fire, right? So you want to put them in a little
You
calm
have that.
place. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Have
You have
them
a high patience.
yeah,
Patience.
patience and have them to calm down. And you don't ever
Yes.
scold them or whatever in front of the others. Because every time that you do that, then they're going to try to show off and say, okay, how am I going to make this teacher look like a fool in front of the
Yes,
others?
ma'am.
I do not ever
Okay, ma'am.
put yourself in that situation where you are like having a fight in front of the others. Never. Okay. I would rather have my child, okay, I want you to step outside or I want you to stay behind when everybody leaves. I need to talk to you real quick. Something like that. Oh, the other kids would say that like, hey, that none of your business, you know. But anyhow, so sometimes I would have them do something else other than what we're doing if they're not ready for that. Just kind of look for situations like they're gonna ask you for those. What do you do with angry children? What do you do with children that do not motivated to do it? Of course, you're going to include the parents when that happens, okay? So make sure that you have to go to the roots of it. What happened? This child used to work and now the child does not. So what's going on at home? Is there something, parents are partners in education. You have to call your partner.
Yes.
Partner,
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
going on? Is there something that I
So
need to
you
know?
have the strong partnership.
That's right. That's right. So
Yes.
collaboration and your communication with the parents need to
Yes.
come in on that. Okay. And they're gonna
Okay.
ask you things like what happens if you have an angry parents come in? If you have an angry parents come in, how do you handle that? Did anybody
Yes.
remember my answer to that? Let me just
Just
say
be
it.
calm down at
Yep.
first.
Yep. Calm down first. Show them that you are
Yes.
ready to listen. Okay. And
Yes,
ask
ma'am.
them to sit down with you, not like a student, like you just be together.
Yes.
But then same seats, same chair, not across the table. And then
Yes.
yeah, and then take notes. Tell me what happened, and I'm putting bullets down. Okay. And I'm gonna say, whenever they're done, I'm gonna say, okay, this is what I heard you say. Bullet one, down, you tell them that. Is there something I missed? So they know that you're actually serious about this and you actually, wanting to do something about it. Okay, because you're not just
Yes.
going to make a decision with somebody's words anyway. As a former
Yes.
administrator, I always did at least 2 or 3 different witnesses before I would make my decision. Somebody, especially in a bullying cases, oh, so and so did this. Well, I have to see what the other saw, or whatever. But on this case, for example, if they are like if they're asking you about that, the other answer part that you need to also include is that it's important to know your policy, your student handbook, and the school handbook, and how we handle the discipline policy. And that's why whenever you look at that person at that school that is interviewing you, pay attention to that. How do they handle discipline? Like first maybe a feedback, verbal feedback. The second time maybe I call to the parents. Third time maybe call to the counselor. Fourth time maybe a write up to the principal. It will build up like that, but everybody's doing it differently. Okay, so that's why it's important that you look this up before you even get the interview, because they might ask you questions on that. And if you read about the rest of them and you know more about the school, you can always say, according to your handbook or according to your discipline policy that I read on the website, this is what happened. So this shows that you actually you actually paid attention and you actually studied. Okay, all right. So
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, so those are some very,
Thank you.
very common questions that they would ask you. Another question that you may need to make sure that you know is, what if I am a fly on the wall while you are having your classroom, lesson? What do I see? What do I hear?
Okay.
So you're gonna have to show. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you answer
First
that?
is so first you will see the learning standards on the board.
Good.
First, yes, so that the for that specific topic, like that, and then the activities, and then the instructional materials, ma'am.
Okay, you can just say that though. You say, you will see me in front of my classroom and the students are in groups. You're describing it.
Yes,
I'm there.
yes,
You have to describe it to me. The students,
facilitating, ma'am.
yeah,
Yes,
my role is that a facilitator, a guide on the side, not a sage on stage. And then my students are doing cooperative learning grouping, where they have a leader and they have a material manager. They're getting it. I gave them a task sheet and all this. And so as a teacher, I would be monitoring and I'd be going around the different groups and giving
walking
feedback,
around. Yes,
walking around and
yes,
feedback, and just describe to them from beginning to end to finish. Just show an engaging
yes, ma'am.
classroom if you use manipulative and so on. And then how did you close it? How did you go back and check that the objectives objectives were met?
Met.
Yeah.
Yes,
And then maybe if you have an exit slip, include that in the end. So you're really describing from the beginning, middle, and end, as well as what you're doing in your classroom, like you did on the objectives. Okay.
okay.
So if they ask you to do that about walk me, what would your classroom look like? If I have to imagine it, tell me how it looks like. You cannot just say materials here, whatever. You have to actually tell them what the teacher's doing, what the students are doing, and what does it sound
Yes,
like in the classroom. There might be some noise, like there's a zero, level 0 is quiet. Level 1 is whisper. Level 2 is regular talk. And level 3 is like presentation talk. So your kids should be doing a level 1. They're whispering in their groups. Okay. They don't need to be talking loud because the others won't be able to hear. So they have to be on level 1. That's your expectation, is that the kids are doing the level 1, which is they're whispering, their input to each other. And somebody, the recorder would be writing it down on this piece of paper so that they could be ready to present it. And when they're presenting, the whole team, one person may present, but the whole team have to be there. You cannot just leave that one person present. Everybody has to be there to support that person. Okay, they might just be standing there, or they can come up with a script that everybody can say something. They can do that. I love that part whenever everybody's got a turn instead of just one person. Usually the bossiest person may want to talk, but if yeah, so it's nice whenever everybody's actually there. Okay, you answer, remind me that I have got to include other question other than introduction. And that's why I inserted it in there because you were so good at you were calm, and that's what you should do whenever you're answering question. Don't panic.
yes, ma'am.
Just, yeah, you're being calm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
ma'am.
Good job. Great job. Okay.
Okay.
Next, do we have a
Ma'am, may I ask?
Yes,
Excuse
go
me,
ahead.
ma'am. May I ask? Can I leave now?
Yes, you may leave now. Yeah. It's
Because
okay.
I'm going to. We have a fun run at 4 a.m.
Oh my
today.
God. I'm so sorry. Have fun. Have
It's okay,
fun.
ma'am. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
it's
Thank you so
recorded.
much.
Yeah, thank you. It's recorded. You can watch it anytime. It's gonna be on Facebook.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Bye-bye,
Thank you.
Janelle. Okay.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
next
Do we have more?
we have Yeah, we have lots. We
Oh,
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7,
I
7
don't,
more, Doc.
okay, I don't know. I hope we can do it quickly. Okay, my husband is like, time.
Okay, Miss Rosel, oy, Boko.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Good
Go
evening.
ahead.
Good
Yes.
morning. Yes,
Morning.
am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I'll
Very
start now. Hello, good morning. I am Rosel Bumanlag Boko from the Philippines. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in chemistry, minor in library science with master's degree in Master in Library and Information Science. I finished academic degree for Master in Science Education, major in General Science. I'm also full-fledged Doctor of Philosophy, major in Organization Development and Planning, and I am currently enrolled in the Bridging Program for Special Education. I have 19 years of teaching experience both in private and public school, handling grades 7 to 10 in the area of concentration in science and research, with approximately having a class size of 40 to 60 students. I am also the school CSO coordinator and research coach. I am also a risk taker and I would like to experience other cultures' exposure through my teaching profession. I anchored my teaching philosophy to Socrates, which states that education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. And to anchor my teaching philosophy about the teacher's role is to act as a guide. I see myself as someone who is very hands-on, innovative, and creative teacher, compassionate in teaching on developing about the child learner-centered, to be resilient and empathy and effective communicator that will benefit them beyond the classroom. For the strategies, I use differentiated instructions, which is tailored instruction to meet the needs of the students, and collaborative learning strategy, which involves pupils working together on activities to ensure that everyone participates. I am interested in teaching in the US because I want to be an ambassador of my own country by bringing knowledge, culture, and global awareness to my students, teachers, and the whole education community. I would like to share my instructional expertise. At the same time, I will develop my professional skills as an educator from the first-hand experience I will get from the USA classroom. That is all, and thank you.
Very good. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations on your doctorate degree. My gosh, you are like
Thank you, ma'am.
overeducated. You're now doing the bridging program for special ed. I mean, you're
Yes,
quite a tall
ma'am.
girl. Yeah, you're like a
I
called
will.
professional student. That's what my husband used to call me. You just like school so much, but yeah, you're fluent. You're very fluent. Myrna, what can you add to that, Myrna?
Thank you.
Actually, Doc, good morning, Miss Rosa. When we were listening to him, Sir Joel and I, we have common observation. It seems that we are inside an airplane listening to the announcement of the flight attendant. But anyway, yeah, I admire how loaded you are academically. That
Yes, ma'am.
okay, so you are in chemistry, and then on the side you are also a library, a library library science.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's also you mentioned about your teaching strategies, but maybe when we mention the teaching strategies, we can also mention about concrete examples, the actual
Okay.
situation you're doing inside the classroom.
Okay,
But it
noted,
was
ma'am.
it was a good introduction.
Good.
Thank
You're
you,
very
ma'am.
smooth. Yeah, very smooth. Have you sent your paperwork, your resume, and cover letter? I don't
Oh,
think
not yet, ma'am. It's my first time to join now.
yeah. Send me your resume. And
Yes,
cover letter.
ma'am.
I actually have a school right now looking for a library media. So I actually text
Oh,
like,
thank you.
do you still need somebody? Well, you were talking about you were texting. So anyway, yeah. So make sure you send it to me because I'll forward it to her. Okay. You may
Okay, ma'am. I'll do it.
you apply and boom, you got a job. That's what Maria was. She got a job the same week she sent it to me because she had the best timing. The superintendent was asking me for the same job she was applying. Okay, here you go. There's one. And she got hired. Yeah. Sometimes it's a timing thing. So yeah. Good job.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for that,
Nice,
ma'am.
nice, very smooth one. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We proceed to the next, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next we have Juvie Marie.
Okay.
Juvie Marie.
Yeah, can
Hi,
somebody
good
type my
evening.
email? I'm gonna type my email here because some of you that who had not send it to me, make sure that you do because I need it in order to forward to administrators. So McCullough Merlina at Gmail. Okay. I just put it on chat. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening,
Ruby
Doc.
Marie. Yes.
Hi, good evening. Doc,
Yeah.
actually,
my introduction. Actually, I just only come in here with you, but I don't know that there is an introduction already.
You already talked to me before?
Yes, I talked before, but it
Yeah.
is only in the. It's just only I'm asking about the regarding for the USA.
Okay.
What is all about. So that's why when I saw now that when I'm listening everyone that they are doing for the introduction, because this is my first time to meet you.
Yeah, are you ready to do it, or do you want to do it when you come again? I don't have to put you in a spot. The others have practiced because they knew ahead of time.
Yeah, actually they are already in practice, and then I only this is my first time with you.
Yeah, you can do it next time. Practice with a friend, practice in front of a mirror and write it. Make sure it stays within 2 minutes. Okay, and give me your professional info only. Don't give me your age, don't give me your family. Give me your name, your degree, what you taught, grade, number of years of experience, maybe extracurricular and teaching philosophy, and then end with why do you want to come to the US? Okay, Juvie?
So I also try this time, but I will try only. But actually, Doc, I would like to ask regarding for the age limit, because actually I'm already old.
How old are you, if you don't mind? I know it's rude to ask that in the US, by the way.
Yes,
You ask people how old
but
they are.
I need to ask the age limit, Doc, because
no
actually
limit.
I'm already 50 years old, and I'm working here in the UAE this time.
There's no limit. That you think you're old? I'm 57, guys. I'm retired, but yeah, I retired at 48. But hey, there's no
Doc,
limit.
I'm 52. I'm 52.
That's why
No,
maybe I'm only the old one here to
No,
apply and going to the USA.
they're not gonna worry about your age, guys. Actually, most of the principals I've been talking to, they actually prefer, 10 years or more experience. So they're gonna look at it as you are a seasoned teacher. Okay. So the superintendent just answered me that they already hired somebody. Sorry. The library media.
Yeah.
Person, yeah, sorry. She already
Okay.
hired somebody.
So actually, Doc, I already make my introduction first, but because I'm already listening to them, and then I noticed, they're already practicing, and this is my first time that I attended to doctor.
Yeah, we have this meeting every 2 weeks. Okay, Juvie. So if you feel like you're not ready, feel free to get ready for 2 weeks because we don't come again until June 1. Okay. And by the way, your name is beautiful. You have Juvie. Is my eldest sister in Australia is named Juvie. Yeah.
But actually, Doc, I'm already here in the UAE. It's okay that I will move from here in the UAE going to the USA?
Ask Myrna. Myrna, tell her about you.
We are currently here in Qatar. We're here in Qatar.
Yeah.
My husband and I are part of the Westman Peace team.
Yeah. And they are from the Middle East. Yeah.
From the Middle East.
From Middle East.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I'm confused because they're all young. How about me? I'm already old.
Now, in your 50s, don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. I could
Okay.
still, I mean, my gosh, me, I'm 57, and every year there's always somebody offering me a job. Merlina, you want to do this? I'm nope. Nope, I'm done.
Okay.
I will one day a consultant, but not a full-time teacher. But I get offered jobs all the time. So anyway.
Okay, no. Because actually I'm just only making now my introduction, and then I said maybe I'm not prepared yet because they are already in practice.
Yeah, you need to practice yourself. That way it's clear. Because what I'm gonna do is that as principals that would ask me, I'm gonna say, I want you to watch video number 74, because that's where I had a bunch of these teachers. So I will tell them which video to watch, or sometime I would even send them the link. So what you say here, you could be seen by your future employer. So that's why I really want you all to do a good job, because it's gonna be on Facebook and on YouTube, the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So do a good job.
So maybe in the next 2 weeks I will do for my introduction, or today.
It's up to you.
And then we will do.
Girl, it's your decision. If you don't feel okay.
Okay. So I will try, Doc, if it is okay.
Yes.
Huh?
Just visit with me. That's the best way anyway.
Okay. Good morning to Dr. Merlina and Miss Marina, and then all of the rest of the team. I'm Jovi Marie Inojales. I graduated Bachelor in Elementary Education,
I have a certificate in special education and then Master of Arts of Educational Administration. And this time, I continue my study in Master in Arts, major in special education in the Gupan State University. And I have already 24 years in experience, both Philippines and United Arab Emirates. Currently, I'm here in the United Arab Emirates working on the special needs student and give us opportunity to impact of the children who have a disability. So disorder and developmental disorder. So this time, I'm doing for the intervention of the kids and I'm teaching in the biology and I'm doing the IEP, the intervention for the kids, and then I'm doing the lesson plan, the PowerPoint. During our intervention, we are doing the IXL level up and Kahoot for the activity of the kids. Why I want to move to the USA? Because I believe it is my great opportunity and I want to learn more cultures, how the children's in the USA, because here in the UAE, I experienced too much a lot jungle. And the culture is different. Actually, here in the UAE, I said to myself, wow, it is only little kids, 24 inside the classroom, but the attitude is different. Like in the Philippines that I'm working, it is I have 60 students, but the student is a very good based upon here in the UAE in my experience. So now I'm planning to move to USA that I heard somebody tell me about Ma'am Marilina tell to me that try to apply in USA. Okay, I will try, but because of I'm listening for you, I think to myself, maybe I'm not accepted because I'm already old.
No.
So
Yeah, US always says do not discriminate on the basis of age, religion or whatever. We do not discriminate at all. It's illegal actually to discriminate based on age. It's illegal. So yeah, you don't
okay.
You don't even need to include it. In fact, I
And
told
in the introduction is
don't put it there
okay.
in your resume, nowhere. Okay, they can know your
Okay.
age later when you have been accepted, but you do not have to. That is not something that they really need to know. Okay, they
Okay, Miss. Okay, Doc.
yeah. And
So
tell me about the jungle thing, the jungle comment. What does that mean?
here our student Miss. I'm working in the government here in the UAE. I'm teaching in the secondary.
Huh?
The student they have they do not have their behavior is different than the student in the Philippines. Even how we mold for the art student, this one you need to do, but we will not listen to the teacher.
It's gonna be the same here, Juvie. It's gonna be the same here. So yeah, there are Philippine students are very unique. Okay, they're very compliant. They are compliant. We have kind of that's part of our culture, but we in other parts of the world, including the U.S., we have raised children that are independent. We want them to question and so on. And we might, as a Filipino teacher that had taught in the Philippines, you might think, oh, this student is rude. Why is this student questioning me? Well, that's how we raise our kids here. Okay. So there's no way that you would think, okay, this is how they act here. So I'm going to go escape the US. You are not able to escape because they are that or more. They are that or worse. Okay. So
more worse.
yeah, that or worse. Yeah. If I have teachers that are crying the first week, the first day, first month. Okay. So, and I'm going to be very honest about it. That is going to be a struggle the first week or two, because yeah, because you are adjusting to a different culture.
Different, yes.
Culture shock. It's a culture shock, is what it is. But now, if your purpose is to get away from that, then you are wasting time because it's gonna maybe worse for you. Don't make that as a reason to, especially when you're talking to administrators, because you made it sound like you are weak in classroom management. Because you're trying to that. Okay. So you might say you want to experience other cultures, but you don't have to say something negative about the another culture because that's going to be taken wrong. Okay. So you
Okay.
want to say, I want to, learn some new things about new culture, new cultural things, from the US, from the Western world, all that.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do not put something down like it's a jungle out there. Now you might not want to use that word. I like that you use the word different. Don't
Okay. Okay,
be
Doc.
weird. Sound like that, but it's okay to be different. I told my
Okay then.
yeah, I tell my students,
Okay.
when they're tasting something and they think that's weird, I said, do not use the word weird. Say it's different, and it's okay to be different. So I'd rather have you use the word different, especially if you're talking about people. Don't ever use the word
Yes.
weird on people. Say different, and it's okay to be different.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but you did
Okay,
that.
Doc.
Good job. Yeah, you did that. Yeah, you
Okay,
did a
Doc.
good job for somebody that just got put on a spot. You did awesome. I thought. Myrna, what do you think?
Good. It was good.
Yeah.
Because actually, it seems that she was she's because a while ago she was not confident, but the moment she speaks and introduces herself,
Yeah.
that's it.
Very, very confident.
It's
See,
the
you got
boom.
that already. You got the language already. You got the confidence already. You're ready to go. The only thing that you need to be ready is your mind, about the mindset part, about making sure that you don't escape something like,
Okay, Doc.
behavior problem, because they're going to be everywhere in the world, in the US
But
especially. Yeah, go ahead.
okay, how about the special education, Doc? Do you have the special education for a teacher there?
Yes, they have special education. In fact, I have a school right now looking for special ed, and we could not find anybody to take it. And high school, you'd be perfect, but because this is a behavioral facility for people that got in trouble by the law legally, you're not gonna be a good one because you're not gonna be a good fit because these are the worst. And if you're avoiding the regular kind, no way that you will fit in this one. So this is not good, the good fit for you right now. So but
Okay.
there is a shortage of special ed. That's why I encourage
Oh,
there to get your master's in special ed, because there is a very big shortage of special ed and shortage in science, high school science and high school math. Those are the three things that we are loaded with literacy, folks. But we are English and reading, but we are not having too many science and math and special ed. Okay?
because actually, Doc, I'm already thesis two in my special ed now
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
global. Yes.
you
And
have
then here I'm teaching in the biology,
okay.
grade 10.
Yeah, you have to be fully certified in the new law here in Arkansas anyway, that you have to be fully certified. You cannot just be going to school for it. You have to be done with it and certified before they will hire.
Um,
Okay? Yeah,
um,
you have to pass.
okay, Doc.
So
So
anyway,
I
thank
will,
you so much.
I give you my CV, Doc, but there is no cover letter and there is, I think I email already with you.
Okay, well, make sure that I have those two things. Are the only two things I need from you are those cover letter and resume, and make sure I have three references in the bottom of the resume, because then you're not going to get any interview unless you have your references, phone and email info in the bottom of your resume.
Okay,
Do not say
okay,
and request. Don't ever say those because they're not going to do it.
okay, Doc.
Yeah, they're just going to.
Okay, Doc.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. That was an awesome
Okay,
job
Doc.
for
Thank you
someone.
so much, Doc.
For
Okay.
someone that just put on spot. That was good. Okay. Next.
Okay, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Doc.
you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Juvie. Next, we have Ma'am Leia Balufinos. She's still here in the Zoom.
Okay,
Ma'am
Leah.
Leia. Ma'am Leia.
Yes. Hello, good morning.
There she is.
Dr. Merlina, good morning. Good morning to
Morning.
the team. Good
Balofino.
morning to all of us because it's already
I
1:13
know. I'm so sorry. Oh my
here in
goodness.
the Philippines. But anyway, it's okay.
We'll
I
finish our
was able to
lesson
catch
though.
up. Yeah, it's okay, Doc. Okay, so thank you so much, of course, for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Merlina. And I would also like to thank Mr. Mark, I think, who admitted me in this platform. Thank you so much. So let me introduce myself. I am Mrs. Leia A. Balofinas, a professional licensed teacher in the Philippines. I am a graduate of Bachelor in Elementary Education and a graduate of Master of Arts major in Management.
Okay.
At present, I am handling second grade. I am a public school elementary teacher Uh, and I have been teaching for 25 years now. And I had experience teaching across uh, grade level. Like I have taught first grade for 13 years, third grade for 3 years, fourth to sixth grade for 8 years, handling mathematics, science, and social studies. As a classroom teacher, I I never settle for less because I always make sure that I do my best when it comes to classroom instructions and enforce classroom norms with firm and discipline. I usually make my classroom engagement fun and engaging using small groups, pair share, and collaborative learning. Because I am handling K to 3 learners, and they are the young ones, and we need to nurture them and give them a proactive activities so that they will not get bored in engaging in our teaching learning activities. I believe that learners learns best when they feel welcome, comfortable, safe, and valued. That's how we do it with young learners, right? So we always make sure that every learner in my class will be given an equal opportunities to express their thoughts without hesitation. And how is that? I usually use a popcorn method where everyone is given the chance to speak, and children like when you're engaging with children like 6 years to 7 to 8 years old, they are very hesitant, and they seem to be very afraid of expressing themselves. So the thing that I do, I would go around and hold their hands and make them speak. And if they couldn't, then I would let them repeat after me. Okay.
Okay.
So that
Um,
will, yeah.
okay. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
So with my extensive experience and commitment to fostering conducive learning environment, I ensure that my student will not only develop academically but also develop a great love for learning with great values. I believe in the power of education that changes lives, and I am very much committed to make a difference among my learners, one student at a time. So for my learning style, I usually apply demonstrating or lecturing, implementing in-depth knowledge within and across learning areas. That makes my instruction very meaningful, because we could then, even if our lesson is in math, we could tend to talk about social science, social studies, or deal with other learning areas. So, in addition, I was promoted to master teacher last 2019, and this role gave me a lot of challenges dealing with additional responsibilities. Though I was able to manage dealing with my colleagues when it comes to coaching and assisting them in some technical problems they have in their class, engagement, and management. So, as their team leader, I always deal with them in a very compassionate manner. I always make sure uh, that that we deal with them in a very compassionate manner, and always make sure that we work like as a team. And problems may be solved, and I would always tell them that problems may be solved when we deal with it with commitment.
Okay. You finish it up with why you want to come to the US, and we have to stop.
Well, I wanted to teach in the USA because I'm very much ready for a new challenge with a new organization where my skills in teaching will expand. My present teaching job is fantastic because everyone around me is very supportive, but this time I realize I am ready to face the next chapter of my career if given the chance.
Okay. Have you been in
Thank
the
you so
US?
much for listening.
Have you taught in the US? You're very fluent, like you're native.
I haven't I haven't, but I usually use the language in instruction. I
Okay.
usually communicate with my co-teachers in English because I want them to follow how I communicate, so they will practice also. They could practice the language as well.
Very good. You're
And
very fluent. Yeah. Very
thank
fluent.
you. And I've been a resource speaker for since 2012. So that's, I think, how it is.
Yeah.
I managed to
Yeah.
be able to speak well.
25 years. Okay. Lots of you have 4 to 6, 8 years of it. And the holding hand part is the one that I was wanting to stop and tell you something. In
Yeah.
America, teach but not touch. Okay.
Yeah,
You remember?
I learned of that as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
reach but not touch. So
yeah.
you can do like fist bump with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Can do that. And if they try to hug you, I always do a side hug with them. You know,
Yeah,
very few that like little bitty kids that would like hug you just like, they close it. But I usually do not feel comfortable with that because, and don't ever put yourself in a situation where you're alone with a child. Always have somebody,
yeah,
another
yeah,
child.
yeah, yeah.
Don't ever do
I
that because,
got it.
yeah, child could say something.
I
So
got
just
it. I got it.
remember, teach but not touch. And
Yeah,
it works in the Philippines though, huh? They're okay with that. So,
yeah.
okay. So, any comment from anyone? Are they still up here, Erwin and them? We're gonna have to make you the last one because I still have to talk to the Muslim one. The others that are left there, Marna, they need to just go ahead and make me a 2-minute video, and I will watch
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Okay, and I will
Okay.
attach it to your file, so
So
that
we end with Ma'am Leah, with Ma'am Leah. Ma'am.
yeah. Well, any of you
Okay.
guys, if you want to have a file of that I can attach a link to your resume, I think that's really perfect because that gives you an edge. They will already see you, not just your resume. They actually hear you already. If you put the link there to your like somewhere in your resume, I think that's perfect, or even in your cover letter, somewhere there. If you do that, that would give you an edge. Just a little tip for you, because they always ask me, Melina, are they fluent? You are very fluent, Leah. That's gonna be
Thank you so much.
a huge advantage.
Thank you.
If you do a video, make sure you do because they're gonna convince you're gonna convince them based on
Yeah,
performance. Yeah. And you get some great
I
ideas.
hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
And
I hope so.
you have a variety of experiences as well. So yeah,
Yeah,
very
I do
marketable.
have.
Yeah, you're very marketable.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All
I
right,
hope
so
I could make it, Dr. Merlina.
I hope so too. Yeah, you never know though. You have to remember, God, I'm doing my best. You do the rest. Kind of type of prayer.
Yes.
And
Yes, I do believe in that.
it's his plan. We plan and he laughs. So just kind of give it to him. God, if this is
Yes.
really what you want me to do, you're gonna lead me there. If it's
Yes, I
not,
always do that.
yeah, that's not my calling if otherwise, you know. So, but of course, you have to be proactive. Go to www.schoolspring.com, and I will, when I send the link to the video, I'll try to put the 50 states. It's called job listings in the 50 states. So I'll send that to
Yeah.
you guys, so you can just click on a state and you can see how to apply there. I have a compiled
Mm-hmm.
that. So I don't know if somebody had posted it here or not. I did ask somebody to post it, but okay. All right. Thank you so much. For the rest, how many can you call them and who am I missing? Because I need to make sure I get them next time. Thank you,
Okay. We have
Lisa.
Ma'am. I have it in the list. Ma'am Sharon Roduna,
Hi, Sharon.
Andrine Marlon Labarta,
Okay.
Miss Resi J. De Paz, and Ruvena Laongan.
Okay. So
I will
those,
send you the name.
yeah, those. Can you kind of like if you don't mind to send those names to Mike, so Mike will remember that they need to be called first because
Yes, yes,
they
Doc.
were not called here and they need to be called first to be fair. Okay, because we just ran out of time, and sometimes you can't help that. You kind of I still have to talk to the West Memphis bunch, and I have to go somewhere. So yeah. Okay, thank you so much, and I'm gonna have to say bye bye to everybody. Let me see, Leah, bye bye.
Bye.
Hi, Doc.
Thank
Thank you, Doc.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone. Bye,
13 folks
everyone.
need to stay, please. Okay, the 13 most
Thank
members.
you.
Bye bye, guys. Marlon, I'm
Bye.
sorry, Marlon. Oh, Marlon has already talked to me. Can you guys answer it? Rowena, okay, Rowena, Babirusa. Hi, guys. Yep, we still have about 20 people to get out. Everybody has to.
Bye. Thank you so much for a great evening, Dr.
Hey, guys, I'm
McCullough.
sorry it took so long.
It's okay. We've learned a lot.
Right, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Permission to speak, Dr. Merlinda.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Who's saying?
Bye.
Um, Ma'am, Doc, I already submitted my
Huh?
video
Okay.
introduction video, resume, and cover letter last week.
Oh, then you're good. Okay. Then you're good. That means I've seen it. Every time I see I get it, I always watch it first. So if you've sent it to me, I've seen it. Okay. I
Thank you
have
po.
about more than 100, I think, that I need to actually put on the master list, but I put it in a folder right now. So in a holding folder. And so, yeah. So, okay.
Thank
So,
you po.
yeah, thank you so much. You may leave if you don't mind. And there should be 13 more people to leave. I guess I could go here and see.
Can I ask them, Doc?
Myrna, you're the host, right?
No, Doc.
So
I think Ma'am Giselle. Ma'am Giselle is
Giselle, if you don't mind to remove the folks that are not West Memphis 13, please. Ryan, you may leave. Ryan, Lauren, Cara. Okay, we still have about 7 people left. So Lauren, if you don't mind.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.